Let's go ahead and call this regular meeting of the Washington County School District Board of Trustees to order. Do we have Trustee Rodriguez on? Yes. Ms. JJ, he's on? Okay, fantastic. We're going to start with our roll call. Welcome, everybody. We're going to start with the roll call. Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. Jeff Church.
Here.
Ellen Minetto. Here. Diane Nicolette. Here. Joe Rodriguez.
Here.
I heard him. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Joe. Beth Smith.
Here.
Angela Taylor.
I'm here.
And Victoria Gomez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, let's see, for our pledge, let's have Mr. Joe Ernst, because you looked up at me when I looked at you, so you volunteered to lead us in the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ernst. We are going to get into our consent agenda. These are matters that are generally routine in nature. They can be acted upon in a group or individually. Today we're going to be considering consent agenda items 2.01 through 2.20, and we do have, I have received a couple of requests to pull items. Trustee Minetto, you wanted to pull an item 2.09, I think. Trustee Church, you had a couple of items.
Yeah, I concur on 2.09, also 2.02, 2.05, 2.08, and that'll do it.
Okay, thank you. That being said, then I'll ask our one staff for those items to prepare. First and secondly, ask the trustees who pull those items to be prepared with questions, so that we can discuss those items. And then, if it is the pleasure of the board, I'm looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02, 2.04, 2.06, 2.07, and 2.10 through 2.20. If that is the pleasure of the board.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion by Dr. Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Church. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the motion is carried. I saw your thumbs up, Trustee Rodriguez. Thank you. Let the record show the motion is carried. We're just going to take these in order. So we'll start with agenda item 2.02, approval of the grant application to the Nevada Department of Education, or GEAR 2, School-Based Mental Health Professionals Project, in the amount of $586,782.57. Staff is in place. Trustee Church, you have questions?
Thank you. Unless I missed it, I didn't see an attachment to that. But my math isn't great, but that's about over $500,000. So whenever I see these, I just like to put them on the record so the public, as well as the trustees, know what that money goes for. If you could fill us in.
Sure. This is Lauren Olin, Director of Grants for the for the record. The GEAR grant is part of ESSER funding, and GEAR is under the discretion of the Governor's Office. And the Governor's Office has decided to fund, in part with GEAR money, Safe School Professionals. This was a grant, if you can recall, was originally a state grant that was funded, but because of the pupil centered funding, that fund has rolled into that. So the governor is offering school districts additional money to pay for that. So in our district, we are asking for 5 schools, 3 elementary, a middle, and a high school, to receive a social worker that would be hired under the Progressives contract. In addition, there are 3 charter schools that are also applied for money, and they will be hiring social workers through their own board that governs the charter schools.
So the charter schools are not out of this fund?
Well, we were awarded the money because we're the fiscal agent for the charter schools. So we get the money and then we sub-grant it to the charter schools. I believe that each charter school asked for one social worker, and that was Coral Academy, Encompass, and High Desert Montessori. And then Coral Academy also asked for a little bit of training money, and the state fully awarded our application. So we'll be giving those funds to the charter schools once we get the fully executed sub-grant award.
And do we have to exercise some kind of oversight over the charter schools?
Yes, we do with all grant funding, like we do with any grant accounts for any department or school that receives funds.
And how many social workers does that get for the Washoe County School District?
Out of the Gear 2 grant, 5 social workers.
And are they employees of the school district?
No, they would be contracted through the Progressives company that we've been using to help us find safe school professionals.
And then if that money runs out, then we have the option of funding it in-house or not renewing the contract.
That's correct.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Would you like to make a motion then, Trustee Church?
I make a motion that we accept item 2.2, the grant application for $586,782.57.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. If it's just to be more clear, can we change that accept to approve?
So moved.
That's, you accept that as a friendly, Dr. Diane, as well? Thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor to approve agenda item 2.02. Any discussion? Thank you, staff. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, I see you, Trustee Rodriguez. None. Let the record show the motion carries, and it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 2.05, approval to renew the district-wide on-base hosted solution document management system annual maintenance agreement with Precision Document Imaging PDI in the amount of $230,658,092 for the term November 4, 2021 to November 3rd, 2022 for possible action. I see staff's in place. Thank you very much. Trustee Church, you have questions?
Thank you. Once again, some of the high dollar items, I just basically want us and the public to know. And then this one, a constituent had questions about student data safety in terms of online.
So your question then is there a safety issue? Help me narrow it a little bit.
Well, just basically, just tell us about the program and what the money goes for.
OnBase is a student or a document management system that we use to store documents across many departments. There are program owners that range from business and finance, payroll, human resources, risk management, student accounting, special ed, the legal department, counseling, capital projects, ELL, gifted and talented, the health office, nutrition services, school police, Nevada registry, and volunteer services.
But what information would be found in that system?
Any of the documents that we collect, that we maintain, which may be paper-based, are scanned into the system and then organized using this document management system, and then they're only accessible by those program owners that administer those tools.
But we are trusting a third-party vendor with confidential employee or student information, correct?
Very similar to the Infinite Campus software application, or just very similar to our Microsoft environment. We enter into a contract with the vendor, who a big portion of that is the privacy agreement that goes through the purchasing and legal department, and everybody agrees to.
And then access to that would depend on who's authorized, what level, or what access, I assume?
Access levels are based on roles, so counselors only have access to the information to which pertains to their role. HR only has access to the documents that are related to human resources. So yes, it's all permissions based.
And then if you said, well, we think there may have been somebody looking at John Smith's records, you could go and look and see who had accessed that on what dates?
If somebody were to attempt to access documents outside of their permission, I don't think they would have read or write access to something outside of their role, but I can ask, Jeff's got his finger at the ready, so maybe he can respond too.
Yeah, I'm not real sure about the logging, like you were saying, who's accessed what exactly. I'd have to get down and take a look at that. But everything is restricted based on their role, their job function, their job duty, all the way across the board. So.
I really like the programs that allow you to see who accessed whatever, even if you're authorized. Example, as a former police officer, if I ran some lady's plate and 6 months later they said, well, why did you do that? I better have a good example. They can know that I ran that and that it wasn't for some personal reason, that it was for official business. Does that system
I do
allow-
know that OnBase does have logging capabilities, but I would have to check down to see how finite they get and see what I can get back for you.
At least for the future, I think that's an important tool to have.
Yeah.
We read about it all the time with medical records, nurses or employees looking up celebrities, that kind of thing.
I do know that it does have logging functionality. I just don't know off the top of my head what the detail is on it.
And then I think my last question is, when the contract ends, that information is either deleted or comes back to us?
We own the data. We own all the data. So if the contract did end, it would come back to us.
Well, unlike other systems, it's not there forever.
Absolutely. That's right. That's in the contract.
All right. I don't know if any other trustees have any questions.
Doesn't look like it, so please, if you would.
I'm done, so you probably want a motion. And no comment on this, I assume, because I don't see the gentleman that raised the issue. So this is 2.05. I make a motion to approve 2.05, the renewal of the district-wide OnBase hosted solution document management system for the amount of $230,658.92.
Thank you, Trustee Church. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Nicolette. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Chris and Jeff, I should say, is a little more personal than staff, huh? Chris and Jeff. All right, agenda item 2.08, approval of award of request for bid number 24B-08-22-JP, custodial supplies to Brady Industries in the estimated amount of $178,960.43. Inland Supply Company in the estimated amount of $172,130.45. MedZone Health in the estimated amount of $72,718.50. Southwest School and Supply and Office Supply in the estimated amount of $41,781.50. And ZEP Sales and Service in the estimated amount of $2,560 for an estimated total contract amount of $468,150.88 for an initial term of 1 year beginning October 27th, 2021 and ending October 26th, 2022 with 4 optional 1-year renewals. Trustee Church, again, looking to you for questions.
All righty, just as before, where I think we're talking about $750,000, so I always just like the public and myself and the trustees to know what that's going for. And then at the same time, is it customary to throw all these in on one agenda item because they all seem unrelated?
I'm going to look to Andrea for that, please.
Okay. For the record, Andrea Sullivan, Director of Procurement and Contracts. This is, as the staff report outlines, this bid was competitively solicited and awarded to the lowest responsive bidder on each item. This wasn't all through, I see what you're saying, but it wasn't just all thrown in together. This bid is one bid, and it's for all custodial supplies district-wide. It's just that we don't award every item to one vendor because there's no one vendor that could provide all the items. So we put them all out on one bid because they're related. They're all custodial supplies. And then we go through on each line item and award to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder that meets our specifications.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize, I didn't quite pick up on that. So it's custodial supplies through different vendors for the entire school district
Correct,
for a 1-year period.
for a 1-year period with 4 optional 1-year renewals.
And that would explain basically why we're almost $1 million on this, okay?
Right, and these are all of our custodial supplies district-wide for all 100 school sites and all the administrative sites. So it does, and it is a
It's almost half a
cost.
million, really. It's not a million, it's 468,000 and some change.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
468,000 per year.
Oh, for the total, I was adding,
You were adding the 468.
I got 4 hours sleep, and I think I outdid the other trustees, so, yeah, that's my math. So, okay, very good.
I just want to correct the information.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I won't try that again.
Okay, other questions? No? Trustee Church? It doesn't look like JJ will be waving the card if we
No
have public
public
comment.
I make a motion to approve 2.08 award request for the numerous bids listed herein for a total amount of $468,150.88 for 1 year.
Okay, and for,
Tell me that again.
with 4 optional 1-year renewals. It's also part of the request. If you keep reading after,
With 4 optional 1-year renewals.
that you're good with that in terms of the entire motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Okay, motion by trustee Church, seconded by Dr. Nicolette, that we approve agenda item 2.08 in the amount mentioned for 1 year with a possible 4 1-year renewals. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. We're going to go to agenda, thank you so much to both of you, Adam and Andrea. Okay, agenda item 2.09, trustee Nicolette, trustee Manetto, Vice President Manetto asked for this. This is the approval of payment of the 2022 memberships and fees to the National School Boards Association. National School Boards Association Council of Urban Boards of Education for $12,975. This is for possible action. This isn't really a staff item per se, because it really has more to do with board, since it's an association of school boards. I did ask the superintendent to be ready to share some information with that as well, and I want to update my colleagues on a couple of things as well. I think we've all gotten some emails on this. We do see a little public comment on it as well. We've all gotten some email, and we've gotten some public comment emails on it as well. Additionally, so please make sure you've read those if you haven't. Some even came in today. And primarily, the concerns around the letter that the national office sent, and in particular, some language in the letter that referred to some parents as domestic terrorists. And I don't think anybody thought that was a good idea. At all. I don't even need to ask, because I don't think any of us would like that. I think that would be a good idea at all. And so that, of course, caused continued affiliation with the organization in the question, and that's why this is being pulled from the consent agenda at the request of first trustee Manetto, trustee Church. I was going to pull it anyway as well. So, because I think it's some conversation that we want to have. Some background information I want to share is, since that letter came out, I don't remember the exact date of the letter, but it was recent, which is why it's in the forefront of everybody's mind. Since that letter has come out, needless to say, there's been a lot of national attention on it, and rightly so. I am our representative to the Nevada School Boards Association Executive Committee, and we actually had an emergency meeting, the vast majority of which was talking about this issue. And then we've been notified that there'll be an emergency board meeting next week, and this will be a part of the conversation as well. So I wanted to share with my colleagues that conversation. I actually had an opportunity to have an individual conversation recently with the executive director as well, because there's a lot of concern about this issue. So a couple of things. One is, we know that the National Association of School Boards sent out the letter, had some very, very strong language, and some what I think a lot of us would consider some inappropriate language. I certainly understand that safety has been an issue in some places across the board. Our chief of police obviously is concerned about safety as well. But my personal opinion is that the letter went too far, and I think that's part of why it was pulled. Before I even go forward, you asked to pull it, so do you want to have comments on it, or? And I'm sorry, I just disregarded that completely. My bad.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I'm concerned if we really, at this point, want for I don't know, for lack of other words, to be associated with this particular group at this time. It's an awful lot of money, and I'd kind of like to know how exactly does this association affect Junior in his math class?
Okay, I think they're really good questions. You asked for it to be pulled, even though I had already done. Trustee Church, you have something you want to comment on? And then I share the background information. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
number one, I was very curious to hear more on the story. For example, do our dues to the Nevada Association, are they a member of the National Association? Things of that nature. And again, I'm trying to stay within the guidelines of the agenda. So hint, hint. But a look at how we spend money to belong to private organizations, and I think it's technically a 501c3, but clearly they advocate, in my opinion. So I'm very, very concerned about that. Nationwide, school boards and members are pulling out of the NSBA. Even if we did it for a year, I think that sends a very clear message that that doesn't represent Washoe County values. And then I do think we have a math error because it says student enrollment 64,000. And if we ever did approve it, I think we're down to 62.5 roughly. And I don't know if they base their rates, I'm guessing they do, on the number of students. So that's just a technicality if we did decide to approve it. But I think and I want to hear public comment because I think there is quite a bit before I make a decision, but I am leaning strongly towards against renewing it. I'd rather spend that money elsewhere.
Okay, so let me provide a little background. Oh, yeah, okay. I was like, what? Okay. Go ahead. We can go to Trustee Rodriguez, and then I'll get back to the background. I was going to do that first, but okay. Go ahead, Trustee Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, so I'm just kind of wondering, like, what are the benefits that comes with this membership? I know I sit in my profession. I sit as a VP for a state chapter for International Association of Arson Investigators. I know part of that membership you get discount training towards your career, like vehicle fire classes, different origin cause classes, and as a member, you get kind of first pick into these classes, and you also get a discount training. Like I know we have training opportunities here in your future through this association. I'm aware of the letter. I'm aware of some of the controversy behind that, but I'm just wondering, like, what are the benefits of being and renewing our membership?
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I see you, Trustee Smith. I'm going to provide some background information that may answer some of these questions and ask the superintendent to help as well when we start looking at what do we get out of, so to speak, so that we can answer that question so that your question, I just put your question on hold for a minute, Trustee Rodriguez, but I think that's a really important question as well. But back to my story, quote unquote, as Trustee Church said. So we had an emergency executive committee meeting on this. Not just on this, couple items, but the vast majority of that hour and a half or so was spent on this issue. A lot of conversations about the national conversation and the national concerns and other school boards, as Trustee Church said, other school boards who've expressed this concerns, whether it's state level associations or local associations. We have an affiliation at the state level, the Nevada School Board, Nevada Association of School Boards, NASB, and then this is a National School Boards Association. Okay, our dues to Nevada does not get us dues to their separate organizations. Okay, now the state association does have a membership into the national organization, which is what the executive committee was talking about in our emergency board meeting. And we spent, as I said, quite a bit of time. All of our districts, we have 17 districts, all of our districts were represented on the call, and which was actually really good. Because, we have a lot of different interests and sizes and so on, and communities from the rurals to Clark and us in the middle of that somewhere. And our conversation landed in a couple of different places. One is the National Association of State Executive Directors, right? State associations have executive directors. They also had an emergency phone call about this before our call, and 47 of the 50 of them were on the call. So that gives you an idea of how important the call was, right? Big call. And they had same thing, same conversation. And they express some of the same concerns. I think everyone, of course, is concerned about safety, but everyone, of course, is concerned about the language in which, hey, we want to make sure we keep everybody safe when they go to school board meetings. I think everybody would agree with that. But I haven't heard anybody quite yet that was really comfortable with the language. They got into a lot of other things in terms of the National Association. The only which I think is pertinent to our conversation is that it has such an advocacy tone, as Trustee Church said, which was, one, inappropriate, right, for something such as this. Now, there is advocacy that comes from the National School Boards Association that is beneficial to all of us. Advocacy for Title I funds, for an example, right? Those are schools that have a lot of low-income students. Advocacy for a free and reduced lunch. Advocacy, for the most part, in those areas that most of all of our school districts participate in. I don't mean that kind of advocacy. But there's an interim executive director at the National School Boards Association, and the interim executive director has an advocacy background, and I think that's why it had such an advocacy tone. I'm not trying to make it okay. The letter was not okay. So let me go on record. The letter was not okay, but I think that's why it has such an advocacy tone to it. And since then, because of so much concern and questions and all of that and pushback and all of those things that you want to say across the country, then the association realized, you know what, that was too far. We should have checked the executive director, so to speak, and pulled that back. And have since have backtracked, hey, that was too far. That's not what we mean. Yeah, I should have handled that differently, and so on. And so they've done that. The National Association of Executive Directors for the states. Everybody with me? Okay, because I know there's a lot of associations in it, right? They've actually took some notes and, like I said, listed a lot of concerns. And part of those things that they were asking for was that there's much better checks and balances in place before the National Association sends out a letter on behalf of all the membership. That's something I think that was a really important step that was missed. And that should be required, because then you're speaking on behalf of membership, and the membership hasn't had a chance to weigh in on it. So the National Board has since put that in place. They've put some other things in place to hopefully, not hopefully, because those things are being operational, to make sure a letter with the tone that doesn't represent everybody. That was the language I think that was super, super important in my conversation with the executive director, was that a letter needs to represent the concerns or views of all of the membership. There are 50 states and yada, yada, not just the one person in the position of the executive director. So at the end of the day, the state association decided to have some conversations, which we got to have with the board next week, to not to say, hey, we're going to pull our membership or anything like that, but we're going to make sure that the National Association hears our concerns, know of our concerns, and that there are some things in place to make sure this kind of thing does not happen, because it's not the way that we want to be as a national. We want to be represented as a national organization. And again, I think everybody agrees it's not the way that you want parents to be referred to. However that communication goes to national will be a conversation for the State Board Association next week. For the state board, the State Association Board next week. In terms of, I had to do a little looking at this too. In terms of what do we get from our $12,000 or $13,000? I think that's a very fair question as well. I think we've thought about it, and Trustee Rodriguez asked about it. Is, as you see from the agenda title, it's membership dues to the National School Boards Association, Council of Urban Boards of Education. That's called CUBE. CUBE is actually the association that is the part of is actually the organization that does the training, the best practices, the networking, the resources, specifically for urban school boards, primarily urban school boards that have a high level of student diversity. So one of the benefits, in my opinion, of this has much more to do with CUBE than it does with NSBA as a whole. I mean, great resources, great training, great best practices that we get from our affiliation with CUBE. In terms of training, there is a national conference. There are also conferences that go on, training for various areas, whether it's legal, whether it's HR, in various areas that NSBA sponsors for members. to attend and to go to. We obviously haven't been to any in a while because of COVID, so that hasn't really happened. But in terms of, from my perspective, the benefit of the $13,000 has much more to do with the affiliation with CUBE, with the urban school boards, and the attention and the resources and the training for students of color. So that's my 2 cents on that. Okay, so we'll hear from Trustee Church, and then let's get some public comment, and we'll come back.
Now, my understanding, so correct me if anybody has different information, we do not belong to the NSBA separate from CUBE. In other words, we're not like $20,000 for the NSBA, and this is the only money
it's
that
one.
we spend.
It's one together.
And
that's I'm sorry, that's where enrollment matters in terms of that, is what your enrollment is and how does that connect to CUBE. So go ahead.
Okay, and my understanding, it is a 501c3, which is normally a charitable organization like a homeless center. And I think, just my personal opinion, not speaking legally, that they far exceeded that authority in there. And I got to say, a leopard doesn't change its spots. Every bank robber I ever arrested was sorry that they did it, or more sorry that they got caught. And they promised to, take steps to never do it again until they got out of prison. I did attend that, I'm pretty positive it was NSBA training when I was a new trustee compared to being a senior 9-month person now, but it was one of the worst trainings I ever attended. It was so far left, so biased, that I could not attend the last day. I just could not bring myself to put up with that garbage.
And that was an NSBA training?
Yes, ma'am. And
what training was that, Trustee Church?
it was.
We really haven't had any.
I swear it was. It was at the beginning of my tenure. Maybe when we take public comment, I'll go through my emails.
Okay,
find
go
it.
right ahead. Go ahead.
But it was national. It was national. It was folks from all over, and you attended different Zoom, online courses, and so that I could get my CCUs or whatever we call that. But it was absolutely terrible. So this goes way beyond the letter. This is the whole purpose of the organization. Unless somebody convinces me otherwise, it is a total waste of money.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Let's get some public comment. We'll bring it back to continue the discussion.
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome back, Ms. Fianaka.
Been short and sweet. Valerie Fianaka for the record. Why would you possibly want to pledge any money to NSBA when you obviously do not support parents? They do not support parents or children, but only school boards. They've issued an apology for the letter they sent to the Biden administration, but they very noticeably did not call off the DOJ or the FBI. That's still ongoing. Meetings are still ongoing, local. I have a letter into the sheriff about that one as well. Why would we, the taxpayers, want you to give our money to people who consider parents terrorists? Our money. In my profession, which I'm retired from, but 35 years in my profession, I paid all of my own membership dues to any organization that I wanted to belong to, and they were substantial. They cost me $2,500, $3,000 a year to belong to those professional organizations that I belong to. And you speak of best practices, Angie, they're not working out so well for y'all, as far as I can tell. And that board, with the decision that they made, I can't imagine that they could give you any good advice with what they just did. I realize he's interim. I don't care. Somebody had to see that besides just their interim director. And they haven't called off the dogs. I just want to remind you all of that.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka. I just want to correct this. The letter did come from the director, not from the board. That was part of the issue. It did not come from the board.
Somebody else had to have seen it.
Who's next, JJ?
Val White.
Ms. White? Ms. White? Yes, pause for public comment, ma'am.
I'm beginning my comment with the demand that this board accept Trustee Church resign. You're failing our children and our community. WCSD should immediately disassociate themselves with NSBA. The recent request to the White House for protection from parents was an embarrassment to them and any district that belongs. Parents and community members who exercise their First Amendment rights to express dissatisfaction are not domestic terrorists. It matters little that they have given a weak apology for their actions. They've identified themselves as a captured leftist organization whose agenda doesn't align with what parents and communities expect of their schools, taxpayer-funded schools. We should not be required to support a political entity that wishes to jail us. Should you approve a continued membership with them by paying the dues, you are endorsing their behavior. It's already obvious here in WCSD that a large portion of its teachers and some board members hold parents and community members like myself in contempt. It's because we have the audacity to oppose the socialist communist agenda that this district is pursuing with your assistance over and over. Approving payment of the NSBA dues will also tell the community there's no limit to what this board will condone or forgive if done by someone who agrees with it politically. The kangaroo court we saw yesterday in the special meeting attempting to censure Trustee Church is a clear example of that. Trustee Church dared to question a possible illegal action by this board and trustees, and he had to be publicly admonished and punished by you. But that's because he's a conservative. Whatever the perceived benefits of membership, it sure isn't improving student achievement. The district has been a member for years. It's time to start 86ing all memberships that aren't fruitful. End WCSD's membership. Put that money into subsidizing a reasonable venue for public meetings. I worked in a school district with an enrollment of less than 3,000. Their boardroom was the same size as this room. With over 60,000 students, it's ridiculous that this location is the district boardroom. All trustees on this board, except Jeff Church, should resign.
Thank you, Ms. White.
James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Benton.
Good afternoon. James M. Bentham for the record. I oppose the school district sending this money to the National School Boards Association. At least 11 state school board associations have either publicly disavowed or withdrawn their membership from the National School Boards Association due to its recent letter to the Justice Department labeling protesting parents as domestic terrorists and calling for federal law enforcement against them, trying to demonize someone with a different view. Texas Schools Association Executive Director Tiffany Dunn Oldfield has voiced opposition to NSBA. Our position here at the TASB has always been that school board meetings should be places where parents and community members are welcomed and provided the opportunity to openly share their opinions and concerns on how the school boards in their community are being governed. Several Congress members serving on the Judiciary Committee called on Attorney General Merrick Garland to explain his order creating a FBI task force targeting parents. Attorney General Garland's decision to involve the Justice Department on local school board protests raises serious questions, said Representative Mike Johnson of Louisiana, not only about his disturbing pattern of exerting federal authority over state, local, and personal matters, but also about his family's reported interest in advancing left-wing ideologies in schools. Garland is accused of having a conflict of interest because his son-in-law is a partner owner of Panorama, a controversial child spying operation many school districts contract with to data mine public school students on private psycho-emotional issues. Surely, having large numbers of outraged parents exposing consulting firms like Panorama and Casel and calling school boards to task over hiring them is not good for business. Interestingly, the National School Boards Association has walked back its request to sic the feds on concerned parents voicing their objections at school board meetings. throughout the U.S., issuing a follow-up statement claiming the NSBA regrets writing the letter to the Attorney General and apologizing. Surely they did, because they got caught.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Those are all the cards I have for this item.
Okay, thank you.
The board received emails from Joe Morabito, Pat Berg, Ralph Coppola, Brian McMahon, Kathleen Rossi, Janet Brock, Nancy Johnston, Russ Gronert, Joni Hammond, Connie Peterson, Bobby Devon, Jim Hansberger, E. Gersowevich, Carla Law, Maria Skonik, R. Crump, and Mindy Lillyquist.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll come back here. The public comment period is closed. Okay, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Taylor. I also got some emails on this, and then I also engaged in some conversation about it. So the first thing that I want to do is just read the line for accuracy so we can actually know the line that we're all talking about. Before I read it, I will say that I absolutely agree that this was a regrettable and over-the-line terminology that was used, but just so we can actually read this into the public record. And if this is not the line that everyone's thinking of, by all means, please pull up the letter, and I would like to hear the line that you see. As these acts of malice, violence, and threats against public school officials have increased, the classification of these heinous actions could be the equivalent of a form of domestic terrorism and hate crimes. I believe that's the line that we're all talking about, right? If that's not the line.
There's actually two. There's one down below.
Yeah, there's also that one too. And that I felt was a little less related, but I'll go ahead and I'll read that too. Additionally, the NSBA requests that such review examine appropriate enforceable actions against these crimes and acts of violence under the Gun-Free School Zones Act, the Patriot Act in regards to domestic terrorism, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act, the Violent Interference with Federally Protected Rights Statute, the Conspiracy Against Rights Statute, an executive order to enforce all applicable federal laws for the protection of students and the public school district personnel and any related measure. I believe that those are both the lines. So anyways, I wanted to read that because when I was having conversations with people, I absolutely believe that using the term domestic terrorist was way over the line. I do understand that it was this director going far over the line. But in a lot of the conversations that I had with community members on this, I actually did not interpret these lines personally to mean what it is that I've experienced as a school board member or that we see here. So a lot of the conversations that I had were not around some of the things that other school board members are experiencing. This is very easy. I will tell you I was moved to tears when I read the personal situation of Jennifer Jenkins, who's a school board member in Brevard County, who had false child abuse claims made against her, and her daughter unfortunately had to be intimately evaluated by a state official on the basis of these claims. And there are many, many, many other examples, not of this, but of other things. So when I was talking with community members around this, I do not like the term domestic terrorism. I think that was completely incorrect. But what I tried to look to in the spirit of the letter is the people that we have here, our community members, are absolutely not behaving in this way. Unless I know something differently, all the people that have come up that have said this isn't me, I don't believe that this letter is you. And I don't believe that this letter is me necessarily either. But I have done my research on this, and there are school board members whose houses are being staked out, that people are standing across the street apparently with guns brandished in the woods in their backyard. You are informed, engaged citizenry that we value and are an important part of this process, and I don't believe that this letter means that. With that said, I want to be very clear that I do not like the language of this letter. I think it went far too over the line. I am not condoning those terms, but I do want to capture that when people say this is about parents and they don't want parents here, they don't want involvement, I don't actually take it that way. I believe that they were misguided in approaching something that is really happening to some school board members in some communities, but it does not necessarily reflect the engaged citizenry that we have here in Washoe County that I have experienced myself. So I offer that distinction, and I had this conversation with other community members as well because this has been such a common thing. So anyways, I offer that insight.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. And respectfully, I'm not swayed by a few hypothetical, unverified claims of something that happened to somebody somewhere. It was the NSBA conference that I attended. I think it was April 10th, something like that, a couple-day conference, and it was terrible. I do notice that the letter was not from the executive director. It was signed by Viola Garcia, president, and Chip Slavin, interim executive director and CEO.
That's what I meant with Chip.
If I'm reading the same letter, I think I am. It's 6 pages long. It has lots of footnotes. It's very well researched and written. It wasn't like an email that a buddy of mine sent me at 1 o'clock in the morning after a few Budweiser beers. This was a well-researched, planned, intended letter that is outrageous, and I think we need to make a statement as well as saving ourselves $13,000. And in the letter, one of the things I found most interesting was the letterhead. At the bottom of the page, it says, "The leading advocate for public education." I have really a lot of concerns about paying money for advocacy that we don't have a strong hand in. You know, at the legislature, a lobbyist is one thing, maybe the Chamber of Commerce, but I really hate, why don't we join the NRA? Why don't we, but so, I mean, really, this advocacy, I've been involved in this for a long time, speaking at the podium at lots of different government groups. And that just crosses the line for me for a government agency to go with advocacy agencies that use our money for things that maybe at least some of the board members don't agree with. And so I heard about 20 plus emails. I tried to count, but I ran out of fingers. And so that doesn't count the ones that are sent to us individually or the ones that are sent to board members as a whole. And I had one support letter and all the others were opposed. And I'm ready to recognize the will of the people. You can say, well, that's a small minority or they don't represent everybody. When you get about 50, 60, 70 emails opposed and one for, it's time to listen. So nothing's changed my mind. I am 100% opposed.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I would say that the interim executive director is who I said the letter came from. I said that the interim executive director, is who I said the letter came from. That was the intention. So I wasn't trying to say it came from some down the line direct. That's not what I was trying to say. And I do think that there is a role of advocacy, and regardless of what we end up doing on this issue, and I think we do what's best for us in this instance. I do think there is a role. I mean, to have people advocating for public education on a federal level in terms of things such as important parts of our student population, such as students with disabilities, IDEA, such as Title I in terms of funding. I do think there's a role. I will say I do think there's a role for advocacy in that manner. I'm not saying that all advocacy is certainly what it is that we want, but I do think there's a role for advocacy for public education because we get funding for that, and oftentimes it happens as we know, as you talk to those at the whether it's the federal level, whether it's at the state level. So again, my take on this is that they made a huge mistake. I think it was a big mistake. I certainly get that. I do think that there's some benefit from it, but let's see what we can go with. I'm willing to go with whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I'm ready to make a motion
in this. Oh, we do. Trustee Rodriguez has his hand up.
Before I can make a vote on this, I do believe this association should not be political in nature. So I do ask that Trustee Smith can elaborate a little bit more because I haven't been to one of these trainings yet. If he could kind of just elaborate more on how there is more left-winged bidding materials, if you could just kind of elaborate on that before I can make a vote because I haven't been to a training yet.
Trustee Rodriguez, I think that's for Trustee Church.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Smith? I'm sorry. Trustee Church.
Yeah, it was back in April. It was NSBA. It's hard to really characterize it except for the overall tone of all the instruction would be what I would describe as far left, not objective, not reasonable, not middle ground, I would say it wasn't educational. It was indoctrination. You know, and again, I think I went through a day and a half, and then the last day I literally could not stomach it to log on. And so I guess that's the best way to characterize it. It wasn't education, it was indoctrination. It was just far left in tone. And I thought the speakers that were presented were not mainstream, or they didn't represent, say, both sides of the issue. I definitely can say that.
Okay, because I just really want to understand this before I vote, because I think of like my career, my training. I mean, like we were talking about vehicle fire classes. There's not much interpretation for politics there. I can kind of see in the school system there could be some more than others, but I guess what was the topics? I mean, I'm just trying to understand how they're trying to indoctrinate trustees, grown men and women in this training environment, how they try to indoctrinate us.
To be honest, I'd have to go back and look. I would mention the fact that we do belong to the Nevada Association of School Boards, so we're still members of a very viable organization, even if we drop out of this. It's not like we're not members of other groups.
What I would do is just ask trustees to consider. I mean, I think it's important, all the things that have been considered. I think we do want to get to a motion on this, and maybe a place to get. I'm sorry, were you in the middle of something, Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, so if we would maintain our membership with the Nevada chapter, we still allowed training opportunities and whatnot.
I don't believe if we aren't members, I don't believe we can go to the trainings in terms of the national trainings. Nevada does some training, just a little different, but I don't believe we would be a part of the national trainings. If that answers your question.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
For example, they're having a conference in San Diego in April that I was actually thinking about until I realized what it was all about. I think non-members, if you want to attend out of your own budget, you just pay extra. You don't get the member discount.
Oh, there's a member discount. Okay.
And that's my recollection, but I'm not positive. You can look it up real quick.
I think that's the general idea, Trustee Church. Superintendent McNeil?
No, I appreciate that. And they're actually, if you go on your device, you can actually Google the April 8th through the 10th National School Boards Association, so you can see what the classes were, if you're interested in that. But as far as for the dues, we don't know yet, so I don't want to have incorrect information out there. I told Trustee Church that staff was researching that as far as being able to attend a conference and not being a member.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that that's on the record.
So we still aren't clear, but we'll find out in terms of that. Maybe the place to land on something like this again. I want to move us off of this, not move us off of this, just move us along, because we're having the same conversation, right? In this is maybe we go back to if the board thinks it's important, hey, let's send a message that we aren't happy and we're watching, so to speak. We pull back for a year and then take a look and see what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, and so on, and go forward from there. That was a recommendation that was early. I'm just trying to get us to a point where maybe we end up doing some of the best of both. Dr. Vice President Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. That's what I think we need to do. I think we need to pull back for at least a year. And, we all do things we shouldn't, but most of us have to pay consequences for that. And maybe they need to pay a consequence. I don't think it's good for us to be in association with them right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking for a motion.
I'm ready.
Trustee Church?
Let me pull up the board. I make a motion not to approve payment of the 2022 membership fees to the National School Boards Association, Council of Urban Boards of Education in any amount.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor that we do not, basically, it's do we not renew our membership? Is that, don't let me put words in your mouth. I want to make sure we
That's
get
absolutely
it.
correct.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor that we do not renew our membership to the National Association of School Boards, Urban Boards of Education for the, and then there's not anything, so, okay, for the we do not approve the payment of the 2022 membership fees for the National School Boards Association Council of Urban Boards of Education. Okay, and there's a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. What were you, Trustee Rodriguez? Your aye? Yes, okay, that's an aye. Okay, the motion passes 5-1. Okay? All right, so that was it for the consent agenda. Let's move along. I'm going to try to encourage us to be focused in our conversation. I'm going to encourage us to be focused in our conversation as we go forward so we can try to get our arms around deliberation and not deliberate for hours and hours in a circle. Okay, that's what's really important. I want to make sure I got to get better at that. That's my job as the president. So I'll let everybody know I'm going to get better at that. All right, agenda item 3.01. Washington County School District Strategic Plan Bridge Year Reporting of Metrics for the 2021-22 for the 2020-21 school year related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise associated 2021-22 school year response to recovery, measurable outcomes as needed. Goal 1, to ensure annual student academic growth through a system of curriculum, instruction, and assessment that is aligned, rigorous, and relevant. And Goal 5, to ensure our schools are safe, secure, supportive, and welcoming environments where students and staff are able to succeed academically and professionally at the highest possible levels. And then we have some leadership team members in front of us, but we have you down too, Dr. McNeil. You're going to start us off?
Thank you very much, President Taylor, members of the board, and Student Representative Victoria. Good to see you. So today we have a very comprehensive presentation, as you all know, around our strategic plan reporting. I want to make it clear when we're talking about strategic plan reporting that the data that we will be showing on our pathway for this year is for the 2020-21 school year. So it is not for this school year, 2021-22. It is for last school year. So if we can advance the slides. As you all know, with our response to recovery, you all approved a vision and a mission for that response to recovery strategic plan. And within that, at the beginning of the 2020 school year, you adopted a bridge year strategic plan, which was a one-year bridge, hence the name, Bridge Strategic Plan. I won't go into detail onto the pathway, but those are the reporting timelines that we instituted for the bridge year. Again, that was for 2021. We move into this year where you now have adopted a 2-year strategic plan, and we will report on metrics for this year next year, right? It's always 1 year in arrears because of the data. So we can move forward.
Okay, let me pause for a minute. Is everyone clear on that? And in particular, in terms of our new trustees, are we clear on that? We're always reporting a year after because we have to get to the end of the year to see the data. Okay, go ahead.
Thank
Dr.
you.
McNeil.
So in this reporting stage right here, you will see we have already had our presentation on metrics for operations, and we did some transportation metrics, we did some nutrition service metrics. So for the October 26th, you will see that that isn't focused around academic. I want to stress that today's presentation is focused around academic metrics, around academic growth, as well as safe and welcoming schools. So Goal 1, which is in your strategic plan, and Goal 5, which is also approved in your strategic plan. So moving forward, we will have different presenters go through. I'll lay the groundwork for this presentation. We'll be going through barriers as well as successes, because we think that's important to see when we're taking a look at test data, what is working and what was difficult in order to have those metrics. I also want to stress, and the trustees, thank you very much for attending the small group briefings around the SBAC. SBAC, they tested me at the beginning of the meeting today. It stands for Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. So that is a subset of school districts that belong to the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. The trustees have already attended, so you all have already been very familiar with our testing and our progress to date around the SBAC assessments that we had for last year in the 2020-2021 school year, lots of 20s. So I really felt that it was important for me to lay that kind of groundwork for you so that the trustees and the public can understand kind of setting the base here for the presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Area Superintendent Lauren Ford.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees, for the record, Lauren Ford, Lead Area Superintendent. Today I'm going to chat with you a little bit about the overarching impact of COVID on Goal 1. So I'd like to start out with chatting with you about the silver linings. Silver linings, the positive stuff. So elementary schools were able to provide in-person instruction throughout the school year. That's a definite positive we had across all elementary schools. Middle schools were able to provide hybrid and in-person learning instruction for the majority of the school year. And as you can remember, a lot of students came back to full person in learning as the school year went on. 92% of our students participated in testing. That is huge. That was a great success. ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funding received during that school year, the 2019-20 and 2020-2021 helped provide additional resources to support our students. We had some obstacles we had to overcome with social distancing, right, and academic recovery, so that ESSER funding was a great help. Teachers learned new and innovative ways to provide instruction to students. This was a huge success. I think every area superintendent can contest to the fact that when we went to observe schools, go in and out of schools, we saw great things happening in the schools. And you as trustees were visiting with us. We saw some amazing things. Washoe County School District provided full day summer school for over 11,000 students. Remarkable. And a whole team of people were part of that success, both district staff and educators across the district. Thanking all of them. Washoe County School District purchased over 15,000 devices and hotspots for families and students. Elementary, middle, and high school increased the number of students learning in person throughout the year. And middle school intramurals and incoming sixth grade events help support transition to middle school. Those events were exciting and fun. High schools prioritized seniors and graduations were held at every high school. The next slide will show you some challenges that we faced. So COVID-19 had an unprecedented impact on our community and children. And some of those outside impacts did kind of flow into our environment within our school. The impact of COVID-19 and its related disruptions sorry, I was reading too fast. The impact of COVID-19 and its related disruptions was disproportionately higher for certain population groups in our community. And many cases increased pre-existing achievement gaps, which I know Mr. Ernst presented to you guys in small group sessions, that kind of data. Exclusions and chronic absenteeism made it difficult to provide consistent learning to students. Teacher absences or exclusions related to COVID affected consistency. Social distancing requirements. As you can remember, some of the teachers had talked with you about how with social distancing, we had students coming back to in-person. We had to switch teachers for students because of the number of students allowed in a room with social distancing. That did create a barrier. And providing multiple learning models, switching from hybrid to full-time in person, but also I'm excluded, so I'm on temporary distance learning. All of those were factors, for sure. And now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ernst.
Thank you, Lauren. Madam President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, Joe Ernst, Chief Accountability Officer. And so as we're moving through our presentation tonight, as Dr. McNeil talked about, we are looking at goal number 1, academic growth. 1.1 is to provide and continuously improve rigorous and relevant curriculum, instruction, and assessment practice for all students, measured by the following. And you can see that we've bolded the two that we'll focus here on tonight. Just to give some frame of reference, we'll be looking at elementary and middle school results this evening, and then we'll look at high school results in January. So when we look at 1.12, increased percentage of students meeting standard as measured by SBAC rates in ELA and math, and then 1.13, increase in percentage of students meeting standard as measured by state science assessment. And so that's what we're going over here this evening. Also, along those same lines, it's very important in terms of our commitment to close opportunity gaps through culturally competent practices, effective strategies, multi-tiered systems of supports to meet the needs of English learners, special education students, students impacted by poverty, and all racial and ethnic student groups, meeting students where they're at. 1.21, we want to look at, and we'll be sharing some comprehensive data this evening. Reduction in achievement gaps, smarter balance meeting or exceeding rates, overall math, ELA, grade 3 reading October. And what we'll do is we'll disaggregate that in more detail by population and by program. And then as we look forward to 1.22, increase English learner exit rate by 5th grade. Given some of the state waivers that I think each of you are familiar with, one of those waivers was extending the window for access testing. And so some school districts were still finishing up access testing even in September of this school year. And so that data currently is not available. We do plan to bring that back in January as well, just as a subset to our high school presentation.
I think Dr. Nicolette has a question. We're going to just interrupt her for a moment.
And it's what you prefer. Would you rather go through the presentation, or it's rather long, or which is, thank you, you've got a lot of information, or ask questions as you go along? What would you prefer?
Given that we have a few different presenters, it might make most sense if you want to ask those questions now. That way each of us can answer them. If not, we've got some others in the group that could come to answer them as well.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
And so the reason I'm asking these questions is because I'm thinking long-term as a board of trustees so that we all can develop a scaffolded understanding of these concepts. And I think it's really important just to back up and very simply, because I know you could give a 3-credit course on each one of these terms. So when you talk about culturally competent practices and multi-tiered systems of support, can you just, just a kind of 30,000-foot view about what that is?
You bet. And so I think to the first part of your question around culturally competent practices, certainly we work closely, curriculum instruction, with equity and diversity, trying to make sure that we are aware of all of the students that we're serving and working to ensure that we're providing instruction as relevant as possible to all of our students. When you look at multi-tiered systems of support, really multi-tiered systems of support is a structure within a school building that brings together many members of a team, counselors, teachers, administrators, learning strategists, learning facilitators, all of which carefully look at individual student data. It's a comprehensive overview to understand each student individually and then work to identify the very best ways to support them. Some of that support might come through increased attendance incentives. Some of that support might come through additional reading instruction with a Tier 2 intervention, something more designed to meet their specific skills. So that speaks to a couple of those elements. Anything else I can clarify on that slide? Okay. All right, so then what we'll do here is we're going to move forward to our first metric. And so you can see again, academic growth is the focus of this evening, strengthening teacher learning through through technology and 21st century instructional strategies. And then I'm going to take you to 1.5, provide and continuously improve the pathway to college and career readiness through aligned pre-K-16 system. Essential in the work. As we look at academic recovery in its entirety, this remains as important as ever in terms of our system alignment. So when you go down to the bold, that's what we'll be working on this evening, okay? And so that's increasing the percentage of 8th grade ready for high school, defined by academic course passing and assessment. What we know and what we are committed to is understanding the pathway, the academic benchmarks that we know will help students be best ready when they walk into high school. And so when you look at 8th grade and you look at what is a readiness marker for high school, it is simply, if you look down into the blue box, increasing the percentage of students meeting standard as measured by SBAC rates in ELA and math. As a reminder, when we were going through our small group presentations, that is a 3 or 4 designation on SBAC. And so to orient with the data on this slide, you can see English language arts at the top, math at the bottom. You can see 16 moving to 19, some fair flat numbers, I think, is a fair characterization. 1920, we recall that there was a waiver and students did not test in 1920 just for, again, reorientation of the group. 2021, we had our 5th through 8th grade students 43% proficient, and down in grades 5 through 8 in math, 31% proficient. You can look at the targets. Those targets were set back in 1819, and certainly we are trying to make incremental progress. If you go back up to that blue box, you can see you're looking to gain 3 to 4% annually so that you are getting substantive change long term, that we're not going through highs and lows in terms of change within the system. And so that's typically where that metric will come from, that 3 to 4% increase each year. You can see that we did not meet that target in terms of our readiness. Again, as Ms. Ford talked about, she talked about some of the silver learnings. She talked about some of those barriers. And I think some information also was provided to the Board of Trustees just in regards to the large degree of variance that occurred throughout the country in terms of state testing. Waivers that were provided along the line of some people testing in the building, some people testing at home. Certainly that's going to impact the outcomes perhaps on those tests. We had attendance rates that were very different, not only throughout the country, but also throughout our state. Again, we point to that participation rate as something that we're proud of in terms of the context, in terms of which time we provided that test. So that is where we're at in terms of our high school. Now, what we will also do throughout the presentation, maybe those of you that have previewed it just a little bit, next will be Dr. Parks, and he'll walk through what we have as far as areas of success, things that we're going to be doing to address these various topics, and then barriers of which we had to move through. So with that, happy to answer any questions that you may have in terms of our 8th grade high school readiness metric.
Thank you. I'm looking, I don't have anything quite from the board. So just looking at our year, I know part of our recovery is what we'll be looking to help make up. I know there's some lost ground. We know there's some lost ground, and in COVID, there's going to be some lost ground. We recognize that. One year we didn't test, and next year was kind of COVID year. And so I certainly get that, but man, it's just a matter of just the gap is just so large. So just looking to, we just continue to work, right, to get back on track. We are moving in the right direction and getting to a much better place. So as you look at, I guess that's probably going to get to our next gain, our areas of strength and our areas and our barriers to how we close that gap. I mean, that's the conversation I think I'm looking forward to. Okay, so now how do we get to the work so we can recover, which is what the 2 years is for, right? So we can get back on track and we can get those proficiency levels, right, moving back in the right direction. I think that's what we're all interested in, so.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Dr. Taylor, and I think that's where all of us know that the work is. I mean, I think back just in my new role in terms of working with our grants department and some significant monies that have come into us as a school district and really working to maximize the value of those monies to benefit students. We think back a little bit about the survey that occurred in terms of what our families really desired in terms of how they thought best to use those federal funds that came as an effort to increase academic recovery. And indeed, we've really been able to align to the wishes by significantly adding additional personnel into buildings. I've been out and about into buildings over the past 2 to 3 weeks, and uniformly amongst our principals, there is a high degree of satisfaction in terms of the additional staff. That additional staff was around additional core content teachers, lowering the number of students just out of school today. Over at Billinghurst Middle School, able to hire another math teacher, lowering those numbers. Some have put additional efforts into counseling to help support students through the social emotional needs that they have. So when you look at it, as we move to kind of the more finite, on the larger scale, I can tell you that we have really worked hard with our community, with all stakeholders to get input on how we want to best use this money and then strategically use it to best support our students. We've got some great after-school tutoring programs, during school tutoring programs that have come as a result of it. So those are some of the higher level kind of system pieces that we put in place. We back it up to summer school. We talked about the 11,000 students that attended in summer school. And so really that's where we're immersing ourselves as an academic leadership team, as a leadership team, principals, teachers, and schools. That's where our work is right now in terms of how we best support students individually as they are starting to move forward and in terms of increasing learning and increasing student outcomes. So with that,
Good segue.
Okay. All right. So with that, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Park.
I think Dr. McNeil
excuse me, Dr.
No, that's all right. That's fine. Somebody was kicking me under the table. So I wanted to make sure, because I neglected to mention that we were going to come back to the board in May on setting the targets. So you'll see there, if you take a look at that slide where it's in the gray and it has those targets set. So we will be coming back to the board in May with new target setting as you move forward. If you take the approach of having a new strategic plan for the next 5 years, then you're going to need targets along that pathway. So we'll be coming back to the board to have you all approve those targets. Because as we stated, these targets were set pre-COVID. And you always want your targets to be rigorous and reachable. And I put a stress on the rigorous. They need to be rigorous enough so that our students have something to aspire to, but they also need to be something to where it's achievable as well too. So now, Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst, and thank you, Dr. McNeil, and thank you, President Taylor, for the segue. Yes, good evening. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. As Mr. Ernst pointed out, our SBAC results are critically important to the pathway. I want to emphasize, just for clarity, that when we think about SBAC, that is our college and career pathway. We want our students to be successful in their grade level standards, and that is measured in SBAC. So that's important because as we think about a systematic approach, we are thinking through the system at key intervals and making sure that kids are successful on an assessment like SBAC. So go ahead, next slide, Joe. No, previous, sorry. All right, so as Dr. Taylor mentioned, a lot of our thinking in this presentation is like, we knew the pandemic affected us greatly. And truth be told, on every slide, we could have put barriers that resulted from the pandemic. We didn't want to do that because we feel like we have a common understanding of the impacts. So we chose here to focus on kind of where we're at and what we're doing about it. So many of you have heard the words PLC, and I'm focusing on our areas of success. This is a word, if you've been in schools, you hear often, and it's really critical, and I want this on the record for all of us, that the entire purpose of establishing PLCs is so that all students are learning at high levels. That is the core purpose of establishing PLCs. So when we talk about PLCs, 3 big ideas that I want everybody to understand. We're focused on learning, we are focused on collaborating, and we are focused on results. So, for example, if our 6 current trustees were in a 5th grade PLC, they would be talking about 4 questions. What do we want our students to learn? How do we know that they learned it? What do we do when they didn't quite learn it? And what do we do to extend learning? So one of the other areas I want to point about success is this idea of common assessments. Because with common assessments on the surface, you might think, oh, so everybody takes a test. It's much, much more important than students taking a test. All of our common assessments, let's go back to our example in 5th grade. You, as 5th grade teachers, you would have a window where you would give the common assessment, and that common assessment is based on the standards that our students are supposed to be learning. So think about those common assessments as evidence of student learning. But what is critically important about our common assessments is that soon after you give those assessments, you get together in your collaborative team and you analyze the results and you talk to each other about how you approached your lessons, how your students responded, and what the results were, and then you take responsibility as a team for questions 3 and 4. What are we going to do with the students that didn't learn? And 4, how are we going to enrich those that did learn? So I wanted to give you that critical example about the work in action when we talk about PLCs.
Dr. Parks, I want to interrupt you. Dr. Nicolette has a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think, I know you know that this is very near and dear to me. I believe in these strategies. I've sat in on several PLCs. The discussions are dynamic. They focus, in a totality, they focus on individual students. How can we help Diane? This is what Diane's doing. Wonderful learning experience. And so I just want to kind of as maybe a grin or a glimmer for you, I've created a number 5 to add to that 4. Isn't that what we do? We add to our plate. But seriously, with everything that you said, for me the question then becomes, what do we do as trustees with that data so that we can support, really understand and then support the continuation of these strategies? Because as I said, I really believe in them. And one of our obligations and responsibilities is to budget, to be aware of the monies. And so how do we use that data that you provide? How do the trustees use that data so that we can make informed decisions? I just am sharing that with you just so that you know how excited I am about this. And so I created a number 5.
No, I think you're right on, Clerk Nicolette. We have to ask ourselves that, like, what implications does that have for where we put our budget and our monies and resources when we learn about results. So I'm not going to provide a direct answer for you right now, but I can tell you I'm on the same page.
And Trustee Nicolette, if I could just add a little bit to that, I think it's an important question, and I appreciate it very much being brought up. I think when you look back at the briefings that we had around the small group and the SBAC, what we found is that we have a number of foundational pieces and building blocks in place that previously have not been there. We have math district adopted materials now that are current and strong materials. We have ELA materials now that are strong. We have new science materials, district adopted science materials. So you look at curriculum as kind of that backbone. Then you also look at the initiative to identify what we feel as a system is the most important areas to teach our students around the Nevada academic state standards. We've been able to identify those, come to agreement as a larger system, grade level by grade level, department by department. We start to implement these common formative assessments, and we get our teachers and our departments working collaboratively. There is a lot of foundational pieces in place, and change in large systems can take some time. But it is important, I think, for all of us to recognize some of the strong building blocks that are in place so that we can capitalize on them, have some consistency within the system, and get better at delivering the instruction around these materials, get more sophisticated in looking at student data to diagnose where learning needs are, and continue to grow in these areas. When you look at just overall research around high leverage impact strategies that increase student learning, we have a number of them in place. And the more we are able to dig into those deeply and continue along those lines to continually improve with those practices, I think the better off our chances will be for that longer term success. So I just wanted to add that as well to the conversation.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for adding that, Mr. Ernst, and it appears you read it right off my sheet. All right, so our next metric, this is our science metric, and this is different from SBAC. This is part of the Nevada standards, and the standards for science are based on the next generation science standards. These assessments are taken in 5th, 8th, and high school. Kind of important to point out that at 5th grade, our students take science based on the blending of life, physical science, and integrated, and those are cumulative of what they should have learned up till 5th grade. At the 8th grade level, very similar. It is cumulative of 6th through 8th grade. Again, life science, physical science, and integrated concepts. At the high school, the assessment is the Nevada High School Science Assessment, and it is more focused on life science and key concepts that are integrated in science as well. As you can see, we did drop here by about 5 points. The important thing that, and what you can go ahead and go to the next slide, is what we're doing, because we know science is one of those, all of us would agree, if we're going to say our students are college and highly skilled career ready, that they have some aptitudes in science and then they can think through the scientific method. So during the pandemic last year, we were able to adopt the full option science standards. They're called FOSS kits. We're really excited about the potential for these. They're very hands-on units based on grade level. And we are going to be bringing you examples of what students would experience with FOSS kits. In February, I believe we're coming to you. One of the silver linings was that all the training for the FOSS kits was done during the summer, and it was done in a virtual format, which allowed our teachers to take these are very large kits, and it included training so that you could go through your own kit and learn exactly what's in it and where all the items were stored. And it was much more effective to be able to do it in your own classroom as you're taking that apart. But then it also included the professional learning piece where we're connecting the work you're going to be doing in the FOSS kits to the science standards. So that was another area that was a big success during the pandemic. Prior to the adoption of FOSS, our old science text was 23 years old. As Superintendent Ford, Area Superintendent Ford talked about, there were a lot of pandemic barriers that were presented, a lot of exclusions. And then one of the other ones for science, we know it's not exactly engaging to just read about science. We want students to engage in science. And because of all the protocols we had during the pandemic, it kind of limited the amount of hands-on science we were able to deliver.
President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. So I am going to talk through Objective 1.2, which is really around closing opportunity gaps through culturally competent practices, effective multi-tiered systems of supports to meet the needs of various student groups. We're going to go through 3 tables of data, and I'm going to be pretty succinct. I know that you've had this information before. This is English Language Arts aggregated grades 3 through 8. We did see a 6 percentage point decline from 2019 to 2021. I can mention that decline was less than the decline that the state experienced as a whole, but still it is alarming for us. We did not meet our target as a result. Mr. Ernst already covered this in part. But you also have disaggregated results for various subpopulations, race, ethnic populations, some of our special populations, such as free and reduced lunch. 3 groups demonstrated performance above the district performance in 2021. Several groups did show less of a decline than the district did as a whole. Can we go to math? Thank you, JJ. Here again, we see a decline of 9% from the 2019 figure to 2021, 31% proficiency rate. Again, the same 3 populations outperform the district as a whole. And again, we have several groups whose decline was less than the district decline as a whole. The state decline was 11 percentage points as opposed to ours, which was 9 percentage points. And then we go to grade 3 reading. This is sort of a special call out in part from in the past when we had the Read by Grade 3 initiative. And it's similar to the 2 slides ago. We only saw a decline of 2% at grade 3 from 2019 to 2021. The same 3 subpopulations outperformed the district as a whole. You see special education, there was an actual increase of 2 percentage points, and that has a green shade to it. As part of the overall metric, we look at those groups that performed lower than the district as a whole, and we look to see if they make increases over and above what the district made. So special education did very good in this 2-year period of time. African Americans also were flat, but that is better than the 2% decline that the district saw as a whole. So I'm going to talk just briefly about some of the areas of success and some of the barriers that we encountered with respect to this reduction in achievement gaps, which I think was very positive, and we thank you for it. Students that were classified as English learners, special education students, students who are living in transition or they're homeless, as well as some other students, were able to attend school every day, and that was at all levels, elementary, middle, or high school. That was an area of success, in my opinion. Board of Trustees adopted anti-racism resolution and a corresponding equity action plan, and that's key to lowering the achievement gap over time. We had a very successful conference in the spring where we looked at trauma-informed practices. And then back to some of what we really found ourselves having to do throughout the COVID experience, and that was our intervention department partnered with nutrition services and transportation to basically make sure that needs were being met by families, food needs, security needs, and that's important for kids to be able to learn. Some of the barriers, these are by and large associated with the pandemic. Discontinuity of learning was a big problem, and so there's ample evidence that there's disproportionate impact from COVID on certain populations. So when we look at things like absenteeism, we look at exclusions, this disproportionately affected some of our student populations, and so an already existing disparity in performance grew as a result. A variety of stressors affected students, families, and staff. And when we look at this, we know we have all been impacted by COVID. I would just say that by and large, every day, stress was at a higher level in the last year and a half than in the year and a half prior to that. So that does impact learning. Available time for building capacity among staff was limited because we were just ultra focused on keeping schools open from a health and safety perspective. That is that particular metric. I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to Dr. Davidson.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Dr. Davidson, welcome.
Superintendent McNeil, sorry for the cold, by the way. I don't normally sound like this, but it's a cold too, I promise. It's not COVID. President Taylor and members of the board, for the record, Laura Davidson, Director of Research and Evaluation. So this metric is specific just to the bridge year. It's the only year we've reported this data. It comes from a survey that was administered in September and then a follow-up survey with identical items administered in May and June of the previous year. And its purpose was to assess teachers' confidence in teaching students with different needs. So we asked a series of 5 questions, and then we compared between the fall and the spring administration to hopefully see improved confidence among our teachers to teach these different population groups, especially those with inadequate technology, since that was the focus of this metric. So as you can see on this slide, we had pretty sizable increases in confidence, as we would hope, from September, right when school opened for the very first time amidst COVID, to the end of the year. And that's due to a lot of hard work from staff and teachers just getting their feet under them as quickly as possible and doing a great job with that. So this measure is, you combine all of those, and what we produce is, at the end of the school year in June, 79.6% of the teachers that we surveyed in the spring felt at least somewhat confident teaching each listed group compared to the fall of that same school year. And then the next slide here is just breaking that data down a little bit more in case you're interested in that. I won't go into all the details of that data, but you can see across the board, teachers felt much more confident throughout the year teaching these different population groups, especially those with inadequate technology. So areas of success, I think it speaks for itself that we have substantially more confidence among our teachers throughout the year to teach students of all different backgrounds and different needs. We've reported on burnout for many, many years in this district, and especially in the fall, we had some concerning burnout self-report among our teachers and all staff. We did see a decline in teachers reporting that they were feeling substantially burnt out, 84% to 77%, and particularly around that question of feeling tension, restlessness, or anxiety, which was peaked in fall, as we would all expect, new circumstances, and that was 80% in the fall, but dropped down to 58% in the spring, so we were happy to see that. Professional learning was provided throughout the year to support staff capacity, which we think helped produce these kind of improvements in confidence, but we know teachers just got their feet under them with incredibly difficult circumstances, so that was a lot of their own work in figuring it out on the fly. Barriers, we did see that staff had struggles with virtual learning across the country and here, and we know that was specific to special population groups in many cases. Having to figure out how to do interventions online was difficult. We know that teachers who taught distance learning felt less confident providing instruction compared to other teachers in our sample, and that was specific to certain population groups. Many of them mentioned, having to wear masks while they're in class, but teaching online was difficult for certain population groups. So we know that posed specific difficulties for those who were teaching via distance. And then, although it decreased from fall, none of us, I think, are happy to see that even in the spring, 77% of teachers reported high levels of work stress. So that's something that, as of today, we have our staff climate survey launching, so we'll be assessing work stress again. It's a metric that we keep looking at to make sure that we're supporting our teachers and staff so that they can support our students. But overall in this metric, this is the one and only year that we report this metric, but we did see a sizable increase in teachers reporting confidence.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. So our 8th grade Ready for High School metric is next. As you might imagine, as we think about the pathway in a pre-K through 16 system, 8th grade is a pivotal year, so we want to have a metric that is in line of answering that question, are our students on that pathway? So this metric is a combination of not only how our students are doing on the SBAC tests, but also how they are doing in being successful in their core credits. So when we look at how we did on our English Language Arts, you can see we were at 45%, math at 23.5%. Again, note that that was a drop, but we do acknowledge that nationwide, statewide, the greatest decreases we saw were in math achievement. So when we combined those two, the SBAC as well as passing core credits, and core credits is your language arts, math, and then science and social studies, we came up with 21.5% that meet those two criteria, being successful on SBAC and passing their core credits.
I do see a question here, Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. I need a little help on this one. So I'm seeing the three measures. What I'm not sure how to balance, if you will, the 87.5%, the passing core credits, with the meeting standard on smarter balance. How do we make sense of that, please?
Yeah, so this is a pretty rigorous measure. It requires that it's all 8th graders pass not only their ELA SBAC, but their math SBAC and achieve all of their core credits. So they need to be able to have done all three of those things. So we might see students who pass their math and their core credits, but they didn't pass ELA. So that's why the 21.5% is lower than the lowest number that we have up there, which is 23.5. So students need to pass all three of those metrics in order to be counted here. So it's a rigorous metric for sure.
While we're here on that metric, I'm sorry, go ahead, Superintendent.
I was just going to clarify, when you say pass, I just want to clarify, so we're talking proficiency rate? Yes, thank you.
I know before we weren't looking at eighth graders, so in this, as we look at what, do we set a goal from here? Is that?
Yeah, so we'll come back in May and present brand new targets for all of these. The original targets for most of these, there were no targets set for this. This is one of a new measure, but for the other measures, those were set in 16, 17, and you've seen we're pretty flat, so those have needed to be reset for a long time. So we have since reset all those, and we'll present our hopes for those targets in May for your approval.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see that. So now we see that we're here. Obviously, we want that number I love the passing core credits because kids are going through their classes, they're getting that, but we want, obviously we want to see some improvement in the proficiency. And the sweet spot is measure number 3, right, which is more challenging. So I like to see just where the goal is on that, because then I know then the support behind that, what are we doing to help students get there? That's the piece that comes to us when we start talking in May. So that's a part of the conversation. So thank you. Dr. Parks?
Thank you for another segue, Dr. Taylor.
I'm here for you.
Just keep feeding it to me.
I'm here for you.
No, and what I want to emphasize here is I too had anticipated when you look at these numbers, you kind of go, those are kind of all over the place. And that's where, as we talk about areas of success, again, we know 8th grade is pivotal. You've started hearing conversations around high school algebra. We know that that 8th grade transition to high school is very challenging, many reasons. So again, some of our success is around our PLC work and our common assessments. As I gave you the example for 5th grade, it could also apply for 8th grade, where we are truly looking at our data, which is based on common assessments, which are based on our standards. And when I flip back here, this is where, from a chief academic officer perspective, I feel like we got to do some work. We would like to see 8th graders passing core credits be very similar to 8th graders meeting standards, because that would mean our common assessments are well aligned. I'm not emphasizing well aligned to a test, but I'm emphasizing well aligned so that we can guarantee our students are college and highly skilled career ready, that we are putting them on that pathway. And that is, again, the importance of the PLC work, establishing essential standards, and having common assessments where you, as educators, if you were teachers, could be having a conversation around, okay, we're working as a team. These are the standards we want our students to learn. What are we going to do with the evidence that we have that they are learning or not learning? What are our next steps?
That's good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Nicolai.
We've had some wonderful conversations, and I want to ensure that my colleagues and anyone listening has the opportunity to have some of your insight. And so when you talk about standards, I'll just say that I had a very dear colleague who's in education ask me this question. And I fumbled a little bit. And actually, I went to you later on and asked about it. So are you telling me, this is what she's asking, are you telling me that we are creating our own standards? So, yeah.
No. So we are aligned, ours are called the Nevada Academic Content Standards, and those are aligned to our Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium assessments, okay? So those are, for lack of better words, what each grade level is required to teach. So in higher education, you have academic freedom. In our elementary, middle, and high school system, we have the obligation to expect and deliver grade level standards. That is the foundation when we talk about what we want students to learn. The very minimal expectation is grade level. That's what we commit to, is the standard. And then from there, yes, of course, for our students that are capable, we want to extend that and have them above standard. But those Nevada academic content standards, that's meeting the criteria, scoring a 3, being at grade level, that's our minimum. And then we want to extend beyond there for every student that's capable.
So I'll just add super quickly. So when you think about a standard, you remember the old SWABAT, the student will be able to, right? And so that's really what a standard is. It's the student is going to be able to do this at a particular time. And so as a teacher, when I'm doing my lesson plans, and you know this, when you're creating your lesson plans, you're always looking out to organize what your lesson is going to hit, what the goals of the lesson are, what the objective of the lesson, and then what the outcome of the lesson is going to be. And so it really gets to be very technical when you're kind of crafting what your lessons are, but we all base those around the Nevada academic content standards.
Thank you. And seriously, this is helpful. And you know, I've been in education a long time, I believe we're making great strides through essential standards. So can you kind of help balance that with, you've got these Nevada academic standards, and then you've got your PLCs, you've got essential standards. How do they all work together?
All right, so thank you for that question, Clerk Nicolette. I want to tell you a little bit about the process that we utilized to establish essential standards, but then also give a direct answer to your question, like how it all works together. So what we did, and this is through our directors, to establish those essential standards, we went to teachers at the grade level. And we asked them, basically, it was a little bit more complicated than what I'm going to explain, but to work together and for them to identify not just what was going to be on the assessment, but what is essential for students to learn in your grade level. So it could have been, let's just say, 4th grade. So our 4th grade teachers would have looked at their standards and they would have collaborated and come up with a list. We tried to say around 3 to 5 in ELA, 3 to 5 in math, of things that were absolutely essential. But then they also took those to the 5th grade teachers and said, hey, kind of vertically looking at this, 5th grade, if we're passing along students that are on the pathway to college and career readiness, do you think these standards are essential, that we have got to emphasize? And these essential standards, we're not just going to teach them, but we are going to put what we call tier 1 response in place when students don't learn. And that simply means that we're guaranteeing to the best we can that students will learn these in this grade level. So that was kind of the process that we utilized last year during the pandemic. The essential standards are a work in progress because we don't have a magic formula to establish them. And like I had shared previously, I quickly have learned the importance of going to our boots on the ground personnel who are doing the work. So that was part of why we went right to teachers. And so as we assess those through common assessments, those essential standards, that's where we intervene first. So in the example in 5th grade, you give a common assessment, and we've highlighted for you the essential standards. You're going to talk as a team about how students did on that assessment, and you're going to make a plan to provide extra time and support, not saying these students need to go somewhere else and learn, but in your classrooms, you're going to immediately, as soon as possible, provide extra time and support so that students can learn those standards, because they are so essential that we're not waiting for success. We are intervening and assuring success right away. So that's the difference between essential and then the rest of the standards. Yes, we teach those standards, and they're important, but we may not intervene on them right away.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right, so another quick area of success, we were able to fund Lexia Power Up and Dreambox. I share this because this is an extended opportunity for us to provide lessons based on what students need. They can practice these at home. They can practice these in the afternoon. We utilized these formats during summer school, and gives kids another opportunity to learn based on the areas that they, based on evidence, need to learn more about. And then clearly one of the other barriers, just to finalize it, the hybrid and distance learning was a challenge for us. So I think with that, we will go to Dr. LaMarca and Goal 5, unless there's any questions regarding the 8th grade readiness or any of the other SBAC metrics.
No, don't see any. I think we can go to Goal 5. Thank you.
President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, again, Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. So the safe and, if you can go to the next slide, JJ. Safe and healthy, or safe and welcoming schools is Goal 5. And so we're not showing you all of the metrics that are associated with Goal 5. Chronic absenteeism disproportionality is also part of that. If you look at the schedule that Dr. McNeil presented in the beginning, I believe we bring those to you in April or March. I can't recall right now. But we are providing you some of the information that's garnered through the annual surveys that we conduct with students, teachers, and families. And the last time we were able to survey all three groups was 2019. As you know, in 2020, the pandemic hit. The family survey was canceled that particular year. Response rates were incredibly low as a result of the pandemic. In 2021, last year, the only survey that we did administer was the student survey. Among students from 2019 to 2021, we do see slight increases in their perceptions of feeling engaged, their perceptions of relationships that are part of the classroom experience, the school experience, and their perceptions of safety within the school. Go to the next slide. We also, on those annual student surveys, we look at social emotional competencies. These are part of the SEL curriculum, social emotional learning curriculum. And here we see that similarly from 2019 to 2021, there were increases in perceptions relative to the competencies in 5 particular cases. That was self-awareness of emotions, self-management of emotions, relationship skills, social awareness, and responsible decision-making. We also saw a slight decline in a couple of those competencies, and we're flat on the 8th. In terms of successes and barriers, As you know, throughout the pandemic, an emphasis has been social and emotional well-being, and I think that we've done a good job in trying to continually address the needs of students and staff. Along those lines, our student groups had 3 town halls this past school year where they took a look at well-being, equity, and distance learning. Those were well attended and very fruitful opportunities. We also provided peer support groups for teachers throughout most of the school year last year, and as you recently did through one of your board actions, we're continuing those peer support groups in this school year for educators. In terms of barriers, the only real thing that I'll say is because of the pandemic, the respondents are not necessarily the same in 2021 as they were in 2019, and that makes it difficult to interpret this data. I will also say that survey data is good at sort of keeping surveillance. It's not super actionable. You don't take a piece of perception information, and develop a strategic plan around it. These are often slow metrics to change. So those are the barriers. I do believe that our last slide is to say thank you, and I am sure my colleagues and I would try and answer any additional questions that you might have.
Okay, quite comprehensive. Thank you to all of the team for all of the work. This is really a great review of goals 1 and 4 and 5, and really this has to do with our with the academics, what's going on with students, and the quality of education, and what are our successes and what are our gaps. And we've had both. We've had both. So let's go to some public comment, JJ, and then we'll bring it back here to the board.
Mark Green.
Welcome, Mr. Green.
Thank you. Well, first off, if there's anybody here from the DOJ or FBI, please do a better job here than you did with our female Olympic gymnasts. Help your organization become more than the elite of the Keystone Cops. Spell our names correctly on the warrants, please. In regards to the FBI, I am very happy that the Washoe County School District has decided to get out of.
I'm sorry, Mr. Green, I'm sorry, your public comments has to be about this agenda item?
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, but you can.
I'm sorry that I got off track in saying that I agreed with what you did. I'm on it. I will move on.
Okay.
I will move on. I will move on.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Let's look at the academic successes for the district. The 3 groups offered daily in-person training, EL, IEP, CIT, had some of the smaller decreases in their measured learnings. Personally, I don't consider having the least worst outcome a success, i.e., but it is a learning experience, and the learning experience is in-person is best. The rest of the successes seem to be along the lines of, we did this. They are procedural. That seems to be similar to my success of the day as I dressed myself. Well, good for me and really great for my neighborhood, as they've already expressed their opinion on my nude walks around the block. But overall, so what? Really, so what? Attitude improvements on teaching confidence. It's good that students had more access to technology, but that quickly fades since academic performance did not follow. Why not? I believe the dollars being spent to organizations like Panorama, whose owners said all Trump supporters are racist, should be spent on teaching teachers on best practices, on getting a comprehensive philosophy and procedures in place to better uses of technology to improve learning. You can get as many science kits as you want. It's not going to improve anything if the teachers don't use it properly. Being somewhat confident in providing effective instruction shouldn't be an acceptable level for our teachers. Between 20 and 32% of teachers felt only somewhat confident. Do you go to a somewhat confident doctor? Would you want to go to a somewhat confident teacher? You want to go to a doctor who was taught by somewhat confident instructors? For the amount of time, money, and effort spent on SEL, $250,000 to Panorama, I'd expect dramatic changes, but we get an average increase of 1.5% for the 8 categories that measure SEL. I argue that all the resources are better spent on emphasizing to and teaching teachers how to allow students to fail, helping them discover the talents they possess to pull themselves back up, showing the class that taking a chance and being wrong in front of one's peers is to be admired, and proving that failure is not fatal. In fact, it's necessary for growth.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Phil Kaiser.
Welcome, Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Phil Kaiser. I'm a social studies teacher and the president of the Washoe Education Association. It should come as no surprise that in the course of a once-in-a-century pandemic that academic growth targets for many students were not met. Chronic absenteeism, transiency went up. It's been a difficult situation economically, socially, and academically. However, this should not distract us from the Herculean efforts that were put in place by the district to maintain as many services as possible. Thousands of computers and hotspots were purchased and distributed to students, as were paper packets of work for families that needed them. Dedicated educators provided creative opportunities for students to maintain contact with schools. Food and transportation services adapted to the crisis. Our educators and students learned new techniques of instruction, including new computer applications to allow students who were not in the classroom to still have access. Last fall, the district implemented hybrid learning with half the students in class every other day at the secondary level. At the elementary level, students were in class every day. This enabled Washoe to have a higher level of attendance and engagement than Clark County. In August, the district began with full in-person instruction with distance learning options for students that chose that. Despite continuing COVID exclusions, educators and students have persevered. With persistence and ingenuity, we're making progress, but it's not easy. One lesson that may be learned is that for most students, in-person education with an experienced, qualified, effective educator is better than distance learning models. In addition, smaller class sizes required by social distancing in the hybrid model have better results than larger class sizes, especially with online platforms. As we seek to continue addressing the needs of students to overcome interrupted learning because of COVID-19, let's not fall into the trap of testing and punishing schools whose students were most affected by the pandemic. Let's use assessments to discover students' needs and then address those needs. Let's provide the resources necessary to attract and retain quality employees who really are essential workers. Let's give some credit to everyone who's worked so hard over the past year and a half. We all hoped that we didn't have to face COVID this fall, but we have. So let's support each other, find the resources needed to lighten the burden on counselors and teachers and others. Let's work together. Let's move forward to help schools be safe places for students to achieve their academic potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
After reviewing the dismal SBAC scores, I find it perplexing while this board is still going forward with the push of culturally diverse curriculum put forward by the Equity and Diversity Department's anti-racism resolution. Where is the data that says this type of curriculum can help narrow the gap of achievement for minority students? I have asked the Equity and Diversity Department for this data, and I have gotten nothing. I believe it is your duty to ask for the data and proof of how this enormous push for cultural competency correlates to student success. That should be your main focus. Why are there 75 members of the Equity and Diversity Task Force? Why? Why isn't there a 75-member task force to improve all students' achievements? It sure looks like that is the much bigger picture that you are all missing. Separating the student population by race and sex and sexual orientation is so short-sighted. You need to take care of all of the student community. Are there not any white children suffering in Washoe County? I know there are. My son this past weekend came upon what he thought was a car accident, but it turned out to be a boy who shot himself in the head. My son tried to save his life. Half of his skull was on the dashboard, but he was still breathing. All kids are suffering, and you need to include all kids, not exclude in the name of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Every child by name and face to graduation. Remember that.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
John Eppolito.
Welcome back, Mr. Eppolito.
Thank you. My name is John Eppolito. I taught K-12 for 6 years. I've never opted my kids out of a standardized test until the SBAC. Here are some of the reasons. These guys didn't tell you. The SBAC is a secret computer adaptive test. Not all kids take the same test. There's a lot of problems with that. I don't have time. The SBAC takes about 10 hours, plus all the time wasted preparing for the test. 500 experts have said the SBAC is based on developmentally inappropriate standards. It's designed to fail half the students, in this case even more. The results are useless to parents and probably educators. At least during the testing window, student social media accounts will be monitored, spied on by SBAC. The Nevada Department of Education has threatened every school that doesn't have 95% participation, they'll have a lower star rating, I think it's called. Now, the worst aspect of the SBAC, per the SBAC's contract with the U.S. DOE, quote, the SBAC is required to provide timely and complete access to any and all data collected at the state level, to the federal government, DOE, or its designated program monitors, technical assistance providers, or research partners, and to the GAO, end quote. Additional entities will have access to the 10 plus hours of raw SBAC data. Entities like AIR, American Institute for Research, they're also involved with SEL in this district. DRC, eMetric, and Calder. Experts have written about how one or more of these entities may be creating student psychological profiles from raw SBAC data. Parents are never told any of this. A Sparks teacher wrote about the SBAC test a couple years ago. Quote, my third grade class has spent 10 hours already, and we have another 2 to go today before we finish. I finally relayed the info to opt out to one of the parents of a student who had a grand mal seizure the night after she tried to take the first part of the test. I came home Friday and just cried, end quote. That student hadn't had a seizure in a very long time, I understand. One of the largest school districts in Oregon, all school board members unanimously urged parents to opt their children out of the SBAC. There's only 12 SBAC states left. We started out with 20. Both of our neighbors that give the SBAC, California and Oregon, have official statewide opt-out laws and forms. Nevada has neither, but people can find the opt-out unofficial, well, some are official, opt-out forms at nevadansagainstcommoncore.com.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
I do agree with some comments of all opinion matter to them. So I do know the COVID is not over yet, and we know the FDA has have a meeting today to whether to allow 5 to 11 years old. 5 to 11 years old to get the final approval for get a Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines that coming up in November. Just to let you guys know. So once a higher, we had to maintain social distance, mask in school, but we do know that we let all the income, all the students go back to school in person, which is a good thing. that affect the mental health issue. So we got back, so we have not recovered yet, so try to get there sooner back to normal, so we get there. And also, once we get the higher vaccination rate, we can talk to the board meeting as if a student can reach a herd immunity, I think we can. We agree with
Mr.
this.
Duran, I need you to stay on the agenda item. I'm trying to see you connected to the academic report that we just received. If you can stay on that, sir.
Yeah, so academic, the COVID-19 have devastated statewide achievement because we're ranked in class in state application for ECT, that kind of stuff, because of we have a higher percent of high-risk student, and then every other state. I do know California and Texas do have a lot of high-risk students, but they do better than us. So we do look at Massachusetts to have a fewer high-risk kids. So we want like maybe have a higher mentor to get the high-risk student get the achievement. So this guy did that before pandemic, and kind of did it down a little bit. Nobody followed up their own, and we want to. So after COVID-19 over, we can try to get back to performance, and becoming Nevada a great state for high-risk students to graduate from high school. We want a high graduation rate and be prepared for the better college for Renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received an email from Mindy Lilyquist.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, let's bring it back here to the board. Were you gonna say something, Trustee Church? Or am I just, is that from the time you, that's this one? Okay, Trustee Church?
I have basically saved all my questions or comments for the end, and if I might, Mr. Joe Ernst, I'd love to have you come up. I'll be kind. I just pick on you because if I understand it right, you're the new person on the block in terms of your position as Chief Accountability Officer. Am I correct? So I welcome your fresh perspective. No gotcha questions.
Let's get this microphone on first, Trustee Church. Okay, you stop because JJ's pushing, you're pushing, and it's on. Okay.
It's good? Okay. Yes,
So-
that's correct, Trustee Church.
For anybody,
Yes.
If you could just comment on Mr. Eppolito's, just the two issues about how long it takes and if people can opt out.
I do think that it takes a significant amount of time for students to take the SBAC test, and that's at all levels, 3rd through 8th grade. There's 5 parts to that test, and I do think that you are looking at least an hour on each part of those tests, and sometimes much beyond that. So there is a substantial amount of time that you take on completing the SBAC test in its entirety.
Honest question, is it worth it?
You know, you want to be able to, in a large system, have some degree of norm reference measures. I mean, I think it's important. One of the requests that we've had from the trustees, and rightly so, is an appetite for comparison data. And when you're looking at and you're evaluating how you're doing as a system, you have to have some piece of norm reference data, national data, that allows you to kind of anchor the work that you're doing and see how your students are performing in relationship to students throughout the state. So I do think there's value to it. I think a comprehensive assessment framework that's really woven together well in terms of how you're using assessments within the classroom, formative assessments, interim assessments, and then that longer-term summative assessment, when there's balance to it, can offer incredible value to teaching and learning.
And what about the opt-out?
Yes, you can opt out of the test.
We can. Okay,
Yep.
so we are in one of those states. All right. I pick on you because, again, you're new, and I've talked to the other staff before on this, but I don't think we've really had the chance. My overall assessment, so I'm not a stat-driven person. When Dr. Nicolette speaks, I listen because I know her background in education, and I listen to what she said earlier. But to me, I'm not a stat person. I mean, I'm not an educator other than teaching at the adult level. Overall, my gut impression is before COVID. I mean, forget about COVID, just before COVID, we're not doing well. We're better than some of the other parts of Nevada, but we're not doing well. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think, some of these questions required a really extended response. And if you ever want to meet and talk more, I'd be happy to do it, because I think there's a lot of value in having the extended answer.
Yeah, I think that's good. But,
yeah.
Okay. But I mean, that's kind of the picture I get, trying to listen to all these stats, whether it's 8th grade, 6th grade, whatever percent. The overall is there's a lot of room for improvement.
Sure.
And I kind of would like us to be, I'd love to have people come here and go, how did you do it? How did Washoe County School District do it? How did you improve those scores so much? And so I'm going to pontificate a little bit, and then you can comment or whatever. But baby steps to me aren't working, that we're going to try this new program or this new program. Do you have, and I pick on you because I've heard such things about your innovative ideas now that you're new to the position. Do you have any, and I'm not trying to talk about anything else, it's just because you're new here to that position, not the school district. Do you have any strategic ideas for what we can do?
I appreciate the question, Trustee Church, because I do think as a system, of course, everyone in this room would recognize that we have room to grow. We want our students to be at much higher proficiency rates, and we think it's possible. I think when you look at various examples within our district, we have some very high-performing schools. And I think it's important to, begin to look at what it is that they're doing that you can scale out. That's one dimension of this. I think that when you, as strongly as possible, align your resources to your strategic priorities and are able to monitor those while providing continuous professional learning, you can grow the capacity of all, which then impacts the students. I'm speaking in high levels because, again, this is a really complex question, and I'm really just trying to give that broader overview. I don't think those things are completely unique to education. I think those are strong organizational strategies that help with improvement efforts. And so I would kind of say some of those things in general, but happy to drill down if you'd like.
No, it's a strategic because that's where we manage from. And some of the ideas I have, I think, fall into the strategic aspect, but not tactical, so to speak, not special programs or whatever, but the high-level stuff that we as trustees are entrusted with. So let me pontificate a little bit, just in general, and then if anybody wants to weigh in. Again, I'd like to see us be a national model. This is the most important subject that we have covered in ages. If you attend any meetings, we catch a lot of flack for not concentrating on education. This, even though, a lot of this kind of like goes over my head and makes my eyes glaze, I get the big picture, and this is the most important thing we were dealing with. This is the student success. Nothing else. That's our mission. Our mission isn't to feed kids. Our mission isn't to provide psychological services or social emotional learning, although those are part of success. But the mission is quality of education. Ideas I've had, and I'll just spout them out. So if you've heard the speech, and most of you have, you can tune out. But I'd love to see research into the idea of a live-in academy. I'd love to see kind of how the brand new Carlin Academy is doing, because they're brand new with their live-in academy. Number one, I'm passionate about at-risk kids, and then I'd like to see the strategic response on that particular group of how we deal with that, and kind of along those lines for anybody, but especially at-risk. When I was in one class, and I've told the story about a group of kids that had never seen the ocean. They were studying the oceans, and they'd never seen it. And I'm like, it's over the hill. You can go there in a day and come back. And So I'm a big believer in field trips, whether it's a partnership with the community, whether it's a nonprofit that has nothing to do with the school district, but I'm a big believer in that. I believe we have to get our hands on the drug use problem. I think that's something we can't ignore. And I've said it over and over.
Excuse me, just as you're making your comments, can you just connect it, if
Sure.
you would, to?
It's all strategic plan. How are we going to improve the quality of education? It all boils down to exactly what we're talking about, strategic plan. So that's where I'm coming from. And I'm almost done. Recruiting and retention. If we can't retain and recruit good teachers, and if the turnover is so high, then we're not going to be successful. And finally, the number one thing, number two things I'll finally up. Committee on Quality of Education or Success. We have so many committees, and we are not all, I'm a retired cop, military guy, so I'm not an expert on this. So this is where I would love to see a committee on that. And then we have such a wonderful university, as well as those rebels down south and all the other universities where people working on their PhDs and masters could help us out with their research when they're working on their thesis. So those are my opinions, just my opinions, but those are things I definitely wanted to share, and many of you have heard the speech before, but I just want us to become a national model on how we did it. And the way I think we're going to do it is strategically, big picture, think outside the box, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee, Dr. McNeil wants to share something on that, and then we'll go to Trustee Smith.
No, absolutely, and thank you very much, Joe. You can go ahead and take your seat. I appreciate that. So first of all, just to address some of those items, typically when we're talking about education, we talk about the strategic plan which the board adopted. And so right now you have a 2-year strategic plan. And as we've done several times to go over that strategic plan, you have 5 goals. And the goal number 1 is around academic performance. And then within that goal 1, you have different objectives, which were the ones that we covered today. And then finally, within that, you have measurable outcomes, what we used to call initiatives. And so within each one of those measurable outcomes, that's the data that you're being able to see today. And I'm actually very proud of the fact we have never been a district that is not transparent around our student data. And I will also say that when we're talking about at-promise students and students that have all the abilities, and it's our job as educators to make sure that we can provide those opportunities for all our students so that we are able to eliminate achievement gaps through all of our subpopulations. And actually, the subpopulations are actually at the federal level. So we actually have to make sure that we disaggregate data within those particular subgroup populations. The one subgroup population that we actually added this year, because it was such a unique population, were our foster students and our students in the foster programs. So I just wanted to kind of add that context to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil.
Where do we go from here? I mean, so once we have the data, Superintendent McNeil, what do we do with it? Help me out here.
Well, that's exactly what the team was talking about today, Trustee Church, when we're talking about the initiatives around professional learning communities, when we talk about essential standards, when we talk about common assessments. It's really great when you're able to go into the classroom and actually see these processes at work. So I would encourage all of our trustees, as you all have, to go into the schools and actually sit and observe a professional learning community, because what you're going to be able to see are teachers and principals engaged in conversations around academic programming and what we need to do. And the 4 questions that Dr. Parks was talking about, that's exactly the work that needs to be done. So when we have a child, we get our results, we've done our common assessments, now we're sitting in a grade level team. Well, you know what? How did you, Beth, in 5th grade, get those assessment results? And then I'm going to be able to share that so that I can actually make progress with my students. And maybe Beth is going to take some of my kids because I'm going to take some of her kids, and we're going to be able to actually have different instructional groups. So those are very targeted approaches that we're doing in our schools.
If I might, so not sitting in on the classroom, but that we as trustees could sit on one of these PLC groups and just kind of listen in. We wouldn't interrupt, but just listen in.
No, we just set it up with Colleen, who helps us schedule whatever. Oh, yeah. They're actually very interesting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think that might help close a little bit of the loop that you're looking for, so you can see we get this data, what happens, that's what they do with it. And so that might help. Okay, all right. Thank you, Trustee Church. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much, President Taylor. Just a quick question and an observation. So this was my older son's first year taking the SBACs. So I am familiar through his perception of it about really how demanding the tests are, and then also some of the parent perceptions around that demandingness. With that said, I am intrigued that the SBAC started with a larger group of states that seems to be getting smaller. I know that this comes down from the State Department of Education, and I'm just curious, does the State Department of Education ever talk with us as districts about which statewide models and testing we might want to do? And I'm not saying SBAC is good or not good. I'm just curious what kind of relationship exists between the districts and the State Department of Education as we're evaluating what those metrics and different testing styles might be.
So I'll start, and then I know Dr. Davidson sits on several of the state level committees. So we actually have a very good, obviously, relationship with our Nevada Department of Education. And one thing that I'll also say is that there's another consortium, the PARC Consortium, that when the common assessments or the common standards were adopted way back in early 2010, I believe, 2008, 2010, you had two assessment consortiums. So you had Smarter Balanced, and then you had PARC. And as states have adopted different types of assessments, some states have moved over to PARC and some have moved out of SBAC. So it really depends on what the state has adopted. There have been conversations at the state level with other districts as far as taking a look at other types of assessments, but right now we're in the SBAC consortium.
And I'll just add, they do put out periodically RFPs, requests for proposals for assessments, and there is one right now that the state put out around ACT and sent a survey to many of our school staff to weigh in on what they think an assessment in high school should look like, and then they'll use that information as part of their RFP process. So they do review periodically what districts want. So I haven't seen one recently for SBAC, but I know ACT is happening right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Student Trustee Gomez.
Thank you, Madam President. After some of the questions that Trustee Church asked, I wanted to give some clarification as well as a student. I've taken the MAPS testing in elementary school, then I moved to SBAC. I took that 6th grade and 8th grade, and then freshman year. And with that, just tests, it depends on the student, how long you usually take. I would normally take 6, 7, 8 hours, but it's not, they won't put you in that room for 8 hours. They'll give you like 3 hours one day and then let you come back another day. They spread it out so you don't have to be sitting in front of a computer the whole time. And then this provides a lot of like benefits for like teachers and students and parents as well, because when parent-teacher conferences come, like last week, there was some throughout the whole district. Teachers and parents are able to talk about what good things their students are doing, or how parents can help their students better, what they need to work on or anything like that. And when it comes to their education as well, when students take the SBACs in 3rd grade or 4th grade, I remember in elementary school, students would go to a higher grade math class if they did really good on the SBACs. So the SBACs in these tests also help students to continue to get ahead if they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really good student perspective and understanding of that. So talking to someone who's actually taken them, that helps. That helps. Other questions, comments? This is an action item for the board to consider the updated measurables, the measure outcomes as presented. We saw the updates to them based upon what actual, if we met our targets and so on. So this is an action item if it is the pleasure of the board. Looking for a motion? If we're going forward with these, or we're not accepting them? See a nod over here to the Vice President.
I just have a question.
Okay.
Maybe. This accepts means that we just accept it as it is. Okay, doesn't mean that we think it's great.
Right, it just means
It's a
that
work in
the measurable
progress.
outcomes, and we're saying,
Right.
yes, we understand the outcomes. There were some adjustments that needed to be made, primarily due to COVID. We recognize, we understand that we aren't saying the data's bad or anything like this. Like, yes, great.
Right.
That was an example, Dr. Davidson. Okay, all right, data's good.
Okay, then. Well, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the update measures, outcomes as presented related to Goal 1, Objectives 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and Goal 5, Objective 5.1 for the 2021 school year.
Thank you, Vice President Renetto. Was there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. There's a motion on the floor that the board accepts the updated measurable outcomes as presented for Goal 1 and for Goal 5. We've had discussion.
I apologize. Can I seek clarification because Objective 1.5 was also included in the presentation?
I think she did say Goal 5, Objective 5.1. You said what else?
Objective 1.5.
Oh, 1.5.
So there's a typo.
Okay, so is that
a proposed motion?
So is that
on
a
the
friendly?
paper.
She has a friendly amendment to include 1.5. Trustee Rodriguez, you good with that friendly to include Objective 1.5? Okay, thank you. No, we want to get that straight. So now we're moving forward on the motion as read, and we will include Objective 1.5 in that. All right. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion carries. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Parks and staff, Dr. Davidson, Dr. Lamarca, Mr. Ernst, Area Super. Oh, actually, no, it's Chief Ernst now, Chief Accountability Officer, Chief Ernst. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll do a quick check-in to see. Why don't we go ahead and jump in? Let's go ahead and jump into agenda item 3.02. Okay, this is presentation and discussion and possible action on the redistricting for trustee districts B, C, and E following the 2020 United States Census, and provides direction to submit the information to the Washoe County Register of Voters. This is for possible action. Just as a reminder to my colleagues, at our last meeting, we had some discussion and then made a couple of updates to districts A and D. And then we said we asked them to come back with some more information surrounding districts B, C, and E. And here we are before us. We have Mr. Adam Searcy and our Director of Governmental Affairs, Ms. Lindsay Anderson.
Did we not make an adjustment to G as well? We straightened out the line.
Oh, we did
Just
G
to be
last time
sure.
as well.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
I apologize.
You're
Thank
stealing my thunder here.
Oh, sorry. There's too much introduction. Let's just say we're just going to go to this next agenda item. Here you go.
Thank you, President Taylor, Board of Trustees. That was a great introduction. It did kind of talk to what some of these slides are. So I'm very, very quickly going to go through a handful of slides just to reorient us into what we're doing here today. Again, you've seen these twice before, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. But what we're trying to do is get our new districts as close to equal as possible in both our at-large and our traditional 5 districts, within roughly 5% of that equal population distribution. These are the guidelines that you adopted as a board back in September to guide the work of the staff in presenting options to you with, again, these sort of important keywords that have been found in successful redistricting efforts in the past. So this was really what guided our work. If a potential scenario did not align with these guidelines, we went back to the drawing board. As you know, the public process, we've certainly been doing some publicity around redistricting. Every other agency is going through it right now, and we're anticipating a legislative redistricting, so it's kind of a hot topic for those that are interested. This is our 3rd board meeting talking about this. And to refresh you, as President Taylor mentioned, at the board meeting on October 12th, you took action on making adjustments between districts A and D to adjust those district boundaries, as well as making some changes to districts F and G, our at-large districts, as far as the redistricting process. During that meeting, you provided some feedback to our team that you were interested in looking at scenarios that address the Sun Valley area, which is what we're going to do here in just a minute. But just to refresh your memory, in terms of what you approved between A and D was option 3, moving both the Smithridge and the elementary school enrollment boundaries from A to D. I've been practicing, so I didn't transpose those because it's difficult. Certainly acknowledging that District A was large, and we know it's going to be anticipating growth over the next 10 years. And then a little more nuanced from District F to G, we had some pockets where we suggested some cleanup that got us very close to equal in those two at-large districts, and made the lines a little prettier, less jagged between our two at-large districts from District F to District G. So I'm going to hand it over to Adam here and his team. I just want to take this opportunity to say that they have been working so hard. They're amazing magicians with mapping technologies, and this can really take you down a rabbit hole. And so we've got a lot of options for you to consider here today. And I'll turn it over to Adam.
Thanks, Lindsay. Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities. I'll take this opportunity briefly to reference the attachment B associated with this item. You guys requested a list of the schools themselves per trustee district. So attachment B is reflective of basically the current district boundaries as adjusted last meeting and as existing here today. So just a listing of which school buildings reside in which trustee districts as of today. So there's 5 options just to sort of set the table, and we'll dive into the details on all 5 of those. Option 1, you saw last board meeting and is representative of no change. Again, just a reorientation. The numbers on the top of that table, 486,000, is the total population of Washoe County as of the 2020 census. 1/5 of that is 97,298. So that's a number that we're sort of comparing against. You can see the existing populations of the existing trustee districts B, C, and E in the table below. They are all well within the reasonable range of agreement, but you can also see, as we talked about last meeting, Sun Valley is represented by portions of B, C, and E. So option 1 is to remain no change. Option 2, we were able to develop a scenario where all of Sun Valley is represented by District B. So this slide illustrates what that might look like. You can see all of Sun Valley encircled with District B, and then the resulting changes to District C and E. The numbers on that map indicate the population at which each district would then be either beyond or below the plus or minus 5% range. So obviously we're adding 12, in this scenario we would be adding just over 12,000 residents to District B, and we would need to make some associated adjustments to balance that out. So a couple of areas that we identified as having the appropriate number of residents and meeting the logical boundary sort of thresholds that we set for ourselves are highlighted in here. Again, back to those numbers on the previous slide, we need to reduce District B by approximately 7,000 residents and then increase or repopulate Districts C and E by about 700 and 800 residents. That's just to be within the plus or minus 5% range. We're going to look at these 2 areas in detail. So up here in Spanish Springs, we selected an area that would move from B to C in this scenario to relieve B, repopulate C a little bit. That's you can see on the top, that's the existing boundary between B and C, and we'd be basically moving that line to the south along Pyramid, Los Altos, and then back up Vista. So very large logical geographic boundaries, and has approximately 7,200 residents within it that would be moving from B into C to sort of replace a portion of the residents that moved in Sun Valley. That's part one of rebalancing this scenario. Part two is over on the west side of Sparks. This would be the El Rancho Boulevard is the current boundary between E and B, and we'd be moving that line to the east, closer to Sparks Middle School and Risley there to Sullivan Lane. So the boundary would go on McCarran, down Sullivan, Oddie. That line would move to the right or to the east, capturing just over 1,400 residents from B into E. This is the resulting difference from equal by percentage. So taking all of those Sun Valley residents into B, but then relieving them into Spanish Springs, like we talked about, into C, and then relieving a portion in Sparks into E to rebalance. Those are the resulting numbers. Of course, no changes to A, D, F, and G. This is what the final boundary lines would look like on this map. You can see that little notch down there between Oddie and Sullivan that is moved over in this map, and that line going down Pyramid and over Los Altos, that has been adjusted, as have the final population numbers on this slide and the resulting percentages difference from equal. Okay, so that's option 2, moving all of Sun Valley into District B. Option 3, for completeness, we wanted to speak at the scenario where all of Sun Valley would be moved into District C. You can see the map, what that would look like. Obviously, that puts a whole bunch more folks into District C and takes a whole bunch of folks out of District B. We looked at a few different options, a whole bunch of folks out of B and E. We looked at a few different options to try to reconcile that. Obviously, that would include moving more folks in other areas from C down into E. The most logical opportunity there is Golden Valley. It was difficult to find enough residents and do so in a logical way that really made sense to bring Golden Valley down into E. Slightly better options between B and C, but having to reach perhaps as far up as Cali de la Plata and La Posada roads in Spanish Springs to bring enough folks out of C down into B. Ultimately, staff is not recommending those scenarios where moving all of Sun Valley into C, if for no other reason than it actually moves far greater number of residents than some of these other scenarios, more disruptive in that sense. So that's option 3. Similar logic for option 4. Again, for completeness, all of Sun Valley into E moves the most number of folks total, and similarly, we've now put over 12,000 additional residents into District E and need to make some adjustments sort of in the opposite direction. So you'd be pulling District C down into past Virginia Street, down into the Parr Boulevard and North Virginia area, and you'd be pulling District C down into the Sparks area to relieve them, similar or even further than what we saw on the previous slide. Again, ultimately, staff really was not supportive of either of these two options. We feel like if the desire is to unify the representation of Sun Valley into one trustee district, that the optimum way to do that would be through the option 2 of District B. However, also for good measure, we have option 5, which is sort of a hybrid, where instead of having Sun Valley represented by 3 trustee districts, we developed a scenario where they're ultimately represented by 2 trustee districts. This is the map that shows, as opposed to the existing one, where C has a northern portion of Sun Valley, this really shows only E and B representing Sun Valley almost equally in this scenario, and the resulting population numbers. So E and B on this slide at 101 and change and 99,000 and some are actually within the allowable range, but C is underpopulated, again, by about 714 residents. So we still need to make some adjustments to reconcile that. Just zooming in on Sun Valley to highlight how we get to this option, you can see on the left the current boundaries. E on the north end, or pardon me, C on the north end, E coming in from the west, and then B kind of representing the southern portion. On that after side, on the right hand, you can see that rectangle. It's bound kind of by 9th Street and I believe it's Yukon and 5th on the bottom. So taking that rectangle and moving it from D into B. That represents about 3,000 residents. Pardon me, C to B. Thank you. From C to B, this move is from C to E. So everything highlighted on the upper portion, almost 5,000 residents, that line would move to the north, basically, so the rest of Sun Valley there, that northern half, essentially, would become part of District E. Okay, so that's how we get to this map. Make these adjustments in Sun Valley, and then of course we need to make some corresponding adjustments elsewhere to better balance out these numbers. So these are both scenarios where on the left hand side we're moving from E to C. Right? We just moved a whole bunch of folks into E from C. Now we need to replenish them back elsewhere, and we're looking at this sort of new subdivision in between Golden Valley and Panther Valley. If you're familiar with that area, those subdivisions are much more well connected to sort of geographically to Golden Valley. And so we felt like logically and from a neighborhood standpoint that would actually work well to move that neighborhood from E to C. That's about 2,000 residents. Similarly then in Spanish Springs, so on that exhibit on the right hand side, the boundary line is Sparks Boulevard. If you zoom out in your mind, Pyramid is a little bit off the page to the left. So you're going down Sparks Boulevard instead of before we were going down Pyramid. Carving out Sparks and then going up, that's actually the Ore Ditch. So again, another significant geographic boundary line back up to the existing boundary line between B and C. That carves out about 2,200 residents. It's a well-defined, logical, geographic boundary line place to draw it. Both moving some folks from E to C and from B to C to make up for the amount of residents that we removed from C in Sun Valley. This is what the final map looks like for option 5. You can see Sun Valley split almost equally between districts E and B. You can see the area of Golden Valley sort of extended a little bit above North Valley's high school into C, and then that little pocket dropping down Sparks Boulevard, C carving out 2,200 residents out of B to balance everybody back out. And these are the resulting difference from equal percentages that those population numbers represent. So that was a pretty fast tour through options 1 through 5. This is sort of the summary slide of all of the different district difference from equal percentages. Again, A, B, F, and G, pardon me, A, D, F, and G do not change. We acted on those districts last meeting and focused on B, C, and E. We essentially have 3 options, one of which is no change. You saw early on and you saw last month, but then all of Sun Valley to B as presented in option 2, and then all of Sun Valley split between B and E only as presented in option 5. So hopefully one of those strikes you. I'd be happy to answer any questions. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for all the options. Before we even come here, we have a little public comment, so why don't we go ahead and hear?
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Sorry, it's just loading. Okay, now we can start.
Okay, pull that mic down a little bit, sir, so we can hear you. Thank you.
All right. And so I do like the option to move it all Sun Valley to District B, because I heard she said like you have a history of Ella and Manila have a history with Sun Valley. So it makes sense to all the Sun Valley residents to District D, so that give more representative to Ella and Manila rather than all three trustees. So I do like the option one. The option one, the border, the southern border between the moving from B to C. That the elementary school boundary or also elementary school boundary of a Hester border and a Belgian elementary school, that makes sense to have a more representative to single school, elementary school over here. On District 2, it seems like it does not make sense, but you have to balance out the school board. But no more better way to move all the Spark Middle School, all the boundary, or move to Racely and then Maxwell, all the middle school boundary to District E, that make a more geographical, more representative of the school board. And we do know that all the trustees, to become a trustee C, you have to I very not recommend it. So if you do that, you have to make a E to Golden Valley to E, and then all the Sky Ranch Middle School boundary all the way to District B. And then District E, it did not make sense, all of Sun Valley to E. And like you have to do, if you make a E, you have to make all the Verdi to District D, and then all it means that District D is overcrowded or overrepresentative. You have to move back all Hallbaker Smith Street to District A, and then District A had to make it to District B, all of Hidden Valley downstream area to District B. So I do not like the spread. I do not recommend this spread, but I do see on the North Valley, the Golden Valley, to make sense to District C, but like for the next 10 years, maybe next 10 years we could look it up on that. And then North Valley, I do like it, so I also might look up Spark. So I will pick the option 2.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go here. We have this involves 3 trustees: Trustee Rodriguez, Vice President Minetto, and myself. So I see all of us as we continue everybody's leaning in to get the best view that we can. Trustee Minetto, Vice President Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to make sure I'm still in my district, I can walk to Los Altos. I live to the south on Galleria, just off Galleria. And from what I can tell on the map, it looks like I can see my little house. It looks like I'm still in my area. I just want to make sure if we go with option 2, which is my preference.
Sorry, you said you live on the south side of Los Altos?
Stay in your mic. Stay in your mic, Ms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I do. There's Los Altos. There's Galleria. See that little house right there? That's mine.
So what slide are you on?
Oh, I am on slide 12. I'm at the bottom.
We'll get that back up on the screen.
In bigger form.
So the option there, Los Altos would be the southern border of District C. So if you're to the south of Los Altos, kind of where that cursor is, and Sepulveda there, that's all going to remain in District B.
Okay, thank you. I just,
Pretty much that shaded area is going to become District C. Not pretty much, exactly. Pyramid, Los Altos, Vista.
thank you. I just want to make sure.
So this, just as we stay on this slide, I want to make sure that I'm following on option 2. So this is really this is the piece of Sun Valley that would move to B. Is this all of B?
On option 2, the piece of Sun Valley that would move
I mean,
to
not
B.
Sun Valley. This is B as it is.
On option 2, B as it is the blue line up top, everything to the south of that blue line kind of.
Uh-huh.
And we're saying in this option 2, that shaded area that's labeled 1 needs to move to District C in order to balance District B. So that blue line would instead come down Pyramid.
It looks green to me. Is it green?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is it
Turquoise?
green?
Can we settle
okay,
on?
okay. I was like, oh my goodness, I don't see a blue line. Okay, okay, so like, oh my goodness, it's worse than I thought. Okay. All right, so I'm sorry. Go back to what you were saying, Mr. Searcy.
No. So the teal line is
teal. Okay, I'm with you. I got you.
That's the existing
I got
boundary, and in option 2, it would be moving down Pyramid, across on Los Altos, and back up Vista to create that shaded area labeled 1.
Thank you.
That would all become District C.
C, that would move up. That's. And your house is down there at the bottom. So you're good. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Whew. That was a little scary. Okay, now let's go up one slide. Okay, and then let's talk to that again similarly, if we would. I think one slide. Yeah, there we go. Let's talk to that similarly with 2, because that's the part of District E. Actually, that's part of C that will move to E. Let me get closer.
That's part of B that would move to E.
That's part of B. That's what I meant. That's part of, because C is up part. That's part of B that will move
Yeah,
to E.
if you want,
I got
maybe
it.
2 slides down is zoomed in on 2. There you go.
Okay.
So that teal line on El Rancho would just move a few blocks to the east to Sullivan. So you'd have that entire shaded area would now become part of District E.
Okay. Up to McCarran?
Yep, between McCarran and Oddie.
Let's see.
So that almost gives me hug, huh?
I still have.
So close.
Yeah, it's obviously buttoned right up against Sparks and Risley, and then right to that Sullivan-McCarran intersection, but everything above McCarran and the new Hug High School will be in District B.
District, that's B?
Bravo, yep.
Oh, you can see it doesn't come down that far. Okay. That's so close. Yes.
Now, I don't see any schools in this little area of number 2. Is that correct? I don't want to lose any schools either. I'm selfish.
So the only areas that, on any of these scenarios, that we're proposing to make adjustments to are in Sun Valley.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah. All of the schools in Sun Valley are potentially in play in these scenarios, but there's no school building in that geographic area, nor is there in Spanish Springs in the areas that we're putting forth, or Golden Valley.
Okay, so this then, I'm looking to have, I'm watching Trustee Rodriguez to see when you're ready to weigh in, because it includes your district as well. So just as we're having this conversation though, and then we look at our list of schools, what this does, looking from straight from a District E lens, then once we get to the fall of 2022, that gives me one comprehensive high school. Could I also have TMCC High School, by the way, which isn't listed? Because that line didn't change. No, that line didn't change.
That's correct.
Right? So TMCC High School was not included on here, should be, for E. But in terms of a comprehensive high school, that leaves District E with just one, right, McQueen?
That's a good point. Obviously, we're repurposing the current Hug High School, so Debbie Smith Career and Technical High School would be in that same location, but for at least that one school year there, you might be down one comprehensive high school.
Well, the CTE is not a comprehensive high school, is it? That's like ACT, is it? Is it?
It is.
It is. We can
Yeah.
say that is. It is, because ACT is. I think I'm just trying to make up a reason to get hugged. Okay, Trustee Rodriguez?
I'm scouring the list. It doesn't appear you have a school building in Sun Valley. Is that accurate to your understanding?
That is correct. I have residents, but not a school building.
Okay.
If I might chime in,
Yes, please, Trustee Rodriguez.
first, Mr. Searcy, I appreciate all the work you and your team have done for this, and you brought some great options here. I think my one only concern would be for Vice President Minetto would be just pushing really close on that. What's it, 4.38%? Pushing really close on there for the next thing per pog. One of my main concerns right there.
I'm sorry, you broke up again. Say that again, Trustee Rodriguez.
Sorry. My only concern would be for Vice President Minetto with the numbers for option 2. We're pushing really close on that 5% number. I guess we're kind of doing the same with A as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Searcy? You want to try to be plus or minus 5%?
Right, and what I would say, Trustee Rodriguez, is, again, we are, whatever census data we have right now is what any challenge would be against. So I do think it's important to take in future growth possibilities into consideration, but it couldn't be challenged. And I guess I would say there's no rule that you cannot redistrict within the 10-year period. Again, if you wanted to, but again, you would have to use the 2020 census data to guide that redistricting effort.
Not current population?
Right, because there is no other basis, there's not another census done. Anything else done is a survey or projection type method. I think we talked about this originally, maybe the first time we did the presentation around District B and D in particular being sort of the most landlocked. And District C and A having likely the most growth potential going forward, which I think gave us a little bit more comfort into the looking at the numbers that you referenced. But certainly a valid point. Just wanted to kind of give that context to what you're looking at.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nicolette?
Yeah, I'm looking much closer at what, this is mind-bending work, I just want you to know. Where's the academic stuff? I'm noticing that to President Taylor's point, I'm noticing then that HUG will only have one trustee, that's me, and there won't be any of that discrete district for HUG because I don't see them any other place after 2022.
I think it will go to it will go to B.
B?
Based upon this, it will go
I'm
to
looking at this.
What page are you on?
Maybe I shouldn't be looking at this one. I'm looking at the colors.
What page? Can you help
the
us?
columns. It's the page all by itself.
Oh, okay.
The attachment B,
thank you.
associated with the agenda item has this sort of
Yeah.
color
the one I was
coordinated
looking at.
spreadsheet. And
that's what I
in
was
District
looking
B, in the, we'll call it tan, no?
But that's the
White,
new.
yellow?
That's the new
Is that
HUG.
mauve?
Yeah, but if you look at this one, correct me if I'm wrong. If you look at this one, I see new HUG in two places. I see it in F and B, and fall of 2022, I only see old HUG, Debbie Smith, in F.
It would also be in E.
Well, if you look,
Am I correct? It would be
okay.
in, it would be
It's
in
just not
E.
listed there.
Yeah, it's not
Okay.
listed. It would be in E as well as TMCC High School. Now looking at, let me go back to the presentation that we are. Okay, look, I'm back to slide 22, just looking at numbers, and trying to consider what Trustee Rodriguez mentioned, just from a numbers standpoint as well. And looking at option 2, how do we feel about District E being so close to 5% on the other side? District E being my district, with some growth potential, but a little less, not quite as much as A. Talk to me about that a little bit. That got my attention. I mean, I don't know, numbers-wise, I'm not looking as much about it, but just from a, we want to be within 5% is generally acceptable. Our target was around 3. We didn't land there for everything, but kind of close, and where we didn't, because we knew there'd be some growth potential with his colleagues. What do you think?
Which option are you looking at?
I'm not looking at I'm looking at the last slide, slide 22.
Yeah, I'm there. Option 1, 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at option 2. I hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Option 2 gives District E 4.3% below that. Oh, we're all going to be above or below.
When we say 5%, that
it's either way.
In D, 3.54 would be toward the 5.
It's over. It's over.
Explain that to me.
One positive, one
Yeah, one's positive. Oh no, but what I
I'm sorry.
no. What I go ahead. Let staff. Go ahead, staff. Go ahead, staff. I'll let Mr. Searcy.
So the plus or minus it's an absolute value. You know, we want it less than 5. So your point about the number of 4.38 being a little closer to 5 than any of the other numbers is noteworthy. And, you know, sometimes it's an imperfect puzzle solution. We're trying in option 2 to get all of Sun Valley into one district, and then coming up with ways to resolve the resulting, you know, imbalance that creates. So we take that area 2 between Sullivan and El Rancho and move that into E. That brings E back up to a population which is less than 5% away from equal. That's the negative reflects that it's, you know, whatever the number was, 93,000 population or something like that versus 97,000 and change is exactly equal. Okay. As far as, you know, the future growth, relative to, say, for example, District C or District A probably have slightly higher projected growth over the next 10 years, but then you're in a close third behind perhaps District A as far as projected population growth in the next 10 years, probably ahead of District B and District D, which are less...
They're pretty locked.
Right, exactly. So what I think I'm trying to suggest is that number will actually likely trend closer to 0. You're going to catch up faster than some of the other districts to equal. So maybe another way of summing it up is we tried to vet a lot of different sub options and solutions. We didn't want to put something forward that we didn't feel good as staff. Thinking through a whole laundry, you know, quite a deep rabbit hole of variations on these. We feel like this is solid, defensible, and will stand the test of time. That's also partially why we didn't put forward options for 3 and 4. But it is noteworthy. I want to make sure everybody understands what that number means and why it may or may not be acceptable.
So that being said, let's look, looking at, I do think our ask was, what can we do to have Sun Valley not be as split? Right, and I think that was part of our ask, from a balance standpoint. Let's look at option 5, because it does still split it, but it only splits it by 2, but it makes the numbers a little bit more balanced. There will be growth. There is growth in E now, but I don't think it will rival the growth in A, just because there's so much more growth in A right now. There's just so, yeah, we have growth in Verdi, but there's a lot of growth in A. So let's look at 5. Can you put the map up there? Will you please put the map up there? 21. Slide number 21. Yeah, that's it. And this is, talk a little bit about the moves on here, if you would, please, Mr. Citizen.
Sure. So as you can see, that line through Sun Valley represents the new boundary between E and B. It is roughly equal, 55-45 sort of split of the total population of Sun Valley between E and B. And then to balance out that sort of loss to C, we're adding that sort of southern limits of Golden Valley. So as before, that boundary line was really right behind North Valley's high school. Would be
it was actually a cutout. You go on Golden Valley, and then it's kind of a cutout.
Yeah.
So that North Valley's high school fit in, and then you get back to Golden Valley.
Yeah. So Alice Smith and North Valley's high school would stay in District C, but the newest developments in that portion of Golden Valley, that line between C and E would be moved to the south. So putting really all of those Golden Valley residents into District C. We like that change for about 2,000 residents. And then similarly, some folks from B into C over there in Spanish Springs, carving out between Sparks Boulevard and Vista, really up along that ore ditch. So you can kind of see that notch taken out of...
So right here, let's see, this is 580, right? And then this is, where's North Valley High School? Up here, right?
Bingo. You got it.
Right, North Valley High School is here.
Yep.
So that would take that, is that an exit? I'm trying to get off it. I don't know where it is. Anyway, it's not at the Golden Valley Head Drive exit anymore, which is where it is right now.
Right. So if you found North Valley's high school,
Yep.
that's about where that line is right now, from 395 cutting straight across.
That's pretty much it.
And so we're just we're just moving that a little bit further south from where North Valley's high school is about where the line is now, to where that line shown there is about the neighborhoods that we would be moving from E to C.
More of the residents here that already go to North Valley's high school would actually be in that district.
Correct.
Whereas right now, there's some residents here that of mine, but the school is not mine.
Correct.
If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Now, similarly, in Sun Valley, from a school facility standpoint, District E would be gaining, I think, Esther Bennett, Desert Skies Middle School, and possibly Palmer.
In that area.
I think. So you'd be picking up a couple schools in Sun Valley in that scenario. District B, there's no schools in that Sun Valley adjustment. Just be a population reconciliation from B to C. And then within Sun Valley in that area, I don't believe there's any change in school. I'm not sure. I'd have to be certain on where Palmer is in that pocket. I think Palmer would actually move from C to B, pick up Palmer, and that'd be it.
Get your mic, please, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Sorry, excuse me. Palmer's it's on Klondike. It's just south of the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a couple blocks.
I think it would land in District B in this option.
Okay, questions, feedback, thinking.
Mr. Searcy, with option 2, does District C gain any schools with that move extending down towards Los Altos? I think.
No, option 2, that move in Spanish Springs where we're going down Pyramid over Los Altos and back up Vista, you may recall, there's no school facilities located within that area. You'd only be gaining residents.
There's this right there off Los Altos. I might just.
Yeah, Sepulveda is off of Los Altos, but that would remain in District B.
Okay.
Other comments? I will say this then, just, can we go back to slide 20? Okay, if we go back to slide 20, and this, I'm going to admit this to my colleagues, this is absolutely selfish. I'll admit it. Can we carve out Hug High School for E?
Carve out what?
Hug High School. Oh, you do. I know. We can say no. It's okay.
Go there all the You can go anytime.
Huh? I know. That's what I have with Golden, and that's what I have in Golden Valley. Okay, that was very selfish. I just had to put it out there. I had to put it on the record. What were you going to say, Dr. Nicolette?
I understand, because originally I thought I was going to give up Hug, but no, I'm not.
Yeah, whatever.
Desert Skies Middle School.
Oh, no, I love Desert Skies.
You pick that one up.
Oh, no, I love Desert Skies.
Sounds like the football draft.
Well, yeah, for a player to be named later. Yeah, for a school to be named later.
I think you can see, President Taylor, why we struggled with this and why we came originally without a recommendation, because it was so hard to choose a better option. And so we appreciate your struggle with this. We've been through that mental exercise as well.
Yep. No, that's not struggle. That's just basically selfish. I mean, that's just, that's honestly that what that is. That's an attempt to keep my alma mater. Okay, let's move this back to some. Yes, Trustee Rodriguez.
I'll just say, I guess, my 2 cents for my neighboring trustees at B and E. I don't really like option 5, honestly, just because, I think we wanted to either A, try to get mostly under one trustee as much as possible, and just to go from 3 to 2, which honestly, District C, I have a little sliver of that pie. I don't think it really changes a whole lot. I think it's a lot of changes for something that's almost, I always feel kind of a moot point. So I would say either keep it as it is or option 2.
Okay, well, I think we've had plenty of discussion. You've walked us through this very, very well, so thank you very much. I made my selfish effort to keep my alma mater unsuccessfully. That's okay, I'm a big girl. It's not okay, but I am a big girl. So looking for a motion, what's the pleasure of the board? And looking specifically to the trustees that are impacted, as I can tell by yesterday it was those three. Last 2 weeks ago it was those 3, and we kind of watched, and now it's us 3, and they're kind of watching. So looking to Vice President Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the option 2 for trustee B, C, and E, and directs the superintendent to deliver the final restricting maps to Washoe County Registrar of Voters.
Redistricting maps.
Who? What?
Yes. Redistricting maps, right? Okay, there's a motion on the floor that we go with option 2. Is there a second? Okay,
I'll second.
I was going to say, Trustee Rodriguez, you said you wanted option 2. Okay, there's a second. Thank you, Trustee Church. Let's have discussion. Trustee Rodriguez? Oh, okay.
He wanted to be the second.
Oh, you wanted to be the second? Will you withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, so therefore we have that, okay? I know, I get it. You were trying. All right, so we have an option on the floor and a second that we adopt option 2.
I just have one question.
Okay.
So that is page 14 of the map, of the PowerPoint.
Yes, I believe so. Let's confirm it, Mr. Searcy.
My page numbers are covered
It's
up
slide-
on my
yeah,
printout
slide
here.
14, I think, for us.
14 represents the final map and the final
Numbers.
difference from equal associated with option
Mhm.
2.
Yes. So in
Yep.
answer to your question, Trustee Church, yes.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Done with discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? I want to say no, but I know it's the right thing to do. So motion carries 6-0. I do want to say no, though.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
President Taylor, I also
I'll try not
wanted
to hold that against you, too, for not giving me a hug.
to call out Brett Rodello, sitting there in the back, very patiently, very quiet, but he is one of the architects of these maps and all of the work, along with Mr. Searcy and Ms. Anderson. So,
Thanks for your work very much. Okay, we'll take a dinner break, and then we'll get to something. Speaking of Hug High School, we'll get to something very exciting. So let's take this our 20 minutes and come on back. 20-minute dinner break. Come on back. Before, you know what? One thing before we do, I will ask my colleagues. Look, there's nothing new to report on agenda item on the COVID item. So my inclination is to pull it, but I want to see if anybody has a big resistance to that. It's agenda item 3.06. Nothing, so we'll go ahead and pull agenda item 3.06. Okay, 20-minute break, and we'll be right back for 03, 04, and 05. So would follow the agenda item 3.02 that we just did anyway, because it is about our schools. So what we have before us, 3.04, presentation and possible action to approve the name of the Family Resource Center at the new Proctor R. Hug High School as the Feimster Family Resource Center. This is for possible action, and before us is Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Michelle Anderson, and continuing before us is Mr. Adam Searcy. Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, Dr. Taylor, trustees, Dr. McNeil. Thank you so much. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. And with me is my fellow colleague.
Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities. Thank you.
I am very honored to be one of the individuals sitting in front of you to present this item. I was fortunate enough to be able to work with two members of the Feimster family during my tenure at the city of Reno, so a little bit special to me to be up here. The new Proctor R. Hug High School is currently under construction, as we all know, and it will open to students in August 2022. Dolores and Daryl Feimster, Dolores and Daryl Feimster both made contributions to Proctor R. Hug community and to the community at large. And I think we all know the Feimster family as a whole is dedicated to public service and civil rights. They are staunch advocates of the community, and particularly the community served by Proctor R. Hug High School. For those that aren't familiar, Dolores Feimster worked in the Washoe County School District for more than 30 years, including 25 at Proctor R. Hug. She was known for her vigorous and generous support of all students, particularly the underprivileged students. She was a former president of the Reno Sparks NAACP and a longtime activist in the community, serving on boards or as a volunteer for many community service organizations, including Washoe Legal Services, the Economic Opportunity Program, and the Community Services Agency of Washoe County. And Daryl Feimster was a graduate of Proctor R. Hug High School, go Hawks, and the University of Nevada, Reno, a longtime public servant and a volunteer, and was the first Black African-American male to serve on the Reno City Council.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I will also add, just as I jump in, is Daryl Feimster also opened the first Family Resource Center in the Washoe County School District, which is at Glen Duncan Elementary School. So that's another reason why this is an appropriate recognition. So I just wanted to add that to make sure that was on the record as well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So a little bit about the school and the location of the Family Resource Center, but just to back up for a second, Hopefully many of you have had an opportunity to see images of progress at the new school. Many of you have taken tours. It's worth noting and reiterating, we spent a significant amount of time and energy to rezone the enrollments of those schools through Sun Valley into this school, and to talk about the benefit that these students will receive from attending this newest, finest, state-of-the-art school will resonate through these children's lives for generations to come, every single one of them that walks through those doors. In addition to just the experience at that school, the Family Resource Center, the Feemster Family Resource Center, will be a part of these students and their families' lives, a part of this community, a true anchor for this community that will make a difference in these children's lives. I wanted to not only say that, but to help describe it. This is just a profile view of what we're intending to construct. Significant windows, tremendous square footage, and then of course the prominent feature of the name. This next slide, though, will give you a little bit better sense if you've been in the school, or if you can recall from some of the renderings, or if you've even seen images from outside the school. The front door sends you, the only real way to matriculate through the school from that front door is through this view on the right-hand side image here. You're going to be passing through this multi-purpose room. This is truly the heart of the school. On that first floor, you've got the cafeteria, the media center, and on the right-hand side, basically, as you're facing that image, is the space. The photo on the left is actually a photo. On the right is a rendering. You can see those wooden panels and the rooms behind what will be behind storefront glass. The reason I'm trying to orient you and explain this is to demonstrate the prominence of the location of this Family Resource Center. The name, of course, but the access to it and all the benefits that it will provide is featured as prominently as really any other aspect of this building. So everybody who passes through this school, whether they're being touched by that Family Resource Center or not, will see that name and that sign, and they'll know what happens, what resources are available inside that room. So we're really excited. The project's going very, very well, and that's kind of the context. I really appreciate the addition, President Taylor. There are so many reasons why this is such a nice addition to the school, and we're looking forward to opening that school to students next school year.
Thank you so much. We'll go first to the superintendent, and then we have a couple of members of the Feemster family, and I would love to have an opportunity to hear from them as well. And we're so glad you could be here. I know there's a lot going on, but it's only appropriate that you're here as the board makes this decision. Superintendent?
So I just wanted to add to, just for the public's knowledge and those trustees that may not know what a Family Resource Center does, it really provides intense wraparound support services for our students and for our families. So whether it would be something such as rental assistance, such as food. We work, as you all know, very closely with the Northern Nevada Food Bank. So it really works to make sure that the students have every barrier taken down. And when we have a Family Resource Center on site, such as this would be, it really brings the whole community together. So whether we're talking about rental assistance, whether food, whether counseling, those types of supports, that's what we're able to do within our Family Resource Centers.
I would also add that the roles that Dolores Feemster played at Hug High School, she was probably the first Family Resource Center, quite honestly, on her own, because I was one of those students, very, very fortunate to be blessed by her and her leadership, her mentorship, her caring, her resources in the community, and all of that. And as I said, Daryl opened the first one of this. So it's the wraparound piece. And here's the thing I think is really important that I really do want to put on the record. People talk so much, they're always saying, just do the R's, the 3 R's. When this doesn't happen, the kid can't get to the 3 R's. That's the thing we have to recognize. If you don't have a place to live, then you aren't going to be doing very good in school. If you don't have a place to eat because you can't get to a food bank, you cannot learn. Research backs this up. So no, is this directly a 3 R's, so to speak? No, but we don't get to the 3 R's if the kid doesn't have clothes. if they have an unsafe family situation at home. And that's why the impact of COVID impacted people so much, because we aren't able to do these same kinds of resources. So I would submit that this is so foundational, and to be able to have it in the school that's going to be our shining light, because it's going to be such an amazing school in a community where we have families that are more likely to utilize this kind of support and to bring it right there to them, brand new, and with the name of someone who, of a family who is known for these kinds of services and care and service to the community, is just the thing to do. It's just the thing to do. So I just had to put that on the record that, no, this isn't 3 R's, but what are you doing to help kids academically? This is helping kids academically. This is it as well. It won't show up on the assessment data, but this is it as well. It's just as important. So that being said, I know there are 2 members of the Feimster family. I'd like to, Adrian, I want to start with you, if I may. Such an advocate for your grandmother, I think the Yellow House, right? And all of that. So thank you for being here with us. We'd love to have you. And then we'll go to Lonnie.
Thank you all. Good after evening, trustees.
Right.
Thank you for your work. I'm really honored to see this. It's pretty exciting, and I absolutely agree. You know, if children don't have these core components, how can we ask for more? It's like the basic essentials to being able to focus, being able to study, being able to fail and be excited about the next day. So it's really touching. This is what's important to my family, is that children and families have this type of support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, advocating so hard for your family, because it's well deserved. And we want to make sure that this is such a tribute to your family. Can't wait for the opening, and then we do an opening for the family, and really just do this thing right, because your family deserves it. Family deserves it. Thank you. Mr. Feimster?
Hello, everyone. I'm Lonnie Feimster, one of the many Feimster children that grew up in this community. And some people don't realize my mother was born about a mile from Huck High School. The current location, not too far from the new Huck campus. But I really just wanted to say a few things and thank the staff and thank all the school board members for serving. My wife served on this committee, and I really told her, don't even think about running again. It is way too challenging. But I do appreciate your work, and I've served a long time in the community doing community service advocacy work for low-income communities of color and low-income people. And I was born here, and most of my family, in fact, all my siblings were born here. And I think this is really a great tribute. I'd say I'm proud for the recommendation, but I don't use the word proud anymore, because I know that God has blessed us all, and I was blessed to have a wonderful mother and wonderful brother and a wonderful family. So I'm blessed to have this opportunity to say that I think the humanitarian work done by my mother, Dolores, and my brother, Daryl K. Feimster Sr., his work at the Glenn Duncan Family Focus Center is just an embodiment of what my mother gave him in providing a role model and the discipline it takes, regardless of the amount of money you have, to do good in the community. And both of their lives was to help families commit to the education of young people and to help families find resources in the community. That's why it really hit me that this would be a great tribute to them. We got a big family. It ain't being named after me if that's your decision, but I think it is a very important part of putting history in front of our children and community. I always remember going to Fred Trainer Junior High. I was the first 3-year graduate. There was a big mountain in the backyard, and we had to climb over the mountain to get home. But I always looked at the picture of Fred W. Trainer, and I said, I want to be somebody that's known. But my mother and brother both have embodied that, and I think it's it's very appropriate for what you're proposing, and I hope that you decide to do that, because it is important that we hold up our heroes in our community to our young people so that they become humanitarians also. This is about being humanitarian. That's, I think, what we've been lacking, and what I've been seeing is that a lot of young people don't understand how important it is to care about all people. There are no racial groups. There are only ethnicities, and we all are descended from people, and we're all humans, and we need to be better humanitarians. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I hope you vote to adopt the recommendations by staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you for being here. We do have some public comment, and we'll bring it back here to the board.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran, welcome.
Hello, I want to say thank you, Mr. Feaster, for contributing to this community, Northeast Reno community as well. So I know building the Future Family Research Center is great for a family, because a lot of this area have no opportunity for the student to go to attend a grade high school. But this one will give opportunity to provide food and bank, because this student have no money at all. They're low-income student, high risk, so we want them to succeed throughout the high school. We have a realignment up to a high school, new Hug High School, and up to the feeder school, so that's great. And also, I want to talk about this family while we're here. Their ability and San Reno have improved. No, not improved. We'll work on the improve for rename the streets of let's say Cotterville or Left Nice Street. I don't know what street it is. That renamed to Feaster Street as well. And
we want to keep you here. Well, I'm supportive of that personally, but we got to keep you on this agenda item about the Family Resource Center.
Yeah, so this one will bring community together as a hub community. So I'm not sure my sister will go to Huck High School for next 2 or 3 years when they're freshman in high school in 2024. So I'm gonna try wait and see. So I do support that emotion. So supportive family. We deserve more better than that.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll bring it back here to the board. And what I want to do, just to make sure I can do this, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, because I want to be able to make the motion, and then we'll have a second, and we can have any discussion that we need to have on here. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the Family Resource Center at Proctor R. Hug High School be named the Family Resource Center in honor of Dolores and Daryl Feimster and the family. Second. Okay, you have a motion on the floor, and there is a second. Now we can have any discussion that we think we need to have on this, huh? Look, I know it gets a little emotional. I mean, when you think about the impact, it's a little emotional. Hey, I was one of those people she helped. I was one of those people she helped. So, all right. Any discussion? Certainly don't need to. Then let's have a vote. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? There better not be any opposition. All right. The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Well deserved. Thank you, staff, for coming up with this as a great way to honor that family, and we look forward to a ribbon cutting to do this thing. We look forward to it. And we certainly will need a bigger room. We need to be over there, because they'll fill up all this situation and all the overflow and all of that. But we certainly want to make sure that they're honored. So, and thank you for allowing us to use your name, because I think it's going to be great for that community. All right, thanks to you both. Ms. Anderson, thank you to your team for coming up with this. Samantha, for helping us work through this. We appreciate it. It's going to be amazing. All right, I love it when we get to do the good stuff. All right, so now we're going to go on to agenda item 3.03. presentation, discussion, and possible action surrounding the data of the bail schedule survey, and to provide direction for possible changes to school start times. This is for possible action. Well, we're way past 4 o'clock, so we're just going to turn it over to our CEO, Mr. Etchart, and Ms. Anderson stays here with us.
Thank you very much. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So we are here today to talk about school start time options. So we're going to mainly provide you with the results of the community outreach regarding bell schedule options, but we're going to begin with providing a quick recap of the previous board actions, a quick recap of the focus and goals of the steering committee, and a review of the potential impacts, both the positive impacts as well as the challenges and costs of the different options. And then Michelle and Laura will get into the community outreach that took place in the survey results, and we will conclude with the superintendent's recommendation. So I'm not going to obviously read all of this. You've seen it, but this bell schedule options work began approximately 2 years ago, with the board voting to proceed with looking at options that would potentially have middle schools and high schools starting later in the morning. In June of this year, you directed the staff to formulate an outreach plan in order to provide feedback from the community on their bell schedule preferences. So when this work began, a steering committee was created that included representatives from throughout the district. Their focus was to bring to you feasible options for changing the current bell schedule to primarily not start school as early in the morning as it currently does. They were also asked to include costs and logistical impacts for the various bell schedule options, and very importantly, to develop a process to engage community stakeholders to gain their input on potential changes to the bell schedule. So this slide from previous presentations was again included that links to the references at the end of this presentation on why a bell schedule change is being considered. So I know you've seen this before, but we always want to include it. So as has been discussed at the past presentations, there are many impacts to changing the bell schedule, and I'm sure you've heard from many of your constituents on several of these, including after-school athletic and extracurricular programs, daycare issues, etc. We also have several high schools with customized start times, and in my discussions with the Office of School Leadership, I was told that the area superintendents had discussions with these principals, and it was agreed that if the board voted to change the start times, that these high schools would adopt a new bell schedule, and customization of the bell times would not be an option going forward.
So if I may, so just to make sure we're clear, so for those, we know they have that, I think it's block schedule, right? They've agreed that they'll go with whatever the master scheduling is, or is it still be, so they, okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yeah, that's what I was told by the Office of School Leadership.
Okay, thank you.
So as a recap, the bell schedule steering committee wanted to give the board as many feasible options as possible that had middle school starting no earlier than 8 a.m. and high school starting no earlier than 8:30 a.m. The committee analyzed the transportation cost of these changes, which range from no financial impact to slightly over $1.5 million in annual operating costs. And the need for bus drivers ranged from, as you can see, from 0 to 32 would be needed for these options. And when we really discussed these impacts, in order to develop the cost impacts, the Transportation Department analyzed the annual costs associated with additional routes, drivers, fuel, and maintenance costs. This analysis did not include the cost of adding additional buses. So we were asked this question. Now, it could be possible to try and extend the life of our existing bus fleet for those additional routes. But it should be noted that our current metric right now is to replace buses that are older than 15 years. And right now we have currently 95 buses that are over that age. And in 2022, we're going to have another 24 that reach that age limit. So thankfully, we are replacing 18 buses this year, and our maintenance staff does a great job of keeping our older buses on the road. But we do have, a lot of older buses, and we're working on trying to replace those. So the acquisition cost, if we were to add that on to this, and I'll get into the options, if we were to add that on, it would range from 0, obviously, for option B, all the way up to about a little less than $5 million to buy new buses if we were to do that for options C and D. So these are the options that you have seen before and that were sent to the community for input. I believe this information is good for you to have, and I think for the board to know what, the community desires, especially in the future as we hopefully get back to some kind of normal staffing levels. But because, as I stated in June, right now to implement some of these that require bus drivers would really be infeasible. We really just don't have the buses to make those changes at this time. So I went over why options B through F require more drivers in June, but if you want a refresher or have any questions on how these costs were developed, I can definitely go back into this in more detail if you wish.
Everybody kind of remember that? I know June, and I know Trustee Rodriguez, and I know Trustee Smith, you weren't on yet, but you're probably thinking about joining at that time. So if you have any questions around that, we want to make sure we don't leave the two of you behind on this, okay? You're good?
I appreciate that. For the record, I actually had a private meeting, and that was explained to me, so I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay. So not to really jump to the community response, and I don't want to jump too far ahead, but I would like to give you a couple items to consider in regards to option A and its operational impacts. For example, the current 7:30 a.m. start, obviously everything just kind of moves forward half an hour. So it would become an 8 a.m. start. The middle schools would end at 2:30 rather than currently ending at 2 o'clock. Now the impact of transportation is really minimal on this because we're just moving everything that's current, advancing it kind of half an hour. That has minimal impact on transportation. There are after school programs that we use transportation for, and we'll need to look at that, but I don't see this as being a big deal that we can't deal with. So I think that from the transportation standpoint, we should be fine with option A. There is one impact in nutrition services that we investigate, and I just kind of want to bring it to your attention just so you consider, is we have breakfast before the bell, we have breakfast in the classroom programs, and because of the later times with elementary schools, you do kind of start having that later breakfast that kind of starts becoming brunch-like, right? And so the separation between breakfast and lunch, we think that it's workable. Hopefully the principals can look at their schedules and try to have that separation as much as possible. Right now the Nevada Department of Agriculture and the USDA have a waiver in place that basically waives all the start times for when meals are happening, but they're really recommending at least a 30-minute gap, and I would think that all of us would say let's have more than 30 minutes if we can gap between breakfast and lunch. But anyway, that's just one issue that I think comes up, but I don't think it's a deal breaker by any stretch. So unless there's any questions on these, I'm going to turn this over to Michelle to kind of really get into the community outreach.
Thank you, Pete. Again, Michelle Anderson, for the record. I wanted to make sure I just read what your action was at our last board meeting, because we wanted to be very intentional on how we did the outreach. And I will highlight: to ensure every family is provided an opportunity to participate and provide feedback. So we obviously wanted to make sure we followed that. So Dr. McNeil wanted to make sure that outreach was open. The survey was open for 3 weeks. So working with the Office of Accountability, and obviously Dr. Davidson will come up here and give the full data information, but we had this survey open from September 20th to October 11th. It was on the district website. You could click on the front page and there was a slider, but you could also go to washoeschools.net/bell schedule. On that page, we made sure that all prior presentations were there, and then we did clips of prior board discussions so somebody could watch and listen for themselves the deliberation and the discussions, and then, like I said, access those presentations for further information. We directly emailed all middle and high school students at their district email address with the link to the survey, distributed paper surveys and postage page envelopes to families who don't have email addresses, so they obviously had an opportunity that way. I should say the survey was in English and in Spanish to make sure that all of our families could participate. We sent out a connected message to families and staff and our community partners, because obviously this would impact them when it comes to obviously jobs, programs, etc. And we sent the first one out on September 21st when the 21st when the survey opened, or 20th when the survey opened, and then as a reminder on October 7th. And then we reached out to all of our schools, and our schools had the opportunity to send messages to their families as well, so they could have that direct message from their principals. We also had our, Apparently I can't multitask. The superintendent's message that gets sent district-wide to all staff members, posted on social media, and thankfully our media partners again mentioned that. We had included that in our media briefings, and they shared that survey and that link on some of their websites or directed them to the district website. And now I will turn it over to Dr. Davidson to dig into the data.
Okay, for the record, Laura Davidson, Director of Research and Evaluation. So pretty sizable number of responses for this survey, 18,251. Below that with the little squiggly lines, that's our response rate. So of the Connect-Eds that went out to staff, roughly 40% of all responses came back to us from staff. 20% for family, only 9% from student, which is actually better. The direct email to students is better than a better response rate than we typically get from students. And then I do want to point out the 5% Spanish-speaking family response rate. So in Connected, you have an option to send it out in either English or Spanish, so only 5% of those came back in from Spanish-speaking families. So definitely underrepresented population in this group. And I'm pointing them out here because they were the only group throughout the survey that had slightly different attitudes towards the option. So I just want to bring that up here. So as Michelle noted, it was open for about 3 weeks, and those are the dates that it was sent out. Only 3% of all the surveys were returned in Spanish. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see of those 18,251 responses, what proportion of the responses came back from families, students, employees and family members, and then community members. Okay, so skipping right to the punchline, option A was definitely the preferred option across all roles by a sizable margin, 29%, followed by option B and the current schedule. So there's just a reminder of which one option A was. In the survey, we did present the annual operating costs of each option. So, and we can see throughout the survey that people were factoring in the cost as they made those decisions. But you can see there's pretty sizable preference for option A in this survey.
If I may, Dr. Davidson?
Yes.
In here, as we go through, you said we saw different responses from our Spanish speakers, so you're going to point that out?
Yeah, yep, I'm going to get into that in a little bit. Yeah, definitely.
I thought so, but I would.
Yep. So clear preference for these top 3 preferred bell schedules here. So again, option A, option B, and then current. The only difference that we saw was option A was preferred by all role types, but the current schedule was slightly preferred over option B among those who completed the survey in Spanish, and then community members as well. And I'll point out on another question in the survey just that the margin, especially for those completing the survey in Spanish, was a little closer between option A and current than for the other role groups. So again, option A preferred across all role types, and then just community members and responses in Spanish that had a little bit different option 2 and tighter margin for responses in Spanish between option A and current. So I won't go into tons of detail about this. This breaks it down. On the previous slide, I just showed the top 3. This is everyone in case you want that detail. And then, so just to summarize, option A preferred across everyone. Option B switched just a little bit for community members and those who took the survey in Spanish, where they preferred the current schedule over option B, but option B was preferred by family, students, and staff, which was the bulk of our participants. So we pulled out some survey responses from, we had an open-ended question at the end of the survey, which is just, did you want to provide any more feedback about the Bell survey? We had, I think, 4,800 responses on that. It's on the next couple of slides here. But we wanted to pull out just a couple quotes that represented each of the primary options that were selected. So option A in particular listed the cost neutral aspect, probably more than the other groups, so they really highlighted that. And then option B, many listed concerns with the later start time for elementary, that 10 a.m. start time showed up more for option B than for other groups, but in general listed some of the same some of the same reasons that option A listed. And then those who did not want to change and wanted to keep the current schedule primarily listed things like logistics, after school activities, childcare in particular were the things that were most frequently listed in the themes from these comments. And then this slide just shows across the 4,155 open-ended comments that we received what people mentioned most frequently. So again, just a reminder of how we do this. We randomly select about 300 to 400 comments, read them in detail, come up with the themes that are starting to emerge, and create a code book of terms that show up most frequently. So things like cost, you might have money, you might have cost, you might have dollars. Those are words that we key in on to produce these percentages here. So you can see, of course, having the cost listed in the survey probably contributed to the number one theme that emerged in comments being around the concern around the cost of some of these Bell surveys, Bell schedules. Also probably in part because we did list that we are considering this change in response to some of the adolescent development and sleep research. 12% of responses did reference that was part of the reason that they wanted their option. And then lots of comments about sports, after school activities, concerns about the challenge for families and childcare to switch the schedule. Just general disagreement about changing the schedule, general comments and appreciation, concerns about the middle school schedule currently being too early, some concerns about the 4 p.m. dismissal time for some of the options, concerns about students having to wait in the bus and for the bus in the cold or dark, some wanting elementary students to start school first instead of last. And then there were about 3% of themes that had to do with the survey itself. So there were a number of comments that people wanted to rank order the options instead of only being able to pick one. They wanted to list their top 3. We didn't do that. The data's a little cleaner when they pick one, and I think the responses would have panned out the same way anyway, but that did come up in the survey. And then there were some concerns that the data would not be used to drive decision making, so I just highlight that here. So when we asked which year participants wanted the change to occur, they very much said right away, 22-23 school year. So 71% of respondents, whichever option they selected, they wanted it to start next year. Only 7% wanted it to start the year after. And 21% said that the Bell schedule should not change at all. And this is where I'm going to highlight quickly just the difference for the Spanish-speaking families who participated on this slide quickly. So on the far right there, you can see that 32% of families in that group wanted no change. So that's a little bit higher than was listed in when they had to pick from option A through option F. And so this makes me wonder if the margin is a little bit closer between option A and keeping the current schedule. So I just want to bring that up again because we know this group is a little bit underrepresented in the data, and the margin just looks a little bit closer between option A and no change here between those two questions. And that's just an example quote that people wanted to see the change happen quickly.
And should the Board of Trustees decide to move forward with changing start times, we all know schedules, and changing a schedule is a big deal for families and the community. And so a comprehensive communication plan would absolutely have to be launched. We would have, obviously, the district website, which is obviously our majority, I would say, our very large, robust communications tool. We have a family wellness newsletter. We'd be sharing information with that. We also, of course, want to work with our community partners. We have some tribal agencies in town, and they have newsletters. We want to be working with them. There's also community groups and mom groups that have blogs and newsletters and so many other outreach efforts from our community partners. Our superintendent message, I mentioned it before. Obviously, you guys get that. That goes out every Monday, and reach out to all of our district employees. We have a great videographer, so we'd be putting out videos on it, promoting through social media, our media partners. And of course, if you're changing school start times, we absolutely need to do a little bit of paid advertisement on social media so that hits everybody's attention, and then working, like I said, on public service announcements. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you very much, Laura, for the presentation. As you all know, a lot of time and effort. This has not been an easy project to get together, and a lot of extensive research. And what I love about this presentation is we actually cite the sources where the research conducted, which I think is always very important to kind of dig into the research on this. That being said, and having been a principal during the last Bell schedule change, in fact, Chief Trevino was my school police officer back then.
Oh.
So I digress. It's a huge, huge systems change. A lot of information has to be placed into the right hands, communication with our partners. One of the concerns that I have is we haven't really done an extensive deep dive into how would this impact athletics. How would it impact students who work to support their families, and different types of student activities and how those are going to be impacted. So my recommendation is based on the fact that you all, in fact, the next agenda item talks to that, is you all are going to be hiring another superintendent at the end of this year. And I would, if I were being hired into a school district, it would be my hope that I would be able to work with the board and the community on a system-wide change, such as a Bell schedule. It is a huge impact. It's an impact on families. It's an impact on students. It's an impact on staff. It's an impact on operations. So that would be, I wanted to kind of give you that background as to why I'm making that recommendation. You all have a lot on your plates right now as a board. But I just feel that it would be good to kind of push the pause button once you get a new superintendent. And then importantly, as you start to go out and talk about your next strategic plan, you have one more year on your 2-year response to recovery plan. And as you begin to put in the community involvement into building that strategic plan, changing a Bell schedule would, I would recommend, be absolutely a part of that process. So I typically don't give an alternative recommendation when I give a superintendent's, but because this is such a large systems change type item, I did. And we did look at the data. I met with staff several times on this option. And so the alternative recommendation that I would put forward is the implementation of option A, which was basically, as Mr. Etchart was pointing out, basically shifting everybody back 30 minutes for that. So with that, I turn it over to President Taylor.
Okay. All right. So we see before us the comments from the community. Large participation. Thank you, Dr. Davidson, for all the work in compiling all of this and giving us some good analysis. And Ms. Anderson, thank you to you and your team for giving such robust responses. I mean, 18,000. That's a large number of responses when you look at our community. So thank you so much. Let's get some public comment, and then we'll bring it back here to the board. And then we have a couple of recommendations before us.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran, welcome back, sir.
So I did do some survey, and I picked some option E or F. So I picked a research start 2024-2025 school year. I do pick the 2023-2024 school year, so that's fine. I see the service as resort. They're going to pick the option A, that the Pete actual decision to work back to 30 minutes, and most of the community voted for A, for option A. That's good for him. Go work back 30 minutes, and I do see that there is no cost neutral. Mm-hmm. So that's a very good. So as a fiscal conservative, but don't get me wrong, I'm social liberal, but fiscal conservative, but I don't like option C and D. That costs a lot of money. And then for option E and F, I do like it personally, but when I see the most of the community, that did not sit well, so I'm sorry. So I'm going to sit on between option 1 and option 2. Option 2 is costly a lot of money. In elementary school, only have one bell schedule, so I'm gonna have to say option one. But it's not easy decision, but that's the community decision. So I have some question about the high school athletics. So if a high school start on 8:30, normally the high school start at 8 o'clock and then up to 2:30. Now gonna be high school will start 8:30 up to 3. So I think that we should have to make sure, and we have to send an email to NIAA and warning that we should have to start on game time. For example, if the current time is 7 o'clock, now I have to change it to 7:30 for a football game on Friday. And on Friday, so I don't want athletics to miss their class time for the games. And I hope, hopefully take in 2022, 2023. That's a mostly 71%. So 2022, 2023. So I'm gonna say pick option one in 2022, 2023 school year. That's the new high school over here, Wall Creek. So here we go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duran.
Those
all right.
are,
I'm sorry.
Those are all the cards I have. The board received emails from Tiffany Jones, Will Harper, and Krista Rossi.
Thank you. Thank you for making sure that we include those. Okay, so that public comment period is over. We'll bring it back here to the board. Big undertaking, as we know, and as the superintendent shared with us. We know that if you change something, when and if we change bail schedules, it impacts so much more than our schools. Certainly our schools, but our families, work, after school, before school programs, athletics. I mean, just the impact on it is pretty broad. So let's have some robust conversation about it. I appreciate so much of the comments from the community and how thorough they were, and even down to when they wanted to begin and all of that. So that's super helpful. So, okay, let's chat. What do you think? Comments? Dr. Nicola? I always say that. Trustee Manetto, Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. It's really hard because the parents want to start like ASAP, but I understand wanting to wait till a new superintendent's in place and yet then if we just pass it and it starts in 22, 23, then that's just the way it is. It's hard. I'm sorry. I don't have anything intelligent to say apparently, but it's just hard.
Well,
Thank you.
that's intelligent. Cause I think that's part of the challenge before us, right? That's why we get paid the big bucks, yo. Yeah. Right. All right, Trustee Church. I think I saw you next, and then Trustee Smith.
I'll defer to Trustee Smith. I want to listen.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Trustee Church and President Taylor. So I concur with Vice President Minetto that this is definitely hard. So this one, when I saw this on our upcoming topics, I saw it a couple months ago, and I immediately recognized this is one of those situations where you try to fix one thing and you may unintentionally negatively affect others. Or you might positively affect it for some others, and had you kept it the same, that was the positive for others. So the point that I'm making is that any lever you touch affects so many things. And so I say that because I'll be honest, I'll speak for myself. A lot of time decisions come and I feel really clear about a decision. This is one of those situations where I went, there's a very valid point for all of these. So anyways, where I'm going with this. At that point, I reached out to every single principal in District D, and I extended invitations to every principal, every area superintendent, and other members of our senior staff. I met with parents, I met with teachers. I probably did 30, if not more, one-on-ones around this. And all of those conversations really delved deep. So where am I going with this? I find the survey data interesting. I'm going to make an assumption here. I'll defer to you as our real data scientist. I think that the cost neutral aspect of A was probably very attractive to a lot of people. I will say that universally, although I did hear support for almost every option that we have here, most of the support among that group that I just mentioned really circled around B. And the main detraction from A was that starting elementary school at 10 a.m. is just so late. Some of our elementary schools already start at 9:30, so that would flex. So for example, for option B, one of the positives around that I heard was that although it would have a positive impact in the perceptions of many for middle school and high school, half of our elementary schools, give or take, already start at 9:30, which means that only roughly the other half of elementary schools would have to flex and make a change, which is nice and stable for that group of elementary schools that's already starting at 9:30. But I do want to make clear that there was support for all the different options, but in the conversations I was having, B by far was the strongest preference, and for a few other reasons too. As President Taylor pointed out, there are other considerations. Something I heard very, very strongly, in not just from our schools, from our Title I schools, but also from other schools. So the reason why I preface this is because it's not just a Title I school situation, but that's older siblings also take care of younger siblings and are responsible for getting them, which is balanced by the number of people I heard that said that younger students learn earlier, learn better in the morning. So anyways, where I'm going with all of that is that there's a lot of levers to this, but overall in all of my personal research, I found that there was a lot of support around B. That's, very anecdotal. It is not the same as this survey, but it does represent those principals, area superintendents, teachers, and parents I talked with. But with the costs, that was a big detraction. And so I guess my next question might be for Mr. Etchart and then also Mr. Lee. I can't help but feel that, budget, we're very restrained, and our transportation team, they are heroes every single day to get these children to school. So the idea of proposing or sincerely investigating an option that would bring greater strain to a team that is already giving way more than 100% is also difficult. So I guess what I'm asking is, are really any of these other options a viability at this point, in your opinion? I'm sorry, that was a lot of talking altogether, so.
It's okay. You landed on a question, so Mr. Etchart, we'd
Sure.
like to address that. Then we'll go to Trustee Church.
Sure, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So the problem with option B, E, and F is obviously on the transportation side is you have one start time for elementary schools. And right now you stack, bus drivers are able to stack between two elementary schools. The runs are usually shorter than middle schools and high schools, so they can stack several or a couple elementary school runs together. When you only have one, that takes a lot more bus drivers to do that. So that's why you're showing 13 additional bus drivers for option B compared to option A, or the existing what we have right now. Right now, we honestly don't have 13 more bus drivers. In fact, we've already had to implement having double runs for some of our schools. We're actually even having to look further and saying, what can we do, even go deeper than that? And we're going to be back to you here in the near future to talk about other options we may have to implement, just because right now bus drivers are extremely limited. And, we're gaining drivers. We have 13 right now, Mr. Lee told me, in training right now. But at the same time, while we were sitting back there waiting for this item to come up, we got another resignation. Because we're losing drivers as fast as almost we're gaining them, because it's a very, very competitive market out there right now. And we all know that. I mean, when you see 80 ships out there waiting to be get to the dock, but there's no no drivers to unload them, that's the problem. So we're right now in a very tough spot. So I would have a hard time even pretending to say that we could implement B through F. We just simply don't have the drivers to implement them at this time. As I said earlier, I think it's great information for you to have. If this economy changes, the staffing changes, we get back to some kind of normalcy, I think it's great for you that in the future maybe we can implement. But right now, to be honest, we couldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Etchart. That takes your question, Trustee Smith. Okay, Trustee Church.
Mr. Etchart stole my thunder because that's exactly what I was going to say. Even we could throw all the money in the world at it. Right now, we're not hiring. We can't hire enough bus drivers. So that was going to be my first thing. The second thing, well, on that same line, I'm frustrated by recruiting and retention. Kind of a pun, but we're kind of stuck in reverse, and I think we got to think outside the box. So moving back to the main issue, I think the new superintendent is going to have a lot on his or her plate, and the last thing they might want to have to deal with is the bell schedule. They're going to have so much on their plate that this is actually helping them by taking something off the plate. And had the superintendent come to us and said, let's not do the survey, let's wait, I think I probably would have agreed with that decision. But we've done the survey, we've heard the results, people wanted ASAP, and this is why we're paid to make the big bucks, not to kick the can down the road. So I'm prepared to go ahead and support Plan A.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. I see Trustee Rodriguez and then Dr. Nicolette.
Pretty much what just Trustee Church just said. People did do a survey, they've spoken, and I think if we were to pause, and I understand Superintendent McNeil's concern that maybe the incoming superintendent might want to change or alter something. The survey, this round's already been fired, and people have spoken, so to push it back another year at least, I can see parents getting frustrated and feel their voices not being heard. I think we should, I agree with Trustee Church on this one.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Dr. Nicolette?
I concur with the you do a survey and then you wonder where it goes. You participated. I have a couple thoughts. The first one really is related to a new superintendent, and given the timing on this, this research is very in-depth, and I respect the information. And this has been really going on for a while now. It's not like something that just happened overnight. But I really worry about a new superintendent, and I feel silly saying that while you're sitting next to me, a new superintendent coming in and have to deal with this. And then I hear Chief Peak talk about buses and drivers, and we don't know where that's going. I'm going to assume things are going to improve. My crystal ball tells me that. And so I guess I'm a little worried about starting this in 2023. But my question is with A, and I think about high school, and I think about the 0 hours, does this A lend itself, because I too spoke with people, some were principals and some were principals who have children in school, and kind of across the board, F was a choice because of the ability in F for high school to have more options for 0 hours. You know, I don't necessarily understand all that, but that came from someone who does. So I'm wondering, does A, high school starting at 8:30, provide that same flexibility for high school and 0 hours?
And I am going to defer to academics, because I don't think you want your communications person answering that.
I didn't want to be hitting it while you were hitting it. All right, yes. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And my understanding is, yes, this still allows for the 0 period opportunity, much similar to the way we run 0 period right now. It's not part of our transportation system to get our students to a 0 period. It's an optional opportunity for students. So with the 8:30 start time, it would simply be, you'd have for our traditional 7 period days, you'd have a 7:30 0 period, but that would be for your juniors and seniors, and likely they'd be able to transport themselves or use other means to transport.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. My comment on this is fairly similar. I mean, I have the same concern about a new superintendent. You want to give a new CEO, an opportunity to kind of put their fingerprints on things and understand how important it is from a leadership standpoint, especially something as large as this. And we didn't know we'd be looking for a new superintendent when we did the survey, or much like what Trustee Church said, we probably would have waited on it and said, hey, let's wait. And they can be a part of our strategic plan and yada yada. So the thing that does concern me is that we have a very, very large percentage of our community that wants it done as soon as possible. 71% is large. I mean, it's large, and certainly there are other concerns, and I think I want to honor them. But we did have quite a bit, and there's not that much of a difference between schedules A and B. It's really just a 30-minute. Some elementary schools are going to start at 9:30, some are going to start at 10, and we know that's primarily a transportation situation because we can't afford to do just all night. So basically, A and B, if you put those two together, that's a lot of people. Right? There's a lot of people that said this is what they're looking at, and the 71% number is a number that grabs me. As much as I'd like to wait for the new CEO, because I do think this is a huge undertaking, I just think with 71% hearing from the community that we want to be at least, I think I would support going forward. I will also say this, however, there is more information I would like to have about the impact on athletics. The superintendent said we hadn't gotten to that step yet. I do think it is important to look at athletics and other after-school programs, not just athletics. There's band, there's cheer, there's plays, there's all kinds of stuff, right? Debate and whatever, all of those things, and I should say and what have you, because there's a lot of activities, and that's great for our kids, for our students. I would like to know a little bit more about the impact on them. It'd be difficult to make this a final decision without at least giving them an opportunity to weigh in and say, hey, this is how it would affect our after-school programming, our sports team, our cheerleading, our theater band, whatever, any of those things that may happen after school. So I'm leaning toward if I could make something up in my mind, and this really may be made up in my mind. I would say let's go forward with moving in the 2022-23 school year with the caveat that we're going to hear from the after-school people before we make that final. I think it's important because it has a big impact. And after-school activities, after-school activities are a big part of students staying in school and staying engaged in their academic performance and achievement, their whole educational experience. Something else that doesn't sound like it's about student achievement, but it really is. But it really is. And so I want to be mindful. I don't want to make it in the vacuum. I want to be mindful of that. Those are just my personal thoughts. So I saw lights begin to come on right away. So I don't know who was first. Dr. Nicolette, I think, was first, and then Trustee Smith.
Yeah, I don't know if you have this data. Thank you. I'm just kind of curious. I'm a little surprised that with the elementary school, 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I guess my question is, do we know the families that have children? Do we know the ages of their children? Like, were they mostly high schoolers? No. Okay. And I think you probably understand why I'm asking.
Yeah, and we didn't ask demographics at all in this survey to keep the survey short because having to pick an option is so demanding cognitively anyway. So we didn't have a bunch of additional questions, but it does give me pause since we tend to not hear as frequently from families in middle and secondary in general on any survey. And we didn't collect information on race, ethnicity, or anything like that either, so we don't know who's underrepresented or who's potentially overrepresented in the survey, except for Spanish speaking, which is the only information that we have about that.
If I may just jump onto that, it is likely, we don't know for sure because we didn't ask, but I think I'm going to try to get to what I think Dr. Nicolette was getting to, because we typically, our parental or family responses typically are skewed towards elementary schools. It's likely that this reflects more of an elementary school. Is that what you were getting at? That's what I thought you were getting. It's likely, but again, we don't know for sure, but just because that's the way it typically goes.
Right.
I thought that's what you were getting at. Is, like, are elementary school parents saying this? Yeah. Right, and it seems like it's likely that they are. You don't know for sure, but it's likely that they are.
Very possible. Yeah, and that's what happens on most of our surveys, but I have no idea if it happened on this survey because we didn't ask the question.
Yeah. Okay. And it makes sense. As children are younger, then parents tend to be just a lot more highly engaged because their children need more attention, more guidance, and so on. And as they get a little older, then a lot of times they're getting a little bit more independent. So, all right, Trustee Smith.
Thank you. I do want to agree with the feedback that many of my colleagues have shared about parents wanting to see action on this. Whatever it is that's decided by the board, I do think implementing in the next school year is the right decision. We put the survey out, we asked them for their opinion. It certainly felt like it was an actionable task, and so I do agree that parents are looking for action. With that said, I know it sounds like 30 minutes, but based on the conversations that I had, I will also admit that some of this is also personal experience. It seems like it's just 30 minutes for elementary school, but in having a lot of these conversations, a 10 a.m. start and a 4 p.m. out really is measurable. And I'll offer this on the flip side because, 30 minutes is very impactful. I mean, look, we're adding 30 minutes on to middle school and to high school, and we're saying that's important. So on the flip side, we can't say, well, 30 minutes isn't that big of a deal. For elementary schools, we're already saying 30 minutes really matters. So I also think the 30 minutes really matters on the elementary school side with it being that late. So with that said, is there any chance, this is such a crystal ball question, and I'm sorry to ask it, but if we were in a different labor market and we were not so understaffed and our transportation team was not doing so much with so little, 13 additional bus drivers might not seem like so much of a stretch. So I know there's probably no way to know this, and I'm sorry to even ask the question, but is there a chance that in the second half of the school year, our labor situation might be different and B would feel more palatable at that time? I know, I'm going to answer the question myself. There's no way of knowing that. So I don't even know. I'm sorry for even asking such a open-aired question, but what I'm saying is that I really do feel that B is a very compelling option. I do recognize that those 13 drivers are a mountain to overcome, but I also believe that 30 minutes really matters to the elementary school. I have a hard time voting for it now because I recognize the strain it would put on transportation, but if we were in a different labor market, in a 1 second, I would say B is the better choice over A. I'm sorry, I know that was just kind of winding.
Sometimes you just do a little brain dump on that. And I appreciate your correction. I didn't mean to imply that who cares it's 30 minutes because if that's your family, you have that impact. What I was trying to measure is that there's a lot of support for those for that around it. Like it's not there. We have if we add those two, that's 49% of the respondents that like that type of, that's the point I was trying to make, not to imply that it doesn't impact. If it's one family and it's your family, it's huge. So I certainly recognize that. Okay, you want to comment on that, Mr. Etchart?
Yeah, really quickly. Right now, just to kind of give you some information and stats, right now we have 303 driver allocations. As of yesterday, we're down 58 drivers out of that. And I've been trying to read everything I can. I'm sure a lot of you are too about the labor market, and especially when it comes to transportation, custodial, nutrition services. And I'm just not seeing it right now of giving me any hope that the second half of this year is going to be better. I'm actually kind of seeing the opposite, and that's where we're having to develop plans of saying, what do we have to do next if we have to go there? So I really don't have a lot of optimism. I hope that it's going to be better, but right now I'm not seeing it.
Thank you, Mr. Etchart. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, pun intended, but the bus situation is driving the decision. And I do note we did address the concerns about school, after-school activities, 9.3%. That's a pretty good, that's almost 10. That's a good response of people concerned, but that's 90% that were not concerned. And so I think that's been addressed, and I think we need to move forward and make the tough decisions now.
I appreciate that. I think that I do think the voices of those who participated in the survey in terms of after-school programs, I do after-school activities, I do think that was heard. What I heard from the superintendent is the impact. This survey did not measure the impact on if people are concerned about it, but we don't know what that means. Does that mean we have to change the NIA athletic schedule? We don't know that. That's a big deal. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. We don't know what kind of impact would it have in terms of those kinds of competitions and whatnot. So that was my intention on that. Not, we know 9% are concerned about it, and so we've heard from that edge. But what does that mean? Does this throw off the whole football season or volleyball season or whatever? We don't know. That's my concern on that. Different than the parents and what they may think of that piece. So, okay, what's the pleasure of the board? I think we've talked through this quite a bit. We have a couple of options before us. We can do nothing and say we're not going to deal with this, which is recommendation A from the superintendent. That I'm pulling them back up right now. That'll be postponed a final decision until the new superintendent's in place, which means no bell schedule change is likely to happen until not even likely, probably because we want to give people plenty of advance notice, until the 23-24 school year. Or we can, the recommendation of the superintendent is to go with the majority voice, which also happens to be cost neutral, which also happens to not impact bus drivers. And I think all of those matter, right? More people said they wanted that kind of thing. Or we can go with option A, which is as stated. We know that, and the idea would be to begin that in the 22-23 school year. And then we heard other concerns along with that. So, Trustee Church?
I'm ready to make a motion, then we'll see where it lands. That'll give us good direction. I move that the Board of Trustees implement option A with the listed times for high schools and middle schools and for all elementary schools, beginning 30 minutes later, for implementation to begin in the 2022-2023 school year, and for the extensive communication plan to launch this spring 2022.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to go with the alternative recommendation, which is option A, beginning in the next school year, 2022-23. There's a second. I think Trustee Rodriguez is putting his hand up for 2. I know now his hand signals. That means he's a second. All right, so let's have a discussion. We've already had public comment on our thoughts. Okay, let's have a discussion. My only comment is I remain concerned about not knowing from the how does this work standpoint for after school programs. That remains a concern of mine. Hey, I'm all supportive of the alternative recommendation. I do think we go with A, and I do think we plan to do it the upcoming school year. But again, I think there's an important voice that's missing in the conversation. Trustee Smith?
Yes, thank you, President Taylor. This is so hard. I will absolutely support the decision of the board 100%. But having the conversations that I've had and the concerns I have with the 10 a.m. elementary school start, I am not able to vote for this. My first preference would have been a B or stay the same. However, I want to be very clear that I will absolutely support the motion of the board. Although I will be voting no for this, but I will absolutely be in support of the board's decision.
Certainly, that's certainly well within your right as a trustee. Thank you for that. Student trustee, Victoria?
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely agree with option A. I know I talked to the student population. That's a big part of what they decided to vote for. But I think, as you said, President Taylor, I think we should hear from the after-school programs and the sports teams and the music groups, because this will affect them depending if there are 2A, because NIAA already has their schedule for next year, so it'll affect them either way, whichever option you choose.
Yeah,
thank you, Student Trustee Gomez.
Yeah, that's good.
Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I see that 71% wanted to start 2022-23. I guess my question is, what is behind that decision? Why is it so immediate to some people? It seems rather important. 71% is very high. Any sense of that?
For the record, Laura Davidson, Director of Research. No great sense of it, but most of the comments were about the early start time for middle school and that being a real struggle for people and just wanting a change. But that's certainly something we have all the comments we could go back and recode for. We have 4,100 comments we could sift through. If there's any additional questions you might have that could be answered through some of the comments, we can go back and do some more theme analysis around that. But nothing stands out to me right now about why there was so much urgency around it, except for people listed things like, the science behind the decision being one of the main factors that people use to make that decision.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. Dr. Nicolette? You're okay right now, Trustee Church?
Well, that does raise a good question. So if we were to put it off, say for 2 board meetings or 1 month, would we still be able to implement this after we get feedback from say if we gave it a month for feedback from the after-school people?
Superintendent?
I wish I could hedge my bet. I think the concern is, Trustee Church, as far as I was saying, a large communication plan, so really getting the information out as quickly as possible and as broadly as possible. So I wouldn't delay, I would not suggest delaying it past December. If the board is going to be making a decision on this, then I would recommend that the board make a decision at the very latest by December. Staff would be able to do some additional work on, after-school programs and whatever that would be. But I would recommend not pushing this any further than December because you all have a huge communication push in order to put that together.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. One thing I would say is, what would I know you're going to go somewhere and maybe look for a friendly or something like that. So if I can put you on pause for just a moment, just for a little more information. So in getting feedback from those after-school programs and so on, I'm not sure what would that entail. What does that look like? What would that take? What does that look like?
Well, I think definitely we would have to get Denise Benson involved, who takes care of a lot of our after-school programs, and not just within the high school, but Boys and Girls Club. We have a lot of for-profit partnerships that we work with, but absolutely getting with Rollin Stallworth around NIAA, any types of changes, and then to Victoria's point, getting with Amy Bechtel with music and seeing orchestra and those types of things. And then also with clubs. So I think it's really kind of spending some time with some high school principals, getting with the athletic directors, seeing what the impacts would be, and then getting with our middle and our elementary school principals and getting some feedback from them as well.
What kind of timing on that? What's that, a month? I'm trying to be mindful.
I'm not going to look at my team.
I know. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to be mindful of the need for a robust communications plan, right? And I'm trying to be mindful of.
I think we could probably get some information back probably by the November 23rd board meeting.
Okay, so that might be a friendly we're coming to, but I see Vice President Manetto over here.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, you're welcome.
And I might be simplifying this, but having taught in the district for 100 years, okay, maybe not, there were lots of changes and there were lots of concerns about, well, what about after-school program? And I found out, at least and maybe I'm simplifying, that so much can be adjusted. And people are willing to adjust and go, well, I guess I'll have to do that then, and I'll have to do that then, even though. But I'm probably simplifying that a lot. I wasn't the one having to do that, so. But people adjust as they have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Manetto. Trustee Church, you were going to chime in?
Well, I'm just trying to think of a friendly amendment or an amendment. See if we have support.
And we do have a motion in a second. So might I recommend? I don't know if it may be a friendly or maybe it might be that we. Ask staff to bring back information about after-school programs, and that we make a final decision on in a month.
Exactly. So what I think I'd like to do is withdraw the motion.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like we might just need a new motion.
And then I'll make a new motion.
Because what I'd hate to do is, let's do it, but let's hear from them, and then we come back and we get something dreadful back, and we say, oh wait, no, we shouldn't do that. and then we got to pull it. I'd hate to do that. So that my recommendation would be, if you're comfortable in the seconder, withdraw it and then make a new motion to that effect.
All right, I'd like to withdraw that motion if it's okay with Trustee Rodriguez.
Okay.
Good. So my new motion would be, and I'll try to word this carefully, I move that the Board of Trustees move forward with option A, presenting it to, directing the superintendent to research the impact on after-school programs and report back to the board no later than November 23rd.
Before, if I may just say, for a final decision or something, so we direct the superintendent to move for option A to this, and then come back for a final decision.
November, yes. So you want me to repeat the whole? What, JJ, I bet.
JJ may have captured that.
She is so good.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
So the motion would be that the board preliminarily moves forward with option A with direction to the superintendent to bring back additional information on possible impacts to after-school programming, activities, and athletics by February 23rd. November 23rd.
Oh, yeah, easy. Ooh.
By
Yes.
November 23rd.
For a final decision.
For a final decision.
Or do we want to keep that part out? It doesn't really matter. So if it doesn't matter, we'll go with what JJ read as the motion. So that is the motion on the floor. We do need a second now that the motion's clear. You have a second? Oh, we have a second. We have Trustee Rodriguez. Okay, as a second. Everyone clear on the motion? That we preliminarily approve option A, asking the superintendent to get with staff presented for afternoon activities and athletics and whatnot, and then bring it back to the board in the November 26th meeting, I believe, for a November 23rd meeting.
2022.
2021, yeah, November 23rd, 2021.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Yes, 2021. Okay, everybody clear on the motion? Yes. All right, we have the discussion. We're missing anybody on discussion? I think we have it all. All of us in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? No. Okay, one opposition. Let the record show the motion carries 5-1. All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Great job for getting that information, bringing it to us. We appreciate it. Thanks to both of you, Dr. Davidson and Ms. Anderson. Okay. Now we move on to agenda item 3.05. 3.05, discussion and possible action to approve the proposal submission requirements for consultants and/or search firms who wish to submit a proposal for consideration to facilitate one or more components of the superintendent search process. And this is for possible action, and then Ms. Ellison is before us to present to us. Thank you, Ms. Ellison.
Thank you, President Taylor and members of the board. Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. As you discussed, Trustee Taylor, the purpose of this board item tonight is to review a potential proposal request to be sent to potential vendors and get the process started for some presentation submissions for you all to consider for firm. So there's really kind of two options for how services like this can be procured. In a formal RFP process, a designated committee would make the decisions about the scope of the project, collect and review proposals, and then make a contract award recommendation to you all as you've considered and reviewed many times for other services. As allowed, though, under NRS 332.115, the district is permitted to procure professional services like this without engaging in the formal request for proposal bidding process. So the differentiation or the alternative is that staff would disseminate information on the opportunity to potential vendors. We would work with communications in order to publicize the available opportunity. We would collect proposals, and then in this situation, those proposals would be presented to the Board of Trustees, and you all would make the selection. Excuse me. This is the approach that we utilized last time versus having an RFP committee make the decision. And I think, too, just kind of based on that experience and research into superintendent searches, this approach affords greater transparency into who submits proposals, the contents of those proposals, and then the process that you all will engage in order to make those decisions. So as I mentioned, a draft of the proposal requirements was attached. And so I'll just walk through that document, and then please feel free to stop me if you have any questions along the way.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good. Everybody okay? Okay, please go ahead.
All right, great. So you can see there's some introductory information at the top. So we introduced the district, and we do provide an indication that when appropriate, interested parties are welcome to partner with other entities in the submission of a proposal. So we talked about the various milestones that happen in a superintendent search, so collecting stakeholder feedback, interviewing candidates, engaging with you all. And so there may be firms that come forward that might handle or specialize in one or more components of that and may be interested in partnering with other firms. A great example would be if you have a survey company that's really interested in collecting the stakeholder feedback, and then you work with a recruiting company to gather the candidates or to conduct the recruiting. In the next paragraph, you'll note that we outline contracts may be awarded for the entire scope of the search or for individual components. So again, that leaves you all some flexibility that if a vendor comes forward and has a particular service that you believe would be of value to the process, then you have the opportunity to consider that and make awards accordingly. And then the third paragraph, I apologize for a typo in the first version that I submitted. The correct version is available online now, and hopefully you have it, but we are seeking to have a superintendent for the 2022-23 school year, and we'd like to have this person start by July 1st, 2022. But I did add a reference to the last sentence that says, we are mindful that many districts sign and renew contracts prior to May 1st of each year and desire a timeline that supports a final decision prior to then. So as recruiters or as firms are considering the processes that they might recommend to you all to be utilized in this search, that of course kind of gives them an idea of what timeline we're hoping this to happen in, so that we don't miss out on candidates who may be really interested in the process, but then are pressured to make a commitment to their current district before they're through this process. Let's see here. The fourth paragraph is reflective of the district's commitment to stakeholder input and involvement throughout the process. And then the proposal elements are outlined in the rest of the document. You can see that there are 12 itemized expectations, and pretty straightforward in terms of the types of things that you would consider from a search firm. So a detailed description of the organization, what kind of work they've done in this area, and then I also included a reference to including the information and experience, information on the experience and qualifications of the staff members that will be assigned to our project, because I don't think that this is a project that a new recruiter should cut their teeth on. So that's up for discussion, of course. Again, what process they envision for gathering stakeholder input, what would they recommend, what their process for providing compensation guidance to you all looks like, information about the ways in which they screen candidates, of course, a detailed recruiting strategy, how are they going to solicit candidates specific for our opportunity. And then, of course, some standard information on their background and reference checks, what services they provide to support interviews, and then a clear indication of the in-person support that we can expect from the firm. the firm might be located in Reno, they might not, and so I think it's important for you all to understand at the various milestones who's going to be here and who's going to be able to help. Item 9 is information on any value-add services that they may offer. So perhaps they help develop interview questions or work through contract negotiations. Of course, you'll want information on the pricing, and then their timeline for proposed activities. And then I think it's always important to understand what their expectations of us are. So information regarding anything they are going to need from us in order to make this search successful. You'll see a notation there that in the interest of transparency, we'd like the proposers to include in their proposal any disclosure of current or former relationships between themselves or their staff with any current Washoe County School District employees, or any work that's currently being done or previously been done for the district. I think that's, doesn't necessarily disqualify someone from consideration, but I think, again, we want to just keep everything really above board and open and transparent. And then I listed myself as the contact to collect the proposals for you all so that I can work with JJ in order to get them to you at the appropriate meeting. I've asked them not to communicate directly with you or any other staff, just to make sure there are no ethical lines blurred. And then I've provided a proposed timeline here. And this timeline lines up with the timeline, the tentative timeline that we talked about at the last meeting. And again, kind of gets us through to the consultant phase, and then you all would work with the consultant in order to devise the rest of the timeline based on the particular activities that you would like to have happen during this process. At the bottom, an important reminder that proposal submissions are subject to Nevada Public Records request and open meeting law, and so if they were hoping to keep all of their trade secrets private, we want them to know that they're going to be on our website. And then I kindly ask that they don't send me any gifts or branded giveaway items with their stuff. So.
That they can send them to us.
No comment.
Okay.
So with that, are there any questions? And I'm going to sit down to take notes. Thank you for indulging me while I was standing.
No, thank you very much. And just bring it back here. Do we have public comment on this, JJ? None? Okay, great. Great, meaning that we can come on and just get it back to the board and start discussion on this. And just as a reminder to my colleagues, this is the process to collect RFPs, to correct proposals. So this is the RFP process. Okay, so we're going to, of course, as before, we have to make sure we keep our discussion to the RFP and the information that's contained in the RFP.
I would like to make one important distinction. The solicitation of services is outlined in a different section of NRS than the formal RFP bidding process. And so this approach is certainly permissible, but I want to make sure that we use the right language so that people aren't confused about what we're actually doing. So if we could refer to this as a solicitation for proposals, then I think that will...
Solicitation, not an RFP, not a request for, but solicitation for?
Correct.
Okay? So this is simply to, I shouldn't say simply, this is to solicit proposals from any firm, person, company, whatever, that has an interest in conducting our search or partnering themselves in a partner that they may come forward with, and conducting the search for us. Part of, if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, as we review the proposals that come in, staff does some screening, and then they come to us. We decide who we're going to hire to do this process. Then our conversation with them, that's when we start getting. We start here, and then we start working this way as we start getting a little bit more micro, if you will, because this is something we need to get micro on, right? As we start getting a little more micro, we start talking about things such as, what does community input look like, and what do visits when they come up. We start working on those things as they come up as we get closer in it. But we start here and work our way in, and then this is still keeping us on the timeline that Ms. Ellison presented to us and that we accepted a couple of weeks ago, so we can get started on this. So that being said, Trustee Church?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little bit different. For one thing, as I understand this is not, an RFP says, you will do this, you will do this. This is very, like, anybody and everybody can apply. It could be a mom and pop. It could be somebody that's never done it before, and then we're going to decide. So, but I have some real concerns, and I'm not plugging my business, I have no intention, I'm very busy, but I've been an applicant, or, I've been the person that did submit the request. Under no circumstances would I give you my detailed recruiting strategy. So I'm out. Forget it. I'm not going to give it to you. You're wasting my time. So we don't want to waste people's time by making the restrictions. So
what can you tell us what number?
Number 5.
Number 5. Okay.
But the whole thing is, these are things that we would decide more or less, the scope, to a certain degree, those are decisions that we as a district are going to make, kind of, sort of. And like on one of my interviews for doing recruiting was, they simply asked me a real question, real simple. They said, "What's 2 + 2?" And I gave them the honest answer. I said, "Whatever you want it to be." So my point is, we're driving the bus again, we're asking for a lot from them on a proposal. It almost seems like this comes later. And I have limited experience. I'm not very experienced in this, so I don't want you to think I'm some big expert. But in reading this as the person that's going to be putting in a bid, what do you want me to do? I can give you a $20,000 job. I can give you a $50,000 proposal. I need to know more what you want and who you want me to recruit. You follow what I'm saying? It's kind of like, are they telling us who they're going to reach out to, or are we telling them? So I see you nodding, so I guess I've said enough or too much.
No, not at all. I think that's a fair question. And I speak from the point of view of the last search that we did. With respect to your concern about a detailed recruiting strategy, of course, organizations are going to have to make decisions about what they consider to be proprietary information, right? But I think, at least my thinking on this and the approach that we utilized last time was there certainly is an expectation that the firm would be able to explain how they go about attracting candidates. And so, do they rely heavily on social media? Do they rely heavily on job boards? Are they only relying on their network of word of mouth candidates? Is there a chance that they are a superintendent recruiting firm that recycles the same candidates, right? They've got 6 and they rotate them through. So I think it's a fair question to ask for them to explain what their approach is to recruiting. And again, it's up to them to decide what is, appropriate or inappropriate to release. In terms of the proposal elements, I certainly understand what you're saying and how you might receive it and think, well, I don't know, I want to do what you want to do. But I think the goal here and the success that we had last time is in asking the firms for their expert recommendations and then you all making those decisions. And so you may have a firm that comes in and says, it's our experience in this space to collect stakeholder input in this way, and here's the results that we've seen with that approach. And you all may say, that sounds really great, or you may say, no, we'd actually like to approach it this way. And that's what transpired last time during the presentations. So the vendors came in and they talked about kind of what their usual system is, and then once you all decided, which vendor kind of checked the boxes in terms of we want to work with this person, then that's who you start spending all your time with, and that person or persons would come back and say, all right, well, let's talk about stakeholder engagement. How are we going to do it? That's the detail that you were talking about, where all of those little decisions get made once you select a vendor.
Okay, Trustee Church, did that answer your question? Keep your...
It does, but it doesn't make me too happy. I just made a quick notes, and these are just quick notes. I'd rather see something more generic, like let me think of the good word, but I'll go on. Parameters that the firm is capable of providing, parameters. In other words, the firm provides the parameters that they can provide services and their philosophy on the nature of how they would recruit, something like that. In other words, something very generic, because again, this isn't an RFP. And by the way, I think most people that were, and I was on that side of the process last time, but I paid close attention. It didn't work. We ended up virtually just throwing away what they said, and we hired in-house, which was great, but it was a waste of money. And so to me, it's like, I'm not saying a brand new company, but I want to really throw a net out there for companies, especially local, to be able to be able to apply for this. The problem with these big search firms, and again, my background's law enforcement, but they just reach out to the same old people over and over, and they might have, say Jeff from Reno, and he's willing to move almost anywhere, so they put his name in the hat for 10 different agencies, but there's still only one body. It's just kind of the same, I think you said it, recycled people. So that's what I want to avoid. What we do today or soon is going to have such an important impact on the school district. So tread carefully.
I'm going to agree with all of that. I don't know what in here precludes that new young person or firm or something that maybe they've never even done a superintendent. I mean, I don't know what precludes them. I mean, I think the whole idea is for it to say, yes, that does include you. Just tell us about your background, right? And what your background might be, we've been hiring CEO or whatever, CEOs, whatever the case may be, right? I'm going to agree with Trustee Church. We don't want to preclude anybody who might be, and maybe it might be a little different look for us, and maybe that might not be so bad. I don't see where anybody's precluded from this piece.
It's just, you don't want to scare them away with, again, let's say I was going to apply for this, and I'd say, okay, detailed recruiting, I'm not going to do that. I could submit a proposal and say, to be determined, or secret proprietary information.
Yeah, you could.
But I might just say, I'm not going to bother. I'm kind of feeling like 2 through 7 could almost be condensed into one more generic paragraph again. Please discuss the capabilities of your firm, the range of services, your philosophy in recruiting, and any and all information that you want to give us. I mean, I'm not trying to write it out of my top of my head, but I'm just thinking personally something way more generic, since this is not an RFP.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Trustee Church. I think this is the time for everyone to talk about what they see and what they'd like to see different and so on. So, thank you. Trustee Smith?
Oh, may I just?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said that I said yes, and I forgot
that's
to go
okay.
back to you. My bad.
The only thing that I would say, Trustees.
Can you stay in the mic a little bit?
Yeah, the only thing that I would say, Trustee Church, is that when you're evaluating the proposals and you're evaluating the presentations, you also want to have some sort of consistency between the proposals in order to fairly compare them. And so I think if we leave it too open-ended, there's a very real possibility that you could have very different products presented that really aren't comparable.
Well, it's almost a good thing. I'm sorry, is it okay?
I think you're responding, so
yeah.
please.
Let's take today. We had such a variety of wonderful talent, and we just gave them 5 minutes and said, tell us about yourself for the new District F position. So that raises the next question. Would they be offered maybe the opportunity to Zoom or come here and talk to us, or talk to a committee, or talk to the leadership team or something like that? I don't want to scare them away. And I kind of like the idea of, because again, it's not an RFP. I kind of like the idea of an open-ended, tell us all about tell us whatever you want to tell us.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
So, do you want me?
No, if you're certainly.
So the timeline that you tentatively approved last time calls for those firms that submit proposals to come back in November, either November 23rd or for a special meeting, TBD, to do those presentations. And then, of course, that's an opportunity for them to, present information, for you all to ask questions, that sort of thing.
Great. So I want to hear from my colleagues, and I see a light on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, okay, Trustee Smith?
Thank you for explaining what that was, because I was totally confused.
Yes.
Okay. So Emily, you're really good at this, because that's also what I was going to say, was that you'd want some consistency, but I absolutely hear Trustee Church as well too. So just a few suggestions. On number 5, Trustee Church, are you looking for maybe like a softer approach to number 5, like an overview on your recruiting strategy? Or is there a way to keep the substance of it but soften it so that we respect your professional expertise about not wanting to give away the secret sauce, so to speak? Is there a way where we could soften it and we could invite them to provide an overview? I don't think an overview is unreasonable, I think, but maybe not detailed, and then they can decide how much they want. So I guess my question is could we soften it a bit, like an overview on your recruiting strategy, that kind of thing. So anyways, I offer that for your suggestion, if we could just maybe soften some of these things, if that would meet some of the needs you have. And then there's always the option where we say at the top, like, successful proposals will include, we could put should, and then they can submit what they want, and then it's up to them about which ones they skip or don't skip. So it's a small word change, but it's a signal. So anyways, I offer that just for a suggestion as we build consensus.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. This is a one-time, we will be given the proposals, and we choose one?
They come in.
And it's a one-time deal. If 2 people come in, we pick one or none. 20 people come in, we pick one. So it's a one-time deal. It's not like today we had, well, we'll just choose 11 applicants, and we narrowed it down to 5. And then we're going to do it again.
So I think the process that you all would utilize to determine which vendor to use will probably be somewhat dictated by how many responses we receive. And so last time we received 6 responses, 6 proposals. And so the approach that we took in that case was there was a special meeting scheduled before the regular board meeting, and then we heard from all 6 proposers during that time. I would say we didn't give them enough time, so I would recommend expanding it this time.
I would recommend we give them more time too.
Yeah, but so I think it will really be driven by the number of proposals. I think there's maybe a chance you would have to go to 2 days, right? If we got 12 proposals or something like that. But, whether or not you would do it in rounds or over the period of 2 days, that would be up to you.
And you're saying that, thank you, Emily, you're saying that you use this format? And we received 6 proposals.
Yes, I did make some modifications to it based on the lessons learned. For example, they weren't substantial. The May 1st reference, that was a particular concern for one candidate that was being considered in the last process. And so, I updated things like that. But this is substantially the same document that we utilized last time, and we received six proposals.
Maybe one of the things that we can do, and I see your light, Trustee Church, maybe one of the things that we can do in this, in wanting to encourage someone that may not, maybe not ordinarily, jump into this. One thing to recognize is there aren't a whole lot of firms that do national searches in this scope. So we're not going to get 25 applications because there aren't a whole lot. And this is a very high level job. There aren't that many of them that do this, by the way, typically. But there can be something perhaps in because we don't want to discourage somebody. I mean, I hear your words, and I think that's important. I don't think we want to discourage you. In fact, maybe we take an opportunity to encourage in some of the verbiage before we get down to the successful proposals. Should or may include something like that. May even leaves it more open. We say something in the verbiage leading up to that along the lines that we are encouraging. We're encouraged something along the lines that's a little more encouraging, a little more open. That it's like I'm thinking about something that sends a message that, hey, even if you aren't a traditional firm, we still want you to check us out. So maybe there's some statement or so around that in the opening paragraph or two, it's like when you put a job announcement out there, right? And you're really trying to encourage some people to apply. You say something that's like, hey, we want you, you may not have this experience, but we still want you to check us out. Something along those lines. Maybe it can be done more so in that way. So we have some of the typical, which is okay because we still want some that have professional expertise. We don't want to exclude them completely either, right? And so I think it's important to have that as well. But we're excited about. I don't know. I got to think about it. I got to think about it a little bit. But I could come up with something. But something that's just welcoming and makes it really clear. Hey, we're open. Right? We want to get the best candidate we can, and we're looking for the people that can get us there. Right? Go ahead, Trustee Church.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts. To me, 6 is dismal. Thinking back to one of the proposals that I did when I went to the meeting in person, at the pre-meeting, almost kind of like where they tell you what they're looking for. There were, maybe 30, 40 people in the room. And then of those, probably 20 or 30 actually submitted, it was a bigger jurisdiction, but.
Was it the same scope of the search?
It was, no, it was a little bit different.
See, to me, that's been my experience. I've been involved in, 4 presidential searches at the university. Mm-hmm. And I have to tell you, I don't recall ever getting an overabundance of, it's such a large scope.
Yeah, well, that's why. Let me explain that. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's what I'm not saying. I mean, I'd love to get more than 6. Don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to respectfully disagree with dismal because I think it's the scope. Not that many have successful experience in that.
Exactly.
So exactly. Right? So some folks that listen, nothing personal, but an individual Jeff Church is not going to put his hat in on this search because an individual Jeff Church.
It wasn't an individual. It was a regular established.
Okay. But I'm just using it as an example, right? Because this is this is a very high level job with 8,000 employees, almost $1 billion budget, over 100 buildings, 60. I mean, it's a very large comprehensive, and so it's not that many that have experience in it. I'd love to get more than 6. Okay, certainly, but I think again, respectfully disagreeing. I think saying 6 is abysmal. I don't think that's fair.
Okay, so let me follow up. Number one, this is not something I'm going to fall on my sword over. This is not something that I'm like, oh yeah, we have to do it Jeff's way. I definitely support the board, whatever decision we make.
We're all trying to get to the best.
Yeah. So I want to make that real clear. Some things I'm like really stubborn on. This is not one of them. There is no right or wrong answer here, in my opinion. There is no.
But we can be better. So.
Yeah, there is no right or wrong. Now, that said, let me say what I'm thinking, and that's marketing. There are hundreds. I mean, it's marketing companies. They've never done so let's just pretend for the sake of argument, they've never done a candidate search, but they're an extremely experienced marketing company. I want them to be able to throw their hat into the ring. And once they do the presentation, we go, forget it. We don't like you. But I'd love to have 12 applicants come down, and we might go, wow, that marketing company. And there's companies that kind of specialize in politic type stuff. And it's not recruiting candidates, but they've sure got an excellent background in marketing type things. So marketing is, I guess, the key word that I'd like to open it to. And again, we can soften the language. We can keep it the way it is. I'm perfectly good on whatever decision we make, but I still think you could take 2 through 7 and consolidate it into one good generic paragraph on just tell us about yourself, what you can do, what you can't do, and your philosophy on recruiting. And then a sentence, and again, I'm just scribbling as I think here, expertise in candidate searches is not required, but successful candidate must have proven expertise in that area or marketing and related matters, or marketing in recruiting, something like that. As opposed to, and whether we want the reader to say, yeah, we can do this, and we'll put in a proposal. And the other final question I have, does it say, we don't want a proposal for $200,000. Does it say anywhere, or should we put in a cap or a fee schedule or anything like that?
I think item 10 asks the firm to provide a detailed cost breakdown, which I think would be appropriate for them to kind of scale to whatever it is they're offering you in terms of their recommendations. And we didn't have anyone come in astronomically last time. They were all within about $10,000 of each other, if I remember correctly. And again, I think the more specific the language is, with caps and that sort of thing, you could potentially discourage firms from participating.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Olson. Trustee Church, you good?
You don't think we should give them a little bit of a guidance on that? I mean, how would they know?
I think that either they either have done this before in those cases, and so they have an idea of what something like this costs. And if they haven't, then we want them to go through the estimation of how much it would cost. I think that's part of. I think I want to be as open as we can and creative as we can. I will say it will be hard for me to pick someone who's never done a search. I gotta say that it's just that's my personal opinion. If you've never ever done a search, you just gotta come in and convince, and maybe you do convince, and that's okay. Just a huge job. Just a huge job.
Oh, yeah.
So that's just my personal piece, but that's why we have them come in, because then they can present, and maybe, man, they do such a great job of presenting what they're presenting that they could present this job and make somebody love it, and that'd just be part of the challenge. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Nicolette, and then Trustee Smith, and then we're going to try to bring this around to something.
Okay, and I can be rather quick with this. So, as we're talking, and I'm looking at number 10, I'm thinking of course, CFO Mathers, and any suggestions that he would like to give us down the road as to kind of a cap for us. Yeah, look, he's smart. And then when I read the second paragraph at the top there, contracts may be awarded for the entire scope of a comprehensive search or for individual components of the search process. I like that flexibility. Did that happen last time, that there was that opportunity?
Yeah, we did include that language last time, but we didn't have anyone come forward with one piece or component of the process. No, everybody was a full search. Who?
There were a couple that gave sections.
Are you sure that wasn't the soup eval?
Okay, but nonetheless.
Anyway, nonetheless.
Nonetheless.
I know for sure on the superintendent's evaluation, we had two firms come in together and partner. One did the stakeholder input,
Right,
and one did the evaluation component. So I'll have to refresh my memory. I haven't watched the
Let me
proposal
pause there for
video
a
yet.
minute, though. To me, something like that place right there, just that's where let's get a bang-up marketing firm, so to speak, comes in. They might partner with someone else, because then that's the piece. That's the recruit. Go out, find us some people, do that whole. To me, I kind of see where there can certainly be. There could be a good marriage there with a couple of that, because there's a science around, once you get somebody's attention, to now you got to really get them, hook them in, and actually be an applicant, kind of a deal. But see, to me, that absolutely leaves the door open for somebody who can do the bang-up marketing, sale of the Washoe County School District, and this opportunity piece in it myself, just a little side piece. So. I have a recommendation. Microphone. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
I just based on the feedback so far, I have a couple of recommendations for edits that I might suggest. So we would leave the first sentence the same. The Washoe County School District is seeking the professional services of a consultant and/or search firm to provide assistance with the search for our next superintendent. Angie, to your earlier thought, perhaps inserting a sentence there that says, we encourage individuals and firms who may not typically respond to an opportunity of this type to apply. And then we would say, when appropriate, interested parties are welcome to partner with other entities in the submission of proposals. And then we'll move up that contract sentence to say contracts may be awarded for the entire scope of a comprehensive search or for individual components of the search process.
Okay. All right, Trustee Church.
Could you throw me a bone and throw in the word marketing?
Where would you throw it in? Where would you throw it?
Did I hear that again? Probably right at the beginning. It was about maybe 5 words in.
The Washoe County School District in Reno, Nevada is seeking the professional services of a consultant and/or search firm to provide assistance with the search for our next superintendent. Do you want to say consultant, marketing and/or search firm?
Something like that, yeah. Keep going, maybe.
Okay, so
that might change the scope a little bit.
Okay, but I'd make it, if you could throw the word marketing in, just make it clear that marketing's included in the, if they can. I kind of liked what you said.
Other than that suggestion, I'm not sure where it fits, and I do see your concern about it's not necessarily a marketing proposal that we're looking for.
Right, that's a whole different, I'm not opposed to a marketing component of this, because I'm going to agree with my colleague on that. I think that can be beneficial. I think if this is perceived as if this is received to potentials as a marketing proposal, it changes it.
I agree. Can you read it to me one more time?
I have no idea.
Okay.
So in the sentence where it says, when appropriate, interested parties are welcome to partner with other entities in the submission of proposals. Maybe I could say, for example, partnering with a marketing firm.
Or including, you're not limited to, including but not limited to, or?
Okay, maybe the for example.
Either way, yeah, for example, okay.
Yeah, and then that gives them, that leaves that open. You got your bone.
So give me that one more time then.
I got to number the sentences so I say them in the right
That's right,
order.
'cause you did some rearranging.
Hang on one second. Okay. It would read, the Washoe County School District in Reno, Nevada is seeking the professional services of a consultant and/or search firm to provide assistance with the search for our next superintendent. We encourage individuals and firms who may not typically respond to an opportunity of this type to apply. When appropriate, interested parties are welcome to partner with other entities in the submission of proposals. For example, a firm may desire to partner with a marketing agency. Contracts may be awarded for the entire scope of a comprehensive search or for individual components of the search process.
Boom. Yeah, no, let's get out of here before
Well,
things
hold on
change.
here, hold on. I hate to, yeah, I agree, but do you, I know we want to get out of here, but do
No,
we?
that's we're gonna do what we need to do.
We want to do it right.
Yeah.
Do we think that we can simplify 2 through 7 a little bit? Do you have any ideas on that?
My concern about that is just the comparative equity in it. Part of what we got today, and I hear your example now, is people presented the way that they wanted to, and then we received it the way that we wanted to. It's not as specific. What we did today is not as specific as this. This is pretty specific, and I think we really want to make sure it's apples to apples, just out of fairness. That's just my 2 cents. I just get concerned about how do we compare them equitably, equally, right? If we got this from them, but they didn't, like they told us, how do we recruit? Ooh, we have a secret plan. And then these people gave us a whole, I know, serious, right? And they gave us a whole detail, we do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And it's hard to, how do we compare a secret? No one's going to say hopefully a secret plan, but how do we compare a secret plan? That's not fair to these people with a secret plan. They may have something really good.
Right.
Right? So how do we make sure it's, whatever it is, how do we make sure it gives everybody a fair opportunity? That's my concern.
I think I have an idea and I know Emily can help me better word it.
Could I just throw out one more consideration for
Sure.
you? To that end, and because you're hoping to engage non-traditional firms or consultants, I think it's important to provide guidance to those entities, right? So a marketing firm is not going to be as savvy about what needs to be included in a search proposal. And so I don't want to put them at a disadvantage to being able to partner with a search firm and be able to legitimately evaluate who they're partnering with because they don't have this knowledge, right? I think you could put firms who don't specialize in this at a real disadvantage by not specifically asking for what you are hoping to see.
I think I have something that might float.
Go ahead, throw it in.
We're at the very, very top. It says successful proposals will include.
Well, I think we said may already, right? But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, did we? Did we? Well, I must have been asleep on my phone.
Well, wake up. It's 8 o'clock.
Okay. So, yeah, successful proposals may include the following as the applicant sees fit to provide or something like that.
I think may means as you see fit to apply. May, because may says you can do it if you want to.
I'm hearing a lot of yups.
Versus will. Will says we need you to put this in here.
So we change it, but you think that's
Or
adequate,
shall.
just the will to may?
In my mind, now again, this is just one trustee. I think if we say may, that means you can do it if you want to. You don't want to do it, you don't have to. Which implies, as you see fit, as you think advantages you, or best presents your firm or your agency or your idea or whatever.
All right. I know I'm asking a lot, because you already gave me one bone. Can we take out on number 5 the word detailed?
How about we add a very specifically identified strategy? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's going in the wrong direction.
I like humor at this hour.
I was going to say, that's going in the wrong direction.
You got me. Yeah, can we, what do you think about taking out detailed?
I just hope we get what we want. I'll be honest. I want details.
I think too, May gives them an opportunity to gauge the level of detail that they'd like to provide.
I mean, what's the pleasure of the board? I mean, personally, I want to know how you're going to recruit for this thing.
I would like details.
But it's really up to, I mean, if that's a consensus, that's fine, but I do want to know how they're going to do it.
Okay, I'm not, again, I'm not so stubborn on, it's not a major deal. I tried.
Hey, you got a couple bones. Anything else? Trustee Rodriguez, you with us? You dozing? I see you leaning to the side. You okay? All right.
He doesn't feel good.
I know you don't feel good. You hang it in. Thank you. All right, so we have those changes that you've made. It looks like we have a document that we feel good about. We've already approved the timeline. Now, you gave them a 3-day notice to get questions in. Does that give you enough time, Ms. Ellison?
Yes, it does. We didn't get very many questions last time.
Okay, so yeah, and that's another reason for it to be pretty clear. But they get that, and then they have more time to. If we get questions, you send it back, and if somebody really wants to ask a question, they'll figure out a way to do it otherwise, because we need someone that savvy. If not, then we don't need to hire them anyway. Okay, everybody good? So do we have can we entertain a motion then, Trustee Church, unless you have another question?
No, I think I can do it.
All right, let's go for it.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposal requirements as amended for consultants and or vendors who wish to submit a proposal for consideration to facilitate one or more components of the superintendent search process.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Let's see, Trustee. I was looking this way, so I missed you, Vice President Manel. I got this way. So motion by Trustee Church and seconded by Trustee Smith. We've had plenty of discussion. We already took a public comment. There was none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? Right, the motion's carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. So we can go forward. Step number 2 in the superintendent search process. And we'll just take them bite-sized. We won't miss a step, I promise you. But we'll take them step by step as we go. And the important thing is, one, we get it right, and that we stay on schedule. Because we certainly want to be in a position to be bringing people in and so on during that time when their movement is happening. Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Ellison. All right, so this is the end of the meeting. Yeah, but there's not too much public. We got a couple. We'll have a couple. So, all right. So we already removed agenda item 3.06. We chatted about that already. We go down to we do have some. The superintendent has to come back in. So we're going to start with a student representatives report, and then we'll have the superintendent come back in right on time. All right, our student trustee, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. I had the opportunity to present student voice to the academy meeting, which is all our administrators in the district and the leadership staff throughout the whole district. They got to learn a little bit more about student voice this past Friday as they had their meeting. We are also planning an event as we continue to integrate our committees, our student voice committees throughout the district. We will be having an event on November 16th, which is going to be a virtual Zoom town hall, and it'll include presentations on the different committees we currently have. We currently have the mental health, curriculum, and Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. And with that, we want to invite all students in the district and staff, teachers, parents, anyone that wants to learn a little bit about our committees to be able to have students join and recruit more students throughout the district. And that's my update. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
What was that date? I'm sorry.
Oh, go.
It's November 16th, and I will come back with you with the time.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah, we'll have a meeting before then, so that's great. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. Quite a busy week last week. I attended the Council of Great City Schools Conference. It was virtual. Went to several wonderful sessions around that, and then attended the Board of Directors meeting with President Taylor on Saturday. Spoke at the WCSD Academy. You all will know that as former LTL. We talked a lot about professional learning communities. Went to the EDON board meeting. Attended the Zoning Advisory Committee meeting over at Verdi. Saw our friend Pablo over there. And then this week, we're starting College Awareness Week, and a lot of great activities for our students who are going off to college, different types of opportunities for them. And then on November 2nd, we will have our Passport to High School, our Passport High School Success events starting on Tuesday. And this is when our middle schoolers come in and learn about all the different signature academies and all the different types of opportunities out there around career and technical education. And then just as a reminder, October is National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. We have North Valley High School, Spanish Springs High School, and Worcester High School, who all have cybersecurity classes, CTE classes at their school. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Madam Superintendent. Public comment.
Donald Fossum.
Okay, we miss Donald.
Lucas Gorlick.
All right. Thank you for waiting. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. It's been a night. Although I do think the fact that I need to be here today advocating for gun sense in our schools is a little embarrassing. I've gone to public school in this school district for the last 11 years. 11 years, and I cannot remember one time I was talked about gun safety in our schools. It's worse than that. This isn't just a general issue facing our country. In the Washoe County School District alone, there have been 2 school shootings. The first at Pine Middle School in 2006, where 2 students were shot but luckily survived. The second, just 8 years ago last week, where 4 people were shot, 2 of them killed, including the shooter, and a heroic teacher attempting to talk to the student. Yet you sit here not doing anything to make us, the students, feel safe. I know dozens of students who don't go to athletic games or who don't go to school assemblies, myself included, because there's nothing stopping them from causing harm to us. We have no protection. This isn't politics, this is common sense. Last week there was a gun found in a locker at my school. You didn't tell us. You didn't lock us down. You didn't tell the students we had to worry. So tell me, how should I feel safe? I only found out days later on the news that this event happened. If you want to see your students feel and stay safe, we need to make change. Do the right thing and make change that is long overdue.
Thank you very much. I think our superintendent's going to just share a couple of statements with you. Lucas, I think our superintendent's going to address you a little bit. No.
You're okay. Thanks,
Lucas.
Lucas.
Which is unusual, but sometimes during public comments you will, and especially when our students come. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that very much. And I know that Mr. Hackbush spoke to you and another student today as well. And we do appreciate your advocacy around that incident. And I truly appreciate Mr. Hackbush spending time with you today on that matter. So thank you. And Officer Webb.
Yeah, it wasn't Officer Webb. It was a female officer who I know patrols Reno. And so we had a good conversation today during school about kind of getting a little more information on what happened and, you know, kind of next steps.
Perfect. Thank you very, very
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate
Thank you,
your
guys.
time here.
Thank you for your advocacy, too.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Pablo?
Mr. Duran.
Hello. So I do agree with this student. So we need a gun safety advocacy. So I want to talk about, I did not attend a special meeting today because I got an interview and go home and did not need it. So I do support Jack Herman for the school board member. That's same in my age. So you're an art student. So I got a message for Bruce Park, and I'm very apology for that. I did call you a liar, but we had to meet at one-on-one and on that board. But it seemed like the whole story were true, and I very apologize to see. So there's no audience here today, so not worry about that. So remember, second is high school passport. Does my sister allowed to come, or have to be 8th grader? That's the question one. And I do know how proud you are. So we're down to 5 or 4 people. Hopefully we get the member appointed, and then get back to professionalism. And then after that, after decide censor chapter or not, but I think the delay is a good example for that. Like, we need to have look at case for Houston Community College, what to look like, what the freedom of speech look like. So sometimes, we have a freedom of speech, First Amendment, but it's not attended, it's limited. So hate crime is not a free speech. Give it to that. So they're all different type of First Amendment. So you go ahead and type in the First Amendment, right? So all kind of stuff. And I want to say thank you for bringing me a mask, Galena Grizzly mask. So I'm very proud of you. Very proud of him. So that's good. And we do have a labor bus shortage. It's because of we pay little or not, because of how poor paid in the state of Nevada. They have a labor strike at RTC. I got to take Uber every day to work. So and then one last thing. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
The board also received emails from Joe Morabito, Michael Gruley, Elizabeth Eisenhower, Julie Arger, Carrie Galgon, Ron Brown, Allison Jasper, Bill Johnston, and Lee.
Thank you very much, JJ. And JJ, but by the way, you can call this public comment if we need to. You did an amazing job. Thank you, JJ. You really do. Yeah, you really do.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, everybody, our meeting is adjourned, and we'll be back here in a couple of weeks.